The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 14, Side 1. Church music had declined with the growing secularization of life and had suffered infection from operatic forms. Instrumental music was prospering, partly through the improvement of the pianoforte, but still more with the increasing popularity of the violin. Virtuosi like Pugnani, Viotti, and Nardini conquered Europe with a bow. Muzio Clementi, who went from Italy to live for 20 years in England, toured the continent as organist and pianist, competed with Mozart in Vienna, and may have profited from Mozart's comment that his playing was too mechanical. He was the most successful piano teacher of the 18th century, and he established the 19th century style of piano technique with his famous series of exercises and studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, steps to the home of the muses from whom music took its name. Gaetano Pugnani inherited his master Tartini's violin artistry and passed it on to his pupil Giovanni Battista Viotti, who traversed Europe triumphantly. Viotti's violin concerto in A minor can still be enjoyed by our old-fashioned ears. Like so many Italians, Luigi Boccherini left a land crowded with musicians to seek an audience abroad. From 1768 till his death in 1805, he charmed Spain with his cello as Farinelli had charmed it with his voice and Scarlatti with his harpsichord. For a generation, his instrumental compositions rivaled those of Mozart in international acclaim. Frederick William II of Prussia, himself a cellist, preferred Boccherini's quartets to Mozart's. In his 62 years, he composed 95 string quartets, 54 trios, 12 piano quintets, 20 symphonies, 5 concertos for the cello, 2 oratorios, and some religious music. Half the world knows his minuet, a movement from one of his quintets, but all the world should know his concerto in B-flat for violoncello and orchestra. Europe surrendered without a struggle, again excepting Paris, to the bel canto of Italy. From a dozen cities of the magic boot, prima donnas like Caterina Gabrielli and castrati like Gasparo Pacchierotti poured across the Alps to Vienna, Munich, Leipzig, Dresden, Berlin, St. Petersburg, Hamburg, Brussels, London, Paris, and Madrid. Pacchierotti was among the last of the famous emasculates. For a generation, he rivaled Farinelli's career. He held London captive for 4 years. His acclaim there still echoes in Fanny Burney's diary and in her father's General History of Music. Italian composers and conductors followed the singers. Pietro Guglielmi wrote 200 operas and moved from Naples to Dresden to Brunswick to London to conduct them. Another Neapolitan, Niccolo Piccini, has come down to us disfigured by his unwilling contest with Gluck in Paris, but Galliani described him as un très honnête homme, a thoroughly honorable man. His opere buffe were for a decade the rage of Naples and Rome. Even the Serva Padrona of Pergolesi won no such popularity as Piccini's La Cecchina of 1760. Jomelli, Pergolesi, Leo, and Galuppi had set to music Metastasio's Olympiade. Piccini did likewise, and by common consent excelled them all. In 1776 he accepted a call to Paris. The wild war that ensued there must wait its geographical turn. Through it all Piccini carried himself with complete courtesy, remaining friends with his rivals Gluck and Zacchini, even though their partisans threatened his life. When the revolution drowned out this opera buffa, Piccini returned to Naples. There he was placed under house arrest for 4 years because of sympathy with France. His operas were hooted from the stage, and he lived in a poverty disgraceful to his country. After Napoleon's conquest of Italy, he was again invited to Paris in 1798. The first consul gave him a modest sinecure, but a paralytic stroke broke him down in body and spirit, and he died in Paris in 1800. Antonio Zacchini was born to a fisherman at Pozzuoli, and was being trained to succeed his father when Francesco Durante heard him sing and carried him off to Naples as pupil and protégé. His Semiramide was so well received at the Teatro Argentino in Rome that he remained with that theatre for 7 years as its composer of operas. After a stay in Venice, he set off to conquer Munich, Stuttgart, and London in 1772. His operas were applauded there, but hostile cabals damaged his popularity, and his dissolute habits ruined his health. Moving to Paris, he produced his masterpiece, Oedipe à Cologne, in 1786, which held the boards of the opera through 583 representations in the next 57 years. We can still hear it now and then on the air. He adopted several of Gluck's reforms. He abandoned the Italian style of making an opera a patchwork of arias. In Oedipe, the story controls the arias, and the choruses, inspired by Handel's oratorios, lend grandeur to the music and the theme. The melodious conquest went on with Antonio Salieri, foe of Mozart and friend of the young Beethoven. Born near Verona, he was sent at the age of 16 to Vienna in 1766. 8 years later, Joseph II appointed him composer to the court, and in 1788 Kapellmeister. In this post he preferred other composers to Mozart, but the story that this opposition caused Mozart's collapse is a myth. After Mozart's death, Salieri befriended the son and promoted his musical development. Beethoven submitted several compositions to Salieri and accepted his suggestions with unwonted humility. The most radiant star in the Italian operatic firmament during the second half of the 18th century was Giovanni Paisiello. Son of a veterinary surgeon at Taranto, his voice so impressed his Jesuit teachers there that they persuaded his father to send him to Durante's conservatory in Naples in 1754. When he took to composing operas, he found the Neapolitan audiences so enamored of Piccini that he accepted an invitation from Catherine the Great. In St. Petersburg he wrote in 1782 Il Barbiere di Siviglia. It had so lasting a success throughout Europe that when Rossini offered in Rome, on February 5, 1816, an opera on the same subject, it was damned by the public as an ungentlemanly intrusion upon territory sacred to Paisiello, who was still alive. On his way back from Russia in 1784, Paisiello stopped long enough in Vienna to write 12 symphonies for Joseph II and to produce an opera, Il Re Teodoro, which soon won Europe-wide acceptance. Then he returned to Naples as Maestro di Capella to Ferdinand IV. Napoleon persuaded Ferdinand to lend him Paisiello. When the composer arrived in Paris in 1802, he was received with a magnificence that made him many enemies. In 1804, he returned to Naples under the patronage of Joseph Bonaparte and Murat. We should note in passing how patiently these Italians prepared their careers. Paisiello studied for 9 years at Durante's Conservatorio di San Onofrio. Cimarosa studied for 11 years in the Conservatorio di Santa Maria di Loreto, and later at Naples. After long tutelage under Zacchini, Piccini, and others, Domenico Cimarosa produced his first opera, La Stravaganze del Conte. Soon his operas were heard in Vienna, Dresden, Paris, and London. In 1787 he took his turn at St. Petersburg, where he delighted the polyandrous empress with Cleopatra. Invited by Leopold II to succeed Salieri as Kapellmeister at Vienna, he produced there his most celebrated opera, Il Matrimonio Segreto, in 1792. It so pleased the emperor that at its close he ordered supper to be served to all those present, and then commanded a repetition of the whole. In 1793 he was called back to Naples as Maestro di Capella for Ferdinand IV. When the king was deposed by a French revolutionary army in 1799, Cimarosa hailed the event with enthusiasm. When Ferdinand was restored, Cimarosa was condemned to death. The sentence was commuted to exile. The composer set out for St. Petersburg, but died on the way at Venice in 1801. He left, in addition to many cantatas, masses, and oratorios, some 66 operas, which were far more applauded than Mozart's, and which even now must be reckoned second only to Mozart's in the opere buffe of the 18th century. If melody is the heart of music, Italian music is supreme. The Germans had preferred polyphonic harmony to a simple melodic line. In this sense, Italy won another victory over Germany when the German Mozart subordinated polyphony to melody. But the Italians gave melody so dominant a place that their operas tended to be a succession of tuneful arias rather than musical dramas, such as the first Italian opera composers, circa 1600, had had in mind in their attempt to rival the dramatic art of the Greeks. In Italian opera, the significance of the action and often of the words was lost in the glory of the song. This was beautiful, but if, as we used to think, art is the replacement of chaos with order to reveal significance, opera in Italian hands had fallen short of its highest possibilities. Some Italians, like Jomelli and Theresa, acknowledged this and strove to mold the music and the play into a united whole, but that achievement had to wait for its clearest form, the operas of Gluck. So, in the pendulum of life, the Italian conquest of Europe with melody ended, when in 1774 Gluck produced at Paris an Iphigénie en Aulide, which subordinated the music to the play. But the conflict between melody and drama went on. Wagner won a battle for drama, Verdi captured new trophies for melody. May neither side win. 8. Alfieri. There were no Dantes in this age, but there was Parini in verse, Filangieri in prose, and Alfieri in drama, prose, and poetry. Giuseppe Parini struggled up from penury, lived by copying manuscripts, and entered print in 1752 with a small volume of versi sciolti, blank verse. He took holy orders as a means of eating, and even then had to earn his bread by tutoring. There was a plethora of priests in Italy. His poverty sharpened his pen to satire. Contemplating the idleness and pomp of many Italian nobles, he conceived the idea of describing a typical day in such a blue blood's life. In 1763 he issued the first part as Il Mattino, morning. 2 years later he added Il Mezzogiorno, noon. He completed, but never lived to publish, Il Vespro, evening, and La Notte, night. Together they formed a substantial satire, which he called Il Giorno, the day. Count von Firmian showed real nobility by appointing the poet-priest editor of the Milan Gazzetta and professor of belles lettres in the Scuola Palatina. Parini welcomed the French Revolution and was rewarded by Napoleon with a place on the Municipal Council of Milan. The odes that he composed between 1757 and 1795 are among the minor classics of Italian literature. We get a faint echo of him in translation, as in this sonnet, written as a lover rather than a priest. Benignant sleep, that on soft pinions sped, dost wing through darkling night thy noiseless way, and fleeting multitudes of dreams display to weariness reposed on quiet bed. Go where my Phyllis doth her gentle head and blooming cheek on peaceful pillow lay, and while the body sleeps, her soul affray with dismal shape from thy enchantment bred. So like unto mine own that form be made, pallor so dim disfiguring its face, that she may waken by compassion swayed, if this thou wilt accomplish of thy grace, a double wreath of poppies I will braid, and silently upon thine altar place. To this poesy let us add, as a flower from the Italian Enlightenment, a passage from Gaetano Filangieri's La Scienza della Legislazione, from 1780 to 85, inspired by Beccaria and Voltaire. The philosopher should not be the inventor of systems, but the apostle of truth, so long as the evils that affect humanity are still uncured, so long as error and prejudice are allowed to perpetuate them, so long as the truth is limited to the few and the privileged and concealed from the greater part of the human species and from the kings, so long will it remain the duty of the philosopher to preach the truth, to sustain it, to promote it, and to illuminate it. Even if the lights he scatters are not useful in his own century and people, they will surely be useful in another country and century. Citizen of every place and every age, the philosopher has the world for his country, the earth for his school, and posterity will be his disciples. The age was summed up in Alfieri: the revolt against superstition, the exaltation of pagan heroes, the denunciation of tyranny, the acclaim of the French Revolution, the revulsion from its excesses, and the cry for Italian freedom, all added to a romance of illicit love and noble fidelity. He recorded this passionate career in Vita di Vittorio Alfieri, scritta da esso, his life written by himself, and continued to within 5 months of his death. It is one of the great autobiographies, as revealing as Rousseau's Confessions. It begins disarmingly. Speaking, and still more writing of oneself, is beyond all doubt the offspring of the great love one has for oneself. Thereafter there is no mask of modesty and no sign of dishonesty. I was born in the city of Asti in Piedmont, January 17, 1749, of noble, opulent, and respectable parents. I notice these circumstances as fortunate ones for the following reasons. Noble birth was of great service to me, for it enabled me, without incurring the imputation of base or invidious motives, to disparage nobility for its own sake, to unveil its follies, its abuses, and its crimes. Opulence made me incorruptible and free to serve only the truth. His father died when Vittorio was an infant. His mother married again. The boy retired into himself, brooded, meditated suicide at the age of 8, but could not hit upon any comfortable way. An uncle took charge of him, and sent him aged 9 to be educated at the Academy of Turin. There he was served and bullied by a valet. His teachers tried to break his will as the first stage in making a man of him, but their tyranny inflamed his pride and his longing for liberty. The class in philosophy was something to send one to sleep standing upright. The death of his uncle left him, aged 14, master of a large fortune. Having secured the consent of the King of Sardinia as a prerequisite to foreign travel, he set out in 1766 on a 3-year tour of Europe. He fell in love with sundry women, French literature, and the English Constitution. The reading of Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Rousseau destroyed his inherited theology and began his hatred of the Roman Church, though he had only recently kissed the foot of Clement XIII, a fine old man of venerable majesty. In The Hague he became desperately enamored of a married woman. She smiled and went away. Again he contemplated suicide. This was the age of Werther, and suicide was in the air. Again, finding the idea more attractive in prospect than in execution, he returned to Piedmont, but was so unhappy in an atmosphere of political and religious conformity that he resumed his travels in 1769. Now he went through Germany, Denmark, and Sweden, where, he tells us, he liked the scenery, the people, and even the winter. Then to Russia, which he despised, seeing in Catherine the Great only a crowned criminal. He refused to be presented to her. He enjoyed Frederick's Prussia no better. He hurried on to bravely republican Holland, and to an England that was trying to teach George III to keep out of the government. He cuckolded an Englishman, fought a duel, was wounded. He caught syphilis in Spain, and returned to Turin in 1772 to be cured. In 1774 he was sufficiently recovered to undertake his second great romance with a woman 9 years his senior. They quarreled and parted, and he cleansed her from his dreams by writing a play, Cleopatra. What could be more dramatic than 2 triumvirs, a queen, a battle, and an asp? The piece was produced at Turin, January 16, 1775, amid applause for 2 successive nights. Then he withdrew it for alterations. He itched now with a very noble and elevated passion for fame. He reread Plutarch and the Italian classics and studied Latin again to delve into Seneca's tragedies. In these readings he found themes and form for his dramas. He would restore ancient heroes and virtues as Winckelmann had restored ancient art. Meanwhile, in 1777, he was writing his treatise De la Tyrannide, but it contained such hot indictments of state and church that he could not think of publishing it. It came to print only in 1787. An almost religious fervor animated it. Not pressing poverty, not the slavish idleness in which Italy lies prostrate, no, these were not the reasons which directed my mind to the true lofty honor of assailing false empires with my pen. A fierce god, a god unknown, has ever been at my back, scourging me on since my earliest years. My free spirit can never find peace or truce unless I pen harsh pages for the destruction of tyrants. He defined tyrants as all those who by force or fraud, or even by the will of the people or the nobles, obtain the absolute reins of government and believe themselves to be or are above the law. Tyranny is the name that must be applied to any government in which he who is charged with the execution of the laws may make, destroy, break, interpret, hinder, or suspend them with assurance of impunity. Alfieri considered tyrannical all European governments except the Dutch Republic and the constitutional monarchies of England and Sweden. Influenced by Machiavelli, he idealized the Roman Republic and hoped that revolution would soon establish republics in Europe. He thought the best thing any minister of a tyrant could do would be to encourage him to such excesses of tyranny as would drive the people to revolt. In its first years, a revolution is justified in using violence to prevent the revival of the tyranny. As political, like religious opinions, can never be completely changed without the use of much violence, so every new government is at first unfortunately compelled to be cruelly stern, sometimes even unjust, so as to convince or possibly coerce those who neither desire, understand, love, nor consent to innovations. Though he himself was a noble as Conte di Cortemiglia, Alfieri condemned hereditary aristocracy as a form or instrument of tyranny. He applied the same condemnation to all organized religions of authority. He admitted that Christianity has contributed no little to softening universal customs, but he noted many acts of stupid and ignorant ferocity in Christian rulers from Constantine to Charles V. In general, the Christian religion is almost incompatible with freedom. The Pope, the Inquisition, purgatory, confession, indissoluble marriage, and the celibacy of priests, these are the 6 rings of the sacred chain which binds the profane one, the state, so much more tightly that it becomes ever heavier and more unbreakable. Alfieri so hated tyranny that he advised against having children or ever marrying in a despotic state. Instead of children, but with comparable Italian fertility, he produced 14 tragedies between 1775 and 1783, all in blank verse, all classical in structure and form, all excoriating tyranny with declamatory passion, and enthroning liberty as nobler than life. So in La Congiura dei Pazzi, his sympathy was with the attempt of the conspirators to overthrow Lorenzo and Giuliano de' Medici. In Bruto Primo and Bruto Secondo, he gave short shrift to Tarquin and Caesar. In Filippo, he was all for Carlos against the King of Spain. In Maria Stuarda, however, he found more tyranny in the Scottish chieftains than in the Catholic queen. Criticized for bending history to his thesis, he defended himself. More than one malicious tongue will be heard to say that I never depict anything but tyrants, in too many pages devoid of sweetness, that my blood-red pen, dipped in venom, always strikes a single and monotonous tone, and that my surly muse rouses no man from evil servitude, but makes many laugh. These complaints will not divert my spirit from so sublime a purpose, nor deter my art, though weak and inadequate to so great a need. Nor will my words ever be scattered to the winds if true men are born after us who will hold liberty vital to life. Only next to his passion for freedom was his love for the Countess of Albany. Daughter of Gustavus Adolphus, Prince of Stolberg-Gedern, she married in 1774 Prince Charles Edward Stuart, the young pretender, who now called himself the Count of Albany. Once so gallant as bonny Prince Charlie, he had taken to drink and mistresses to forget his defeats. The marriage, arranged by the French court, proved childless and unhappy. Apparently the Countess herself was not without fault. Alfieri met her in 1777, pitied her, loved her. To be near her, free to help her and follow her fortunes, without the irksome necessity of securing royal permission for every move across the frontier, he gave up his citizenship in Piedmont, transferred most of his fortune and estate to his sister, and moved to Florence in 1778. He was now 29 years old. The Countess returned his love with a discreet delicacy that observed all public decorum. In 1780, when her husband's drunken violence endangered her life, she retired to a convent and later to the home of her brother-in-law in Rome. "I remained in Florence like an abandoned orphan," wrote Alfieri, "and it was then that I became fully convinced that without her I did not so much as half exist, for I found myself almost completely incapable of doing any good work." Soon he went to Rome, where he was allowed to see his inamorata now and then, but the brother-in-law, under priestly guidance, opposed his efforts to secure an annulment of her marriage. Hence his Miltonic plea for divorce in Della Tirannide. Finally, the brother-in-law forbade him any further visit to the Countess. He left Rome and tried to distract himself with travel and with horses, which were his third love, next to the Muses and My Lady. In 1784 she won a legal separation. She moved to Colmar in Alsace. There Alfieri joined her, and thenceforth they lived in unwedded union until the death of the husband allowed them to marry. Alfieri wrote of his love with an ecstasy that recalled Dante's Vita Nuova. "This, my fourth and last fever of love, was quite different from those of my first three liaisons. In those I had not found myself agitated by any passion of intellect, counterbalancing and commingling with the passion of the heart. This had indeed less impetuosity and fervor, but proved more lasting and more deeply felt. The strength of my passion was such that it dominated my every emotion and thought, and it will never henceforth be extinguished in me but with life itself. It was clear to me that in her I had found a true woman, for instead of her proving, like all ordinary women, an obstacle to attainment of literary fame, one who set up occupations of utility and cheapened one's thoughts, I found in her for every good action both encouragement and comfort and good example. Recognizing and appreciating a treasure so unique, I gave myself to her with utter abandon. Certainly I was not wrong, for now, more than 12 years later, my passion for her increases in proportion as those transitory charms, which are not her enduring self, by time's decree fade away. But concentrated upon her, my mind is elevated, softened, and with every day made better. And as regards hers, I am bold to say that the same is true, and that from me she may draw support and strength." So spurred on, he wrote more tragedies, some comedies, and occasional poetry. He had already composed 5 odes entitled America Libera. In 1788 the lovers moved to Paris, where Alfieri supervised the publication of his works by Beaumarchais' press at Kehl on the Rhine. When the Bastille fell, Alfieri, all fiery for freedom, hailed the Revolution as the dawn of a happier age for the world. But soon the excesses of the Revolution disgusted a soul whose conception of liberty was aristocratic, demanding freedom from mobs and majorities as well as from popes and kings. On August 18, 1792, he and the Countess left Paris with such possessions as they could take in 2 carriages. They were stopped at the city gates by a crowd that questioned their right to leave. Alfieri jumped out of the coach amongst the mob, brandishing all my 7 passports, and started in shouting and making a row, which is always the way to get the better of Frenchmen. They drove on to Calais and Brussels, where they learned that the revolutionary authorities in Paris had ordered the arrest of the Countess. They hurried on to Italy and settled in Florence. Now Alfieri composed his Misogallo, hot with hatred of France and its crowd of ill-begotten slaves. In 1799, the French Revolutionary Army captured Florence. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, concluded. In 1799, the French Revolutionary Army captured Florence. Alfieri and the Countess took refuge in a suburban villa until the invaders departed. The excitement of these years weakened and aged him. Ending his autobiography in 1802, aged 53, he spoke of himself as already old. After bequeathing all his goods to the Countess, he died at Florence on October 7, 1803, and was buried in the church of Santa Croce. There, in 1810, the Countess raised to him a massive monument by Canova. She posed for the figure of Italy mourning over the tomb. She joined her lover there in 1824. Italy honors Alfieri as Il Vate d'Italia, prophet of the Risorgimento that freed her from alien and ecclesiastical rule. His dramas, though strident and monotone, were an invigorating advance upon the sentimental tragedies that had been offered to the Italian stage before him. From his Filippo, his Saul, his Mira, the soul of Italy prepared for Mazzini and Garibaldi. His Delle Tirannide was not confined to foreign publication at Kehl in 1787 and Paris in 1800. It was printed in Milan in 1800 and other Italian cities in 1802, 1803, 1805, 1809, 1848, 1849, 1860. It became for Italy what Paine's Rights of Man of 1791 had been for France, England, and America. Alfieri was the beginning of the Romantic movement in Italy, a Byron before Byron, preaching the emancipation of minds and states. After him, Italy had to be free. This concludes the reading of Rousseau and Revolution by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Rousseau and Revolution, Part 2, continues the story and is available through Books on Tape service. Additional titles by Will and Ariel Durant in the Books on Tape library include the entire series The Story of Civilization, including the Reformation and the Renaissance. For more information about them, or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. If you have enjoyed these tapes, you may want to consider buying this audiobook and donating it to your local library so that others in your community can enjoy it too. The donation will be deductible to the extent allowable under the law. Books on Tape produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them, or to arrange a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay, call our customer service department.
We hope you enjoyed this reading. Please continue listening to sample another Books on Tape bestseller.
Robert E. Lee's Civil War by Bevan Alexander. Copyright 1998 by Bevan Alexander. This recording of the full-length reading of Robert E. Lee's Civil War was published by arrangement with Adams Media Corporation and was produced in 1999 by Books on Tape, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book is read by Dick Estelle. Robert E. Lee's Civil War by Bevan Alexander. This book consists of 14 chapters and is 321 pages long. Introduction. Robert E. Lee occupies a special place in the American pantheon. He fought against the United States, but is an American hero. Lee's fame comes from his actions as commander of the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia in the Civil War. His generalship permitted this army to hold off the main strength of the immensely more powerful Union from June 1st, 1862, when he took command, until April 9th, 1865, when he surrendered at Appomattox. This record of leadership and the inspiration and determination to perform against incredible odds which he aroused in his men encouraged people everywhere, but especially in the South, to elevate Lee into a military genius. At the same time, Lee's personal attributes caused most Americans to see him as a beau ideal, incorporating practically all of the elements Americans value in human character: loyalty, integrity, compassion, charity, honor, dedication to a cause, sense of duty, and courage. This book is concerned with Lee's actions as a military commander and deals with Lee's magnificent human attributes only as they related to his generalship. However, the book does address briefly, at its close, another less well-known contribution of Robert E. Lee, which commenced at Appomattox and guided the remainder of his life. This contribution emerged from Lee's realization that the Civil War had convinced the Southern people that slavery was wrong. Lee told Union General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox that the South was now as opposed to human bondage as the North. Lee at once recognized that this removed the only fundamental issue dividing North and South. There was now no reason remaining for the South to want independence. As a result, Lee urged his soldiers to be as good citizens of a united nation as they had been good soldiers in the war. Coming from Lee, the most revered and admired man in the South in 1865, this admonition had immense and lasting power. It removed much of the rancor and animosity that affected many people, and caused them to think of cooperation with the North, not continued resistance to the North. Lee, sooner than any other American leader, recognized that the people of the North and the South shared identical ideals and aspirations. He also saw that he, and perhaps he alone, had the trust of the Southern people to the degree that they would heed his calls to rejoin the nation as faithful, dedicated citizens. From Appomattox until he died in 1870, Lee devoted himself to the reconciliation of the two sections of the country. He became president of Washington College in Lexington, Virginia, now Washington and Lee University, and commenced a conscious program of educating a new generation of Southerners to be patriotic, loyal citizens of a once more united nation. Lee did more than any other American to make this reconciliation come about. For this, he should be honored by future generations. However, Lee's place in history rests on his performance as a military leader. That is the principal subject of this book. It argues that Lee's high military reputation deserves a complete reappraisal. Lee's soldiers revered him because of his personal attributes and his dedication, but also because the Confederacy held out so long against a Union with 3 times the population and 11 times the industrial strength of the South. It was apparent to his soldiers that Lee was superior to the Union commanders he faced. However, it was only after the war that Lee was acclaimed as a general without fault. The defeated South desperately sought to find some purpose for the enormous losses in lives and treasure it had suffered. It was natural to rationalize the Confederacy's defeat as the inevitable result of overwhelming odds, and to conclude that Lee, who had held off the North for so long, had to have been a great general. There are 2 errors in this reasoning. The years taken to defeat the South can just as well be ascribed to the missteps and blunders of Union commanders as to the genius of Robert E. Lee. And most important, the North was not bound to win, whatever its strength. There is nothing preordained about military conquest. The size, power, and wealth of a state do not guarantee its success. Alexander the Great's Macedonia was poor and puny compared to the great Persian Empire it destroyed. Hannibal Barca's Carthaginian army was small and ill-supplied, yet defeated Rome's immensely larger, well-supported legions for 17 years. It was not the states Alexander and Hannibal represented, or the armed men they led, that made them great. It was the brilliance of the generals themselves that transformed their modest forces into conquering armies. These examples offer an argument that if the Confederacy had indeed possessed a military genius in command of its principal army, it could have been victorious irrespective of the North's material superiority. The key to understanding Lee as a commander is that he sought from first to last to fight an offensive war, that is, a war of battles and marches against the armies of the North. This offensive war, though it produced many spectacular clashes and campaigns, which arouse fascination to this day, ultimately failed because Lee's methods and his strategy were insufficient to overcome the South's weakness in arms and manpower. Lee endeavored to avoid the defensive war that President Jefferson Davis wanted to conduct. Davis was little interested in winning battlefield victories. His principal aim was to keep the Union from winning, in the hope that the Northern people would become weary and grant the South its independence. Davis weakened his strategy by scattering military forces throughout the South to shield non-vital regions or protect against small-scale Union incursions from the sea. These attacks could not be decisive, but large numbers of Confederate troops were sent to contain the landings or to protect territory that was not essential. Davis refused to concentrate strength into two extremely powerful armies, one in Virginia and another northwest of Chattanooga, which could have prevented the penetration of Northern armies into the heart of the South. Even without two huge armies guarding the portals, a defensive strategy would have exploited the South's advantages, its great size, its difficult mountains, forests, and swamps, and the practical inaccessibility of much of its territory owing to an inadequate railway system. These could have inhibited Northern movements into the South and allowed the Confederacy to pursue a long war, preserving its other more limited resources, especially its manpower. In time, the North might have become weary of its inability to end the war and stop losses. Ironically, this is how the Communists defeated the United States in Vietnam. The American people at last became so disillusioned that they demanded the withdrawal of their forces. Although Lee did not want to fight a defensive war, he was in fact far more gifted in conducting one than he was in fighting offensively. His 1864 campaign in Virginia was one of the most brilliant holding actions in military history. Though he commanded an army with only a shadow of its former power, Lee neutralized the attacks of Ulysses S. Grant, destroyed half of Grant's army, forced the Federals into a stalemate in front of Petersburg, and permitted the Confederacy to survive into 1865. If Lee had embarked on such a defensive strategy from the outset, while he still had strength to make temporary strikes to keep Federal armies from penetrating into Virginia, the North might have been stymied and might have agreed to a negotiated peace. Although Lee thought in offensive terms, he did not truly understand offensive warfare. Like the majority of generals on both sides, Lee believed he could win by striking at the enemy directly in his path. History has shown that this was not true, except in unusual cases. But the idea had gained doctrinal status because scholars studying Napoleon Bonaparte thought the great master had won his battles by bringing superior force against some decisive point of the enemy. And while this was strictly true, it missed the subtleties of Napoleon's genius. Napoleon, in fact, had succeeded in his earlier campaigns by maneuver and surprise, and had won his later battles by breaking a hole in the enemy's line with canister or a lethal cloud of metal balls or fragments fired by massed batteries of artillery. This latter solution was not available to the generals in the Civil War. Infantry now were armed with the mini-ball rifle, which possessed a range greater than the effective range of canister. Cannons no longer could be rolled up close enough to shatter an enemy line, because sharpshooters could pick off gunners and horses before the guns could do much damage. Since the mini-ball rifle also had a range 4 times that of the infantry smoothbore musket used in Napoleon's day, direct attacks were almost certain to fail against resolute troops, and, in fact, did fail 5 out of 6 times. Lee never understood the revolution that the mini-ball had brought to battle tactics. However, 2 of his senior lieutenants, Stonewall Jackson and James Longstreet, did. They came up with an antidote to direct assaults, a defensive posture, and urged this policy upon Lee. Jackson saw, in addition, that since Union forces were likely to fail with great losses if they attacked Confederate positions, the South should induce the Union commanders to make such attacks. Confederate forces then might swing around the flanks of the demoralized Union soldiers, cut off their retreat and line of supply, and force them to surrender. Although Lee accepted Jackson's argument in principle, he failed to carry it out in a timely fashion at Second Manassas in August 1862, and lacked space on his flank to undertake it at Antietam the following month. On only one occasion did the strategy work in part, at Chancellorsville in May 1863, and there it failed to destroy the Union Army because Jackson was mortally wounded. Thereafter, Lee returned to his earlier practice of frontal assaults into the heart of enemy resistance. In nearly all cases, they failed. This tendency to move to the direct confrontation, regardless of the prospects or the losses that would be sustained, guaranteed Lee's failure as an offensive commander. None of Lee's victories resulted in the destruction of a Federal army, and none caused so many losses that the North was induced to quit. Both Lee's victories and defeats produced such heavy casualties that the South was bled white in only a year of battle, from the 7 days in June-July 1862 to Gettysburg in July 1863. These losses destroyed the offensive power of the Confederacy and foreshadowed the South's defeat. Nevertheless, Robert E. Lee was so superior as a military commander to the leaders of the North that the Confederacy's inherent weaknesses were not apparent until nearly the end of the war. Time after time, not by greater power, but by aggressive action and movements forcefully and confidently carried out, Lee defeated or neutralized superior Union forces. The North never actually conquered Lee. The Civil War is nearly unique in military history in that a single man, Lee, by determination and resolve, was able to stymie over a period of years the greatest efforts of an extremely powerful state, the Union. The North wore down Lee's army only after grueling, agonizing, deadly marches and maneuvers, by desperate attacks, and by even more desperate defenses. The Northern Army of the Potomac never won a decisive war-ending victory over Lee. It always limped away, sorely wounded, battered, and depressed from every engagement, even the battles it won. Overall, it lost far more men than did Lee, and the seeming futility of overcoming Lee's Army of Northern Virginia led the North almost to despair more than once. The North forced Lee to give up only when his forces had been reduced to a frail flicker of their former glory. The surrender at Appomattox was the moment when a great and splendid army, which had endured far more than most armies in history have had to endure, gave up its life and ascended into legend. Yes, it could have been otherwise. The Confederacy made fatal mistakes. It scattered its forces, protected unnecessary places, and failed to fight a defensive war. Robert E. Lee himself made many errors, but these facts cannot take away from the remarkable, brilliant, extraordinary war that he fought over the hills and fields of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania over a century ago. Chapter 1. Lee takes command. On the late afternoon of May 31st, 1862, a year into the Civil War, Joseph E. Johnston was struck twice while directing the Army of Northern Virginia in the Battle of Seven Pines, just east of the Confederate capital of Richmond. The wounds were not fatal, but Johnston was to be out of action for 6 months. Major General Gustavus W. Smith, next senior in rank and former Street Commissioner of New York City, took over. Confederate President Jefferson Davis and his military advisor, General Robert E. Lee, commiserated with Johnston and met with Smith, but they could learn little of Smith's plans. He was hesitant and indecisive. It became apparent that the burden of leading the army was too much for Smith. He was having what later generations would call a nervous breakdown. Within hours, the strain literally paralyzed him, although the affliction lasted only 18 hours. As Davis rode back to Richmond with Lee in the moonlight, he made a decision that saved the Confederacy for nearly 3 more years. He named Lee, at 55 years of age, with his beard already turning gray, to command the Army of Northern Virginia. Lee became the Army's 3rd and final chieftain. Not long afterward, E. Porter Alexander, one day to become the artillery chief of the Army's 1st Corps, was riding with Joseph Christmas Ives, who had served briefly on Lee's staff and who now worked for President Davis. Alexander asked Ives whether Lee had the audacity to meet the enormous odds the Federals were going to bring against the Confederacy. The North had a population of 22 million, compared to the South's 9,500,000, 3,500,000 of them slaves, and 92% of the nation's industry. Ives replied, "Alexander, if there is one man in either army, Federal or Confederate, who is, head and shoulders, far above every other one in either army in audacity, that man is General Lee, and you will very soon have lived to see it. Lee is audacity personified. His name is audacity." The Battle of Seven Pines, or Fair Oaks, came to an inconclusive end the next day. It had been badly directed by Johnston, a Virginian who had commanded the army for nearly a year since the Confederate victory in the Battle of Manassas, or Bull Run, on July 21, 1861. At Seven Pines, Johnston had planned a strike by James Longstreet's division around the right or northern flank of the 2 Union corps on the south side of the Chickahominy River. But Longstreet had come in behind D.H. Hill's division on Williamsburg Road, present-day U.S. Route 60, a couple miles south, and achieved nothing, and the northern envelopment never took place. D.H. Hill crashed headlong into the defending Federal troops on Williamsburg Road, drove them back, but also achieved nothing. The Confederates suffered 6,100 killed, wounded, and captured, as against 5,700 Union casualties. In all, the Confederate commanders got about 24,000 men into the fight, but did not engage about 16,000 men who were on the field. The Federals, on the other hand, committed all 36,000 of their men, except for a single brigade. It was thus apparent that the Army of Northern Virginia needed leadership, and President Davis, though reluctant to give up his right-hand man, realized that Lee was the most likely candidate. Davis made this decision despite the poor reputation that Lee had established since offering his sword to his native Virginia on April 23, 1861. Lee had not taken part in the Battle of Manassas, which had been won by Johnston and Pierre Beauregard of Louisiana against an inept Union commander, Irvin McDowell. Shortly after the battle, Davis had sent Lee to West Virginia to recover that rebellious anti-slavery region for the Confederacy. But the Confederate forces there were commanded by 2 former Virginia governors who spent more time trying to one-up each other than actually fighting Yankees, and Lee was unable to achieve any gains. With criticism of Lee rampant in the South's newspapers, Davis transferred him to the South Atlantic coast to build defenses against Union naval landings. In the spring of 1862, however, Davis brought Lee back to Richmond to serve as his advisor, a post that was the direct forerunner of today's chairman of the United States military's Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Confederacy was fighting for its very existence. Beginning in mid-March 1862, the Union commander, George B. McClellan, had landed an army of well over 100,000 men at Fort Monroe on the tip of the peninsula between the York and James Rivers, southeast of Richmond. After delays, McClellan broke through a weak defensive line at Yorktown and drove up to within 4 miles of Richmond. Johnston's attack on May 31st had been designed to destroy the 2 Union corps south of the Chickahominy, and to either force the remaining 3 corps north of the river to surrender or drive them back to Fort Monroe. Johnston's plan had been good, but its implementation bad. Moreover, Johnston was secretive with Confederate politicians, especially the President, fearing they would divulge military secrets to the enemy. He was also angry at Davis for not naming him the senior general in Confederate service. As a consequence, Davis and Johnston had been at odds for months, and his departure was a benefit to the Army of Northern Virginia. Because of Lee's poor reputation, many officers of the Army were doubtful whether his promotion would prove wise. Yet Lee had excellent credentials. He was scion of a distinguished Virginia family. He was married to Mary Randolph Custis, a great-granddaughter of Martha Custis Washington, wife of George Washington, and an heir to Arlington estate, and he was son of a Revolutionary War hero, General Henry Lighthorse Harry Lee. A highly regarded colonel in the U.S. Army, Lee was moderately tall, extremely handsome, unfailingly courteous to everyone high and low, an honors graduate at West Point, a veteran of the Mexican War, during which he served with distinction on the staff of General Winfield Scott, and superintendent of West Point from 1852 to 1855. In mid-February 1861, General Scott, 75 years old and Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, ordered Lee to leave his post in Texas and report to Washington, presumably to help force the seceded states back into the Union. On April 18, 1861, 4 days after Fort Sumter and Charleston Harbor surrendered to Confederate forces, 3 days after Union President Abraham Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to quell the rebellion, and the morning after a convention in Richmond voted for Virginia to secede, Francis P. Blair, Sr., a publisher and close associate of the President, met Lee in Washington and informed him that Lincoln and Secretary of War Simon Cameron had offered him command of the U.S. Army. Lee declined the offer, saying he could take no part in the invasion of the South. Though deeply distressed at the division of the nation, Lee felt he had to offer his sword to his native state. Robert E. Lee's Civil War by Bevan Alexander.
This concludes our program on this cassette. Please call Books on Tape Incorporated for information about it or any title we have recorded. Please wind the cassette forward to its end so it will be in order for the next listener. Thank you.
Copyright 1967 by Will and Ariel Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of Rousseau and Revolution, Part 2, was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1999 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Rousseau and Revolution by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2. This part consists of chapters 13 through 26. Chapter 13. The Enlightenment in Austria, 1756 to 1790. 1. The New Empire. Strictly, Austria designates a nation. Loosely, it may stand for the empire of which Austria was the head. Formally, till 1806, this was the Holy Roman Empire, which had included Germany, Bohemia, Poland, Hungary, and parts of Italy and France. But nationalistic aims had so weakened imperial allegiance that what now, in 1756, survived was really an Austro-Hungarian empire, embracing Austria, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, the Tyrol, Hungary, Bohemia, the Catholic archbishoprics of Cologne, Trier, and Mainz, diverse and varying parts of Italy, and since 1713, the formerly Spanish, now Austrian, Netherlands, approximately the Belgium of today. Hungary, with a population of some 5 million souls, was proudly feudal. 4/5 of the soil were owned by Magyar nobles, and were tilled by serfs. Taxes fell only upon the peasants and the Germans, or Slav burghers of the towns. The new empire had had its legal birth in 1687, when the Hungarian nobles renounced their ancient right of electing their king and acknowledged the Habsburg emperors as their sovereigns. Maria Theresa, following Bourbon strategy, invited the leading Hungarian magnates to her court, gave them offices, titles, and ribbons, and lulled them into accepting imperial law for their domains and Vienna for their capital. In generous response, the Empress commissioned Lucas von Hildebrandt to draw up plans for governmental buildings in Buda. The work was begun in 1769 and was renewed in 1894, giving the old capital one of the most impressive royal structures in the world. Rivaling the Queen, rich Hungarian nobles built lordly chateaux along the Danube or in their mountain retreats. So Prince Paul Esterhazy built a family seat at Eisenstadt from 1663 to 72, and Prince Miklos József Esterhazy built in Renaissance style, some 30 miles away, the new Schloss Esterhazy from 1764 to 66. Here were 126 guest rooms, 2 great halls for receptions and balls, a rich collection of art, and nearby a library of 7,500 volumes, and a theater with 400 seats. Around the palace a vast swamp was transformed into gardens, decorated with grottos, temples, and statuary, with hothouses, orangeries, and game preserves. Said a French traveler, "There is no place, except perhaps Versailles, that equals this castle in splendor." Here came painters, sculptors, actors, singers, virtuosi. Here, for a full generation, Haydn conducted, composed, and longed for a larger world. Bohemia, which is now the Czech part of Czechoslovakia, did not fare so well under Maria Theresa's rule. It had withdrawn from history after the 30 Years' War, its national spirit broken by foreign rule and by a Catholic creed imposed upon a people that had once known Jan Hus and Jerome of Prague. Its 8 million inhabitants suffered the wounds of war in the repeated conflicts between Prussia and Austria, and its historic capital changed hands again and again as its alien queen passed from defeat to victory to defeat. Bohemia had to content itself with an independence of culture and taste. It developed its own composers like Georg Benda, and Prague distinguished itself by giving a hearty reception to the premiere of Mozart's Don Giovanni in 1787, which Vienna later damned with faint praise. In the Austrian Netherlands, the struggle of local dignitaries to retain their traditional authority was more successful than in Bohemia. It was to cloud with tragedy the last days of the revolutionary emperor. Those 7 provinces, Brabant, which included Brussels, Antwerp, and Louvain, Luxembourg, Limburg, Flanders, Hainaut, Namur, and Gelders, had an ancient and prestigious history, and the nobles who ruled their 4 million souls were jealous of the privileges that had survived so many centuries of trial. Society displayed its fashions, gambled its gains, and sometimes drank the waters, as well as the wines, at Spa, in the neighboring episcopate of Liège. The flower of that society in this age was Prince Charles Joseph de Ligne, whom Brussels gave to the world in 1735. He was tutored by several abbés, only one of whom believed in God. He himself was devout for a fortnight in this strongly Catholic country. He fought with distinction in the 7 Years' War, served Joseph II as counselor and intimate friend, joined the Russian army in 1787, accompanied Catherine the Great in her progress to the Crimea, built himself a luxurious chateau and art gallery near Brussels, wrote 34 volumes of Mélange, impressed even the French with the perfection of his manners, and amused the cosmopolitan circles of Europe with his philosophic wit. It was this complex empire, stretching from the Carpathians to the Rhine, which for 40 years submitted to one of the great women of history. 2. Maria Theresa. We have seen her in war, There she yielded only to Frederick and Pitt in military statesmanship, in scope of view and pertinacity of purpose, in courage confronting defeat. Said Frederick in 1752, "Except the Queen of Hungary and the King of Sardinia, Charles Emmanuel I, whose genius triumphed over a bad education, all the princes of Europe are only illustrious imbeciles." Elizabeth I of England before her, and Catherine II of Russia after her, excelled her in the art of rule, no other queens. Frederick thought her ambitious and vengeful, but did he expect her to seek no redress for his rape of Silesia? The Goncourts saw in her a good average brain with a loving heart, an exalted sense of duty, astonishing powers of work, an imposing presence and exceptional charm, a true mother of her people. She was the soul of kindness to all who did not attack her empire or her faith. Note her warm reception to the Mozart family in 1768. She was a good mother to her children. Her letters to them are models of tenderness and wise counsel. Had Joseph listened to her, he might not have died a failure. Had Marie Antoinette followed her advice, she might have escaped the guillotine. Maria Theresa was not an enlightened despot. She was no despot. Voltaire thought she established her reign in all hearts by an affability and popularity which few of her ancestors had ever possessed. She banished form and restraint from her court. She never refused audience to anyone, and no person ever departed from her presence dissatisfied. She was far from enlightened in Voltaire's sense. She issued intolerant decrees against Jews and Protestants, and remained a devout Catholic to the end. She saw with tremors the infiltration of religious skepticism into Vienna from London and Paris. She tried to stem the tide by a fervent censorship of books and periodicals, and she forbade the teaching of English because of the dangerous character of this language in respect of its corrupting religious and ethical principles. And yet she was not untouched by the anti-clericalism of her counselors and her son. They pointed out that the territorial and other wealth of the clergy was rapidly increasing through priestly suggestions that moribund patients might expiate their sins and propitiate God by bequeathing property to the Church. At this rate the Church, already a state within a state, must soon be master of the government. Convents and monasteries were multiplying, removing men and women from active life and excluding more and more property from taxation. Young women were being induced to take conventual vows before they were old enough to realize the significance of these lifelong dedications. Education was so completely controlled by the clergy that every growing mind was being molded into giving its supreme allegiance to the Church rather than to the state. The Empress so far yielded to these arguments as to order some substantial reforms. She forbade the presence of ecclesiastics at the making of wills. She reduced the number of religious establishments and ordered the taxation of all religious property. No vows were to be taken by persons under 21 years of age. Churches and convents were no longer to afford asylum to criminals by right of sanctuary. No papal brief was to be recognized in the Austrian realm until it had received imperial consent. The Inquisition was subjected to governmental supervision and was in effect suppressed. Education was reorganized under the direction of Gerhard von Swieten, the Queen's physician, and Abbot Franz Rautenstrauch. In many professorships, Jesuits were replaced by laymen. The University of Vienna was brought under laic administration and state control. The curriculum there and elsewhere was revised to widen instruction in science and history. So the pious Empress anticipated in some measure the ecclesiastical reforms of her skeptical son. She was a model of morality in an age when the courts of Christendom rivaled Constantinople in polygamy. The Church might have used her as an argument for orthodoxy, except that Augustus III, the Catholic King of Poland, and Louis XV of France were the most avid pluralists of all. The Viennese aristocracy did not follow her example. Count Arco fled to Switzerland with his mistress. Countess Esterhazy eloped to France with Count von der Schulenburg. Prince von Kaunitz took his current mistress with him in his coach, and when the Empress remonstrated, he told her, "Madam, I have come here to speak about your affairs, not mine." Maria Theresa looked with disgust upon this laxity and issued draconic decrees to enforce the sixth commandment among the people. She ordered that women's skirts should be lengthened at the bottom and blouses at the top. She organized a corps of chastity commissioners empowered to arrest any woman suspected of prostitution. Casanova complained that the bigotry and narrow-mindedness of the Empress made life difficult, especially for foreigners. A great part of her success as a ruler was due to her able ministers. She accepted their lead and earned their devotion. Prince von Kaunitz, despite the failure of his reversal of alliances, remained in charge of foreign affairs and served the empire well for 40 years. Ludwig Haugwitz transformed internal administration, and Rudolf Chotek reorganized the economy. These three men did for Austria what Richelieu and Colbert had done for France. In effect, they created a new state immeasurably stronger than the disordered realm that Maria Theresa had inherited. Haugwitz began by rebuilding the imperial army. He believed that this had collapsed in the face of Prussian discipline because it was composed of independent units raised and commanded by semi-independent nobles. He proposed and created a standing army of 108,000 men under unified training and central control. To finance this force, he recommended that nobles and clergy, as well as commoners, be taxed. Nobles and clergy protested. The Empress braved their wrath and laid upon them a property and an income tax. Frederick praised his enemy as an administrator. She put her finances in such good order as her predecessors had never attained, and not only recouped by good management what she had lost by ceding provinces to the kings of Prussia and Sardinia, but she considerably augmented her revenue. Haugwitz went on to coordinate the law, to free the judiciary from domination by the nobles, and to bring the feudal lords under control by the central government. A new and unified legal code, the Theresianische Halsgerichtsordnung, was proclaimed in 1768. Meanwhile, Chotek strove to invigorate the sluggish economy. Industry was hampered by monopolies that favored nobles and by guild regulations which remained in force till 1774. Nevertheless, Linz had woolen mills with a total of 26,000 employees, Vienna excelled in glass and porcelain, and Bohemia led the empire in metallurgical operations. Both Austria and Hungary had productive mines. Galicia had great salt deposits, and Hungary mined 7 million gulden worth of gold per year. Chotek protected these industries with tariffs, for Austria, frequently at war, had to be made self-sufficient in necessary goods. Free trade, like democracy, is a luxury of security and peace. Even so, the empire remained agricultural and feudal. Like Frederick, the Empress, facing war, dared not risk social disruption by attacking the entrenched nobility. She gave a good example of abolishing serfdom in her own lands, and she imposed upon the haughty magnates of Hungary a decree empowering the peasant to move, marry, and bring up his children as he liked, and to appeal from his lord to the county court. Despite these mitigations, the peasantry in Hungary and Bohemia was almost as poor as in Russia. In Vienna, the lower class lived in traditional poverty amid lordly palaces, elaborate operas, and magnificent churches dispensing hope. Vienna was beginning to rival Paris and its environs in royal splendor. Schönbrunn, beautiful spring, just outside the city, included 495 acres of gardens, laid out between 1753 and 1775 in emulation of Versailles, with straight towering hedges, fanciful grottos, symmetrical ponds, lovely statues by Donner and Bayer, a menagerie, a botanical garden, and on the hill in the background a gloriette built in 1775 by Johann von Hohenberg, a colonnaded arcade in chaste Romanesque. The Schönbrunn Palace itself, an immense congeries of 1,441 rooms, had been designed by Johann Bernhard Fischer von Erlach in 1695, but had been left unfinished in 1705. Maria Theresa engaged Niccolo Pacassi to remodel it. Work was resumed in 1744 and was completed in the year of the Empress's death in 1780. Within was a great gallery 141 feet long, with a rococo ceiling painted by Gregorio Guglielmi in 1761. Schönbrunn housed the court from spring till fall. The court numbered now some 2,400 souls. 250 stewards and grooms were needed to care for the horses and carriages. Altogether, the maintenance of the palace and its grounds cost 4,300,000 gulden per year. The Empress herself practiced economy and excused the splendor of her palace as necessary to the histrionics of royal rule. She offset the luxury of her court with the extent of her charities. A generation later, Madame de Staël reported of Austria, "The charitable elements there are regulated with great order and liberality. Private and public beneficence is directed with a fine spirit of justice. Everything in this country bears the mark of a parental, wise, and religious government." Despite poverty, there was hardly any begging and relatively little crime. The people found their simple pleasures in exchanging visits, rubbing elbows in the squares, cooling their heat in shady parks, promenading on the tree-lined Hauptallee of the Prater, picnicking in the countryside, or, at their lowest, thrilling to ferocious fights arranged between famished animals. Prettier were the dances, and above all the formal minuet. In this the man and the woman rarely touched each other. Every movement was governed by tradition and rule, and was performed with restraint and grace. Music was so large a part of Viennese life that it commands a chapter to itself. By comparison, literature was mediocre and immature. Austria, sacerdotally controlled, had no share in the Sturm und Drang movement that excited Germany. Maria Theresa was no patron of learning or belles lettres. There were no literary salons in Vienna, no mingling of authors, artists, and philosophers with women, nobles, and statesmen, as in France. It was a static society, with the charm and comfort of old and calculable ways, saved from the turmoil of revolution, but missing the zest of challenging ideas. The Viennese newspapers, carefully censored, were dull impediments to thought, perhaps excepting the Wiener Zeitung, founded in 1780. The Viennese theatres were given to opera for the aristocracy and the court, or to coarse comedies for the general public. Leopold Mozart wrote that the Viennese public as a whole has no love of anything serious or sensible. They cannot even understand it, and their theatres furnish abundant proof that nothing but utter trash, such as dances, burlesques, harlequinades, ghost tricks, and devil's antics, will go down with them. But Papa Mozart had been disappointed with Vienna's reception of his son. Over this medley of actors, musicians, populace, serfs, barons, courtiers, and ecclesiastics, the great empress ruled with maternal watchfulness and solicitude. Her consort, Francis of Lorraine, had been crowned emperor in 1745, but his talents inclined him to business rather than government. He organized manufactures, provided the Austrian armies with uniforms, horses, and arms, sold flour and provender to Frederick while Frederick was at war with Austria in 1756, and left the management of the empire to his wife. Matrimonially, however, he insisted on his rights, and the empress, loving him despite his adulteries, bore him 16 children. She brought them up with love and severity, scolded them frequently, and gave them such doses of morality and wisdom that Marie Antoinette was glad to escape to Versailles, and Joseph flirted with philosophy. She plotted skillfully to secure cozy births for her other offspring. She made her daughter Maria Carolina Queen of Naples, her son Leopold Grand Duke of Tuscany, her son Ferdinand Governor of Lombardy. She devoted herself to preparing her eldest son, Joseph, for the formidable responsibilities that she would bequeath to him, and she watched with anxiety his development through education and marriage, through the storms of philosophy and the bereavements of love, to the time when, in a transport of affection and humility, she raised him up, aged 24, to sit beside her on the imperial throne. 3. Joseph growing, 1741 to 1765. She had entrusted his education to the Jesuits, but, anticipating Rousseau, she had asked that he be taught as if he were amusing himself. When he was 4 years old, she complained that, "My Joseph can't obey." Obedience was not amusing. "He has already a high conception of his station," reported the Prussian ambassador when Joseph was 6. Maria Theresa resorted to discipline and enforced piety, but the boy found religious observances irksome, and resented the importance attached to the supernatural world. This one, being in part his patrimony, sufficed. He soon tired of orthodoxy and discovered the fascination of Voltaire. Otherwise he cared little for literature, but he took eagerly to science, economics, history, and international law. He never outgrew his boyhood haughtiness and pride, but he developed into a handsome and alert youth, whose faults did not yet alienate him from his mother. On his travels he wrote to her letters of warm filial tenderness. At the age of 20 he was made a member of the Staatsrat, or State Council. Soon, in 1761, he drew up and submitted to his mother a paper outlining his ideas on political and religious reform. These remained the essence of his policies to the end of his life. He advised the Empress to extend religious toleration, to reduce the power of the Church, to relieve the peasantry of feudal burdens, and to allow greater freedom in the movement of goods and ideas. He asked her to spend less on the court and its ceremonies and more on the army. Every member of the government should work for his salary, and the nobles should be taxed like anyone else. Meanwhile, he was learning another side of life. Louis XV, as part of the reversal of alliances, had offered his granddaughter Isabella of Parma as a fit bride for the Archduke. Joseph seemed fortunate. Isabella was 18, beautiful, and of good character, except for a turn to melancholy. In June 1760 she came across the Alps in a caravan drawn by 300 horses. The marriage was celebrated with a sumptuous feast, and Joseph was happy to have so fair a creature in his arms. But Isabella took to heart the theology she had learned. Dowered with all the gifts of life, she found no joy in them, but longed for death. "Death is beneficent," she wrote to her sister in 1763. "Never have I thought of it more than now. Everything arouses in me the desire to die soon. God knows my wish to desert a life which insults him every day. If it were permitted to kill oneself, I would already have done it." In November 1763 she was stricken with smallpox. She gave no encouragement to the physicians who tried to cure her. In 5 days she was dead. Joseph, who loved her deeply, recovered from this blow. A few months later he was taken by his father to Frankfurt am Main to be crowned King of the Romans, the traditional step to the imperial throne. There, March 26, 1764, young Goethe in the crowd, he was elected, and on April 3rd he was crowned. He did not enjoy the prolonged ritual, the religious services, the orations. He complained in a letter to his mother of the trash and idiocies which we had to listen to all day. "It costs me great efforts to refrain from telling these gentlemen to their faces how idiotically they act and talk." Through it all he kept thinking of the wife he had lost. "With my heart full of pain I must appear as if enraptured. I love solitude, and yet I must live among people. I have to chatter all day and say pretty nothings." He must have concealed his feelings well, for his brother Leopold reported that "our King of the Romans is always charming, always in good humor, gay, gracious, and polite, and he wins all hearts." On his return to Vienna he was informed that he must marry again. The orderly continuity of the government seemed to require the continuity of the Habsburg family. Kaunitz chose a wife for him, Josepha of Bavaria, for Kaunitz was hoping to add Bavaria to the Austrian realm. Joseph signed the proposal of marriage that Kaunitz had composed for him, sent it off, and wrote to the Duke of Parma, father of Isabella, a description of Josepha as a small, squat figure without the charm of youth, pimples and red spots on her face, repulsive teeth. Judge for yourself what this decision has cost me. Have pity on me, and do not fail in your love for a son who, although he has another wife, has eternally buried in his heart the image of his adored. Joseph and Josepha were married early in 1765. She tried to be a good wife, but he abstained from her publicly and privately. She suffered in silence and died of smallpox in 1767. Joseph refused to marry again. Now, with the tragic mixture of coldness and devotion, of idealism and arrogance, he gave the remainder of his life to government. 4. Mother and Son, 1765 to 1780. When the Emperor Francis I died on August 18, 1765, Maria Theresa was for a time broken in body and mind. She joined his mistress in mourning him. "My dear princess," she said, "we have both lost much." She cut off her hair, gave away her wardrobe, discarded all jewelry, and wore mourning till her death. She turned the government over to Joseph and spoke of retiring to a convent. Then, fearful that her impetuous heir should prove unfit to rule, she returned to public affairs and signed on November 17th an official declaration of co-regency. She kept supreme authority over the internal affairs of Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia. Joseph, as emperor, was to have charge of foreign affairs and the army, and, less fully, of administration and finance. But in foreign affairs he accepted the guidance of Kaunitz, and in all fields his decisions were subject to review by the Empress. His eagerness for power was tempered by his respect and love for his mother. When in 1767 she nearly died of smallpox, he seldom left her side, and astonished the court with the depth of his anxiety and grief. These 3 attacks of the disease upon the royal family at last persuaded the Austrian physicians to introduce inoculation. The loving son troubled his mother with the urgency of his ideas for reform. In November 1765 he sent to the Council of State a memorandum that must have startled its readers. To retain more able men capable of serving the state, I shall decree, whatever the Pope and all the monks in the world may say, that none of my subjects shall embrace an ecclesiastical career before the age of 25. The sad results for both sexes, often caused by early vows, should convince us of the utility of this arrangement, quite apart from reasons of state. Religious toleration, a mild censorship, no prosecution for morals, and no espionage in private affairs should be maxims of government. Religion and morals are unquestionably among the principal objects of a sovereign, but his zeal should not extend to correcting and converting foreigners. In faith and morals, violence is unavailing. Conviction is needed. As for the censorship, we should be very careful about what is printed and sold, but to search pockets and trunks, especially of a foreigner, is an excess of zeal. It would be easy to prove that, despite the now vigorous censorship, every prohibited book is now available at Vienna, and everyone attracted by the veto can buy it at double the price. Industry and commerce are to be prompted through the prohibition of all foreign goods except spices, through the abolition of monopolies, the establishment of schools of commerce, and an end to the notion that the pursuit of business is incompatible with aristocracy. Liberty of marriage should be introduced, even of what we now call mésalliance. Neither the divine law nor the law of nature forbids it. Only prejudice makes us believe that I am worth more because my grandfather was a count, or because I possess a parchment signed by Charles V. From our parents we inherit only physical existence. Thus, king, count, bourgeois, peasant, it is exactly the same. Maria Theresa and the councillors must have smelled the breath of Voltaire or the Encyclopédie in these proposals. The young emperor had to proceed slowly, but he advanced. He transferred to the treasury 20 million gulden, in cash, shares, and property, bequeathed him in his father's will, and he refunded the national debt at a charge of only 4 instead of 6%. He sold the hunting preserves of the late emperor, and ordered the slaughter of the wild boars that had served as targets for the hunters and as destroyers of peasant crops. Over the protests of nobles, but with the approval of his mother, he opened the Prater and other parks to the public. In 1769 he shocked Empress and court by going to Nyssa, in Silesia, and spending 3 days, from August 25th to 27th, in friendly discussion with Austria's most hated enemy, Frederick the Great. He had taken from the King of Prussia the conception of a monarch as the first servant of the state. He admired Frederick's subordination of church to state and toleration of religious varieties. He envied the Prussian military organization and law reform. Both men felt that it was time to sink their differences in a protective accord against the rising strength of Russia. Joseph wrote to his mother, "After supper we smoked and talked about Voltaire." The king, now 57, formed no high opinion of the emperor, now 28. The young prince, he wrote, affected a frankness which suited him well. He is desirous of learning, but he has no patience to instruct himself. His exalted position makes him superficial. Boundless ambition devours him. He has enough taste to read Voltaire and appreciate his merits. The alarming success of Catherine II in Russia led Kaunitz to arrange a second conference with Frederick. King, emperor, and prince met at Neustadt, in Moravia, September 3rd to 7th, 1770. Joseph must have developed considerably during the year, for Frederick now wrote to Voltaire, "Brought up in a bigoted court, the emperor has discarded superstition. Reared in splendor, he has adopted simple manners. Fed with incense, he is modest. Eager for glory, he sacrifices his ambitions to filial duty." These 2 meetings were part of Joseph's education in politics. He added to it by visiting his dominions and examining their problems and possibilities at first hand. He went not as an emperor, but as a common traveler on horseback. He avoided ceremonies and put up at inns instead of chateaux. Visiting Hungary in 1764 and 1768, he noted the extreme poverty of the serfs, and was shocked by seeing in a field the corpses of children who had died of hunger. In 1771–72 he saw similar conditions in Bohemia and Moravia. Everywhere he heard reports or saw evidence of brutal landlords and starving serfs. "The internal situation," he wrote, "is incredible and indescribable. It is heartbreaking." Returning to Vienna, he fumed at the trifling improvements contemplated by the Empress's councillors. "Petty reforms will not do," he said. "The whole must be transformed." He proposed, as a first step, to take over some ecclesiastical lands in Bohemia and build upon them schools, asylums, and hospitals. After much argument, he persuaded the council to issue in 1774 an Urbarian law, reducing and regulating the amount of serf labor, which the Bohemians called robota, due to a feudal lord. The lords of Bohemia and Hungary resisted. The Bohemian serfs rose in disorderly revolt and were put down by the military. Maria Theresa blamed her son for the turmoil. To her agent in Paris, Merci d'Argenteau, she wrote, "The emperor, who pushes his popularity too far, has on his various trips talked too much about religious liberty and peasant emancipation. All this has caused confusion in all our German provinces. It is not only the Bohemian peasant that is to be feared, but also the Moravian, the Styrian, the Austrian. Even in our section they dare indulge in the greatest impertinences." The strain between son and mother increased when, in 1772, Joseph joined Frederick and Catherine II in the first partition of Poland. She protested against this rape of a friendly and Catholic nation. She wept when Joseph and Kaunitz prevailed upon her to add her signature to the agreement, which gave a sector of Poland to Austria. Frederick commented cynically, "Elle pleure, mais elle prend." She weeps, but she takes. Her regret was sincere, as we see from her letter to her son Ferdinand. "How often did I strive to dissociate myself from an action which sullies the whole of my reign. God grant that I shall not be held responsible for it in another world. It weighs upon my heart, tortures my brain, and embitters my days." She contemplated the character of her son with fear and love. He likes respect and obedience, regards opposition as distasteful and almost intolerable, and is often inconsiderate. His great and growing vivacity results in a vehement desire to get his way in every detail. My son has a good heart. Once she reproached him bitterly, "When I am dead, I flatter myself that I will live on in your heart, so that the family and the state will not lose by my death. Your imitation of Frederick is not flattering. This hero, this conqueror, does he have a single friend? What a life when there is no humanity! No matter what your talents may be, it is not possible that you have already experienced everything. Beware of falling into spitefulness. Your heart is not yet evil, but it will become so. It is time to no longer take pleasure in all these bons mots, these clever conversations whose only aim is to ridicule others. You are an intellectual coquette. You are only a thoughtless imitator where you think you are an independent thinker." Joseph revealed his side of the situation in a letter to Leopold. "Our uncertainties here have reached a pitch you cannot imagine. Tasks accumulate daily, and nothing is done. Every day till 5 or 6, except for a quarter hour for a solitary meal, I am at work. Yet nothing happens. Trifling causes, intrigues of which I have long been the dupe, block the way, and meanwhile everything goes to the devil. I make you a present of my position as eldest son." He scorned the men who had grown old in the service of his mother. Only Kaunitz supported him, but with irritating caution. The aging empress heard with trepidation the revolutionary ideas of her son. She told him frankly, "Among your fundamental principles the most important are, 1. The free exercise of religion, which no Catholic prince can permit without heavy responsibility. 2. The destruction of the nobility, by ending serfdom. And 3. The so frequently repeated advocacy of liberty in everything. I am too old to accommodate myself to such ideas, and pray to God that my successor will never try them. Toleration, indifferentism are precisely the means to undermine everything. Without a dominant religion, what restraint is there? None. Neither the gallows nor the wheel. I speak politically, not as a Christian. Nothing is so necessary and beneficial as religion. Would you allow everyone to act according to his fancy? If there were no fixed worship, no subjection to the Church, where would we be? Fist law would be the result. I only wish that when I die I can join my ancestors with the consolation that my son will be as great, as religious as his forefathers, and that he will give up his false arguments, the evil books, and the contact with those who have seduced his spirit at the expense of everything that is precious and sacred, only to establish an imaginary freedom which could only lead to universal destruction. But if there was one thing Joseph was eager for, it was freedom of religion. He may not have been an atheist, as some have thought, but he had been deeply affected by the literature of France. Already in 1763, a group of Austrian intellectuals had formed an Aufklärungspartei, or Party of Enlightenment. In 1772, Dieu de Besnier of Hungary published in Vienna a play echoing the ideas of Voltaire. He accepted conversion to Catholicism to please Maria Theresa, but he returned to rationalism after her death. Joseph doubtless knew the remarkable book De Statu Ecclesiae et Legitima Potestate Romani Pontificis of 1763, in which a prominent Catholic bishop, under the pseudonym of Febronius, had reasserted the supremacy of general councils over the popes and the right of each national church to govern itself. The young emperor saw in the entrenched wealth of the Austrian church a principal obstacle to economic development, and in the ecclesiastical control of education the main barrier to the maturing of the Austrian mind. In January 1770 he wrote to Choiseul, "As regards your plan for getting rid of the Jesuits, you have my complete approval. Don't count too much on my mother. A close attachment to the Jesuits is hereditary in the Habsburg family. However, you have a friend in Kaunitz, and he does what he likes with the Empress." Joseph seems to have used his influence in Rome to bring Clement XIV to the final step, and he was well pleased by the papal abolition of the order in 1773. Maria Theresa would have been shocked to see, from her son's letters, how far he had strayed into the camp of the philosophe. She did her best to prevent the dissolution of the Society of Jesus, but Kaunitz persuaded her to yield to the view of all the other Catholic powers. "I am disconsolate and in despair about the Jesuits," she wrote to a friend. "I have loved and honored them all my life, and have never seen anything in them but what was edifying." She delayed enforcement of the papal bull by appointing a commission to study it. The Austrian Jesuits had time to remove their cash, valuables, and papers from the country. Jesuit property was confiscated, but the emperor saw to it that the members of the order received pensions, clothing, and divers gifts. Joseph's obvious satisfaction over the suppression of the Jesuits widened the gap between mother and son. In December 1773 he broke under the strain and begged her to release him from all share in the government. She was dismayed by so startling a proposal, and wrote him a touching appeal for reconciliation. "I must admit that my abilities, face, hearing, and skill are rapidly deteriorating, and that the weakness which I have dreaded all my life, indecision, is now accompanied by discouragement and lack of faithful servitors. The alienation of yourself and Kaunitz, the death of my loyal advisers, the irreligion, the deterioration of morals, the jargon that everybody uses, and which I do not understand, all this is enough to overwhelm me. I offer you my whole confidence, and ask you to call attention to any mistakes I may make. Help a mother who lives in loneliness, and who will die when she sees all her efforts and sorrows gone to waste. Tell me what you wish, and I will do it." He was reconciled, and for a time the woman who had once fought Frederick to a standstill agreed to cooperate with Frederick's admirer and pupil. Together they applied the confiscated property of the Jesuits to educational reform. In 1774 they issued an Allgemeine Schulordnung, which effected the basic reorganization of both primary and secondary schools. Grade schools provided compulsory education for all children. They admitted Protestants and Jews as students and teachers, gave religious instruction in each faith to its adherents, but placed control in the hands of state officials. These Volksschulen soon came to be ranked as the best in Europe. Normal schools were established to train teachers. Hauptschulen specialized in science and technology, and Gymnasien taught Latin and the humanities. The University of Vienna was devoted largely to law, political science, and administration, and served as a nursery for the civil service. Control of education by the Church was replaced by equally rigorous control by the state. Collaboration of mother and son went on to abolish torture in 1776, but the Entente was shattered by the events of the following year. Joseph had long thought of visiting Paris, not to see the philosophe and bask in the salons, but to study the resources, army, and government of France, to see Marie Antoinette, and to strengthen the ties that so loosely bound the ancient enemies in their frail Entente. When Louis XV died and France seemed about to fall apart, Joseph wrote to Leopold, "I am anxious for my sister. She will have a difficult part to play." He arrived in Paris April 18, 1777, and courted privacy by pretending to be Count von Falkenstein. He advised the gay young queen to abandon extravagance, frivolity, and rouge. She listened impatiently. He tried and failed to win Louis XVI to a secret alliance for checking the expansion of Russia. He moved quickly about the capital, and in a few days he learned more about it than Louis XVI would learn in all his life. He visited the Hôtel Dieu and did not conceal his astonishment at the inhuman mismanagement of that hospital. The people of Paris were charmed, and the courtiers at Versailles were alarmed, to find the loftiest monarch in Europe dressed like a simple citizen, speaking French like a Frenchman, and meeting all classes with the most unassuming manners. Of literary lights he sought out especially Rousseau and Buffon. He joined a soirée at Madame Necker's, and met Gibbon, Marmontel, and the Marquise du Deffand. It is a credit to him that he was more embarrassed by her poise and fame than she by his exalted state. Blindness is a leveller, for dignitaries are half composed of garb. He attended a session of the Parlement of Paris and a sitting of the French Academy. The philosophe felt that here at last was the enlightened ruler whom they had hoped for as the agent of a peaceful revolution. After a month in Paris, Joseph left for a tour of the provinces, travelling north to Normandy, then along the west coast to Bayonne, then to Toulouse, Montpellier, and Marseille, then up the Rhone to Lyon, and east to Geneva. He passed through Ferney without visiting Voltaire. He did not wish to offend his mother or too openly ally himself with a man who seemed a devil incarnate to the people of Austria and the King of France. He was anxious to appease his mother, for during his absence some 10,000 Moravians had abandoned Catholicism for Protestantism, and Maria Theresa, or the Council of State, had reacted to this catastrophe with measures recalling the anti-Huguenot dragonnades under Louis XIV. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2. Continued. Cassette 1, Side 2. He was anxious to appease his mother, for during his absence some 10,000 Moravians had abandoned Catholicism for Protestantism, and Maria Theresa, or the Council of State, had reacted to this catastrophe with measures recalling the anti-Huguenot dragonnades under Louis XIV. The leaders of the movement were arrested, Protestant assemblies were dispersed, persistent converts were drafted into the army and assigned to hard labor, and their women were sent to workhouses. When Joseph returned to Vienna, he protested to his mother, "To reconvert those people, you make soldiers of them, send them to the mines, or use them for public works. I must positively declare that whoever is responsible for this order is the most infamous of your servants, who deserves only my contempt, for he is both a fool and short-sighted." The Empress answered that not she, but the Council of State had issued the decrees. However, she did not retract them. A delegation of Moravian Protestants came to see Joseph. Maria Theresa ordered their arrest. The crisis between mother and son was reaching an impasse when Kaunitz persuaded her to withdraw the decrees. The persecutions were stopped. The converts were allowed to practice their new worship, provided it was done quietly in their homes. The conflict of the generations paused. It was resumed when, on December 30th, 1777, Maximilian Joseph, Elector of Bavaria, died childless after a long and prosperous reign. In the contest for the succession to his power, the Elector Palatine, Charles Theodore, Karl Theodor, was supported by Joseph II, on condition of ceding a part of Bavaria to Austria. And Charles, Duke of Zweibrücken, was supported by Frederick the Great, who announced that he would resist any acquisition of Bavarian territory by Austria. The Empress warned her son against challenging the yet invincible King of Prussia. Joseph ignored her advice, Kaunitz upheld him, and an Austrian force was sent into Bavaria. Frederick directed his troops to enter Bohemia and take Prague unless the Austrians evacuated Bavaria. Joseph led his main army to the defense of Prague. The hostile hosts approached each other, and another Austro-Prussian war seemed about to shed fratricidal blood. Frederick, violating precedents and expectations, avoided battle, content to let his soldiers consume Bohemia's crops, and Joseph, knowing Frederick's reputation as a general, hesitated to attack. He had hoped that France would come to his aid, and he dispatched pleas to Marie Antoinette. Louis XVI sent him 15 million livres, but could do no more, for France had signed, on February 6, 1778, an alliance with the revolting American colonies, and had to be prepared for war with England. Joseph fretted in camp, while hemorrhoids agitated him at one end, and an enormous boil at the other. Maria Theresa, with a last flurry of will, took matters into her own hands, and secretly sent Frederick an offer of peace on July 12th. Frederick agreed to negotiate. Joseph submitted to his mother. Louis of France and Catherine of Russia mediated. The Treaty of Teschen, on May 13, 1779, solaced Joseph with 34 square miles of Bavaria, but allotted all the rest of that electorate to Charles Theodore, so uniting Bavaria and the Palatinate. Prussia was to receive Bayreuth and Ansbach at the death of their childless ruler. Everyone claimed victory. This third crisis between the aging Frederick and the aging Empress exhausted her life. She was only 63 in 1780, but she was stout and asthmatic, and 2 wars, 16 pregnancies, and incessant worry had weakened her heart. In November she was caught in a heavy rain while driving in an open carriage. She developed a bad cough, but insisted on spending the next day at her desk, working. She had once remarked, "I reproach myself for the time I consume in sleep." Finding it almost impossible to breathe while lying down, she spent her final illness in a chair. Joseph summoned his brothers and sisters to her side and attended her lovingly. The doctors abandoned hope for her, and she resigned herself to the last sacrament. In her final hours she rose and stumbled from her chair to her bed. Joseph tried to make her comfortable, saying, "Your Majesty lies in a bad position." She answered, "Yes, but good enough to die in." She died on November 29, 1780. 5. The Enlightened Despot, 1780 to 1790. After sincerely mourning a mother whose greatness he now realized, Joseph felt free to be himself, and to put into operation his burgeoning ideas for reform. He was absolute monarch over Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, and the southern Netherlands. His brother Leopold obeyed him in Tuscany. His sister Marie Antoinette would serve him in France. He felt deeply the opportunities that had come to him at the zenith of his life and power. What was he like? 40 years old, still in the prime of life, he was quite handsome when he covered his bald head with a wig. He had an alert, almost feverishly active mind, abreast of his time, but insufficiently steadied by a knowledge of history and human character. Always feeling the stinginess of time, he erred only through haste, rarely through ill will. Many stories tell of his sensitivity to the misfortunes of others, of his readiness to remedy remediable wrongs. He made himself as accessible to the people as his tasks allowed. He lived simply, dressed like any sergeant, and shunned the purple robes of kings. He was as free from mistresses as Frederick, and had no Greek friends. His work was his absorbing love. Like Frederick, he worked harder than any of his aides. He had prepared himself conscientiously for his responsibilities. He had traveled not for amusement and display, but for observation and study. He had examined the industries, arts, charities, hospitals, courts, naval and military establishments of many countries. He had looked with his own eyes at the peoples, classes, and problems of his realm. Now he resolved, so far as one man could, to realize the dreams of the philosophers. "Since I have come to the throne, and wear the foremost diadem in the world, I have made philosophy the lawgiver of my empire." Philosophers everywhere in Europe looked at the great enterprise with eager expectations. The first difficulty was to find aides who would share his dream. Those whom he had inherited were nearly all of the upper classes, whose privileges would be clipped by his reforms. Kaunitz and von Swieten supported him. 2 privy councillors, Waltenberg and Gebler, and 2 professors in the University of Vienna, Martini and Sonnenfels, encouraged him. But below these men were bureaucrats mortised in habit, comfortable in tradition, and automatically resisting change. Joseph, too hurried to be courteous, treated these servitors as servants, confused them with a cloud of orders, asked them to report on any serious fault in their associates, flogged them with questionnaires, and demanded of them labor as unremitting as his own. He promised them and their widows pensions after 10 years of service. They thanked him, resented his methods, and nursed their pride. Joseph's confidence in the justice of his aims led him to impatient intolerance of criticism or debate. He wrote to Choiseul, now in easeful retirement, "Live happier than I can be. I have hardly known happiness, and before I complete the course that I have set out for myself, I shall be an old man." He never lived to be old. He put aside all thought of democracy. His people, he felt, were unprepared for political judgment. With a few exceptions, they would adopt whatever opinions were handed down to them by their masters or their priests. Even a constitutional monarchy appeared unpromising. A parliament like England's would be a closed society of landlords and bishops, defying any basic change. Joseph took it for granted that only an absolute monarchy could break the cake of custom and the chains of dogma and protect the simple weak from the clever strong. So he took up every problem personally and issued directives covering every phase of life. To promote compliance with his orders, he set up a system of espionage that soured his benefactions. It was part of his absolutism to raise by conscription a large standing army independent of territorial magnates, manned by universal conscription, and hardened by Prussian discipline. That army, he hoped, would give strength to his voice in international affairs and would keep Frederick at a distance. Perhaps, for our philosopher was somewhat acquisitive, it would enable him to absorb Bavaria and drive the Turks from the adjoining Balkans. He named a commission of jurists to reform and codify the laws. After 6 years of labor, it published a new civil code of judicial procedure. Penalties were lightened, and capital punishment was abolished. In contemporary England, 100 crimes were still considered capital. Magic, witchcraft, and apostasy were no longer punishable by law. Dueling was forbidden. To kill in a duel was classified as murder. Marriage was made a civil contract. Marriages between Christians and non-Christians became legal. Divorce could be obtained from the civil authority. Magistrates were to be appointed only after specific training and after passing difficult examinations. Many ecclesiastical courts were abolished. All persons were to be held equal before the law. Aristocrats were shocked when one of their number was exposed in a pillory and another was sentenced to sweep the streets. Serfdom was abolished by a series of decrees between 1781 and 85. The right to change residence or occupation, to own property, and to marry by mutual consent was guaranteed to all, and special attorneys were provided to protect the peasants in their new liberties. The barons lost criminal jurisdiction over their tenants, but lest baronial manners remain unproductive, the lords could require some customary services from their former serfs. Convinced that guild regulations hampered economic development, Joseph encouraged capitalist industry, but he opposed the multiplication of machines for fear it would deprive thousands of their livelihood. He exempted industrial workers from conscription, but they grumbled at his reduction of workless holidays. He elevated merchants, manufacturers, and bankers to aristocratic titles and national honors. He abolished or reduced internal tolls, but retained high protective tariffs on imports. Domestic manufacturers, so shielded from foreign competition, raised prices and produced shoddy goods. Resenting the tariffs, Prussia, Saxony, and Turkey closed their gates to the products of the empire. The Elbe, the Oder, and the Danube lost some of their trade. Joseph tried to increase overland traffic with Adriatic ports by cutting a new road, the Via Josefina, through the Carniolan Alps. He set up an East India Company and hoped to develop commerce with the Orient, Africa, and America through the free ports of Fiume and Trieste. In 1784 he negotiated a commercial treaty with Turkey, but 3 years later his war with Turkey closed the Danube's exits to the Black Sea, and the Danubian merchants followed one another into bankruptcy. To promote the circulation of capital, he removed from the statutes the old prohibition of interest, legalized loans at 5%, and raised a Jewish banker to the baronetcy. He offered state loans and temporary monopolies to new enterprises. He adopted the physiocratic idea of a single tax falling only upon land, varying with location and fertility, and paid by landowners great or small. The proposal required a survey of all the lands of the empire. This was carried out at a cost of 120 million gulden, paid by the proprietors. This new law decreed that the peasant was to keep 70% of his produce or income, give 12% to the state, and divide the remainder between feudal dues and ecclesiastical tithes. Previously, he had paid 34% to the state, 29% to the landlord, and 10% to the church, keeping only 27% for himself. The nobles protested that this new division would ruin them. In Hungary they rose in revolt. The population of Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia rose from 18,700,000 in 1780 to 21 million in 1790. A contemporary reported that brick cottages were replacing the old rural hovels, and that brick was replacing wood in urban housing. Poverty remained, but an imperial rescript of 1781 established Armeninstitute, institutes for the poor, where any person unable to earn a living could claim support without sacrificing his self-respect. Though Joseph was officially Vicar of Christ, advocate of the Christian Church, and protector of Palestine and the Catholic faith, he set about, soon after his rise to absolute power, to reduce the role of the Church in his hereditary lands, that is, Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia. On October 12, 1781, he issued an Edict of Toleration. Protestants and Greek Orthodox were to be free to have their own temples, schools, and conventions, to own property, enter the professions, and hold political or military offices. The emperor exhorted the people to forbear all occasions of dispute relative to matters of faith, and to treat affectionately and kindly those who are of a different communion. In a directive to Van Swieten, Joseph frankly revealed the sources of his inspiration. "Intolerance is banished from my empire, which can be happy that it has not made victims like Calas and Servin. Toleration is now the effect of the propagation of the Enlightenment, les Lumières, which has now spread through all Europe. It is based on philosophy and on the great men who have established it. It is philosophy alone that governments must follow." There were limits to this toleration, as there had been in Voltaire's treatise on toleration in 1763. Some councillors warned Joseph that if all restraint were removed, there would be a rank growth of wild creeds, even of outright atheism, and that this would eventuate in warring sects, social disorder, and the breakdown of all authority. So when he was told that several hundred Bohemians had publicly declared themselves deists in 1783, he ordered that any man so professing should, without further investigation, be given 24 lashes on his buttocks with a leather whip, and then be sent home, and that this operation was to be repeated as often as such public profession was renewed. Some persisting deists were transported to military colonies. We shall see later how far Joseph went in his efforts to liberate the Jews. One result of the Edict of Toleration was a rapid rise in the number of professing Protestants in the realm, from 74,000 in 1781 to 157,000 in 1786. Free thought grew, but remained confined to private circles. The Freemasons, who had long been established in Austria, organized in Vienna in 1781 a lodge which was joined by many prominent citizens, and, despite its implicit deism, was protected by the emperor himself. The aim of the society, said one member, was to give effect to that freedom of conscience and thought so happily fostered by the government, and to combat superstition and fanaticism in the monkish orders, which are the main supports of these evils. Masonic lodges multiplied to the number of 8 in Vienna alone. It became fashionable to belong. Masonic emblems were worn by both sexes. Mozart wrote music for Masonic ceremonies. In time, Joseph suspected the lodges of political conspiracy. In 1785 he ordered the Viennese lodges to merge into 2, and allowed only 1 lodge in each provincial capital. Joseph appointed a commission to revise the laws of censorship, and in 1782 he promulgated its results in a new code. Books systematically attacking Christianity or containing immoral utterances and unclean obscenities were prohibited. But so too were books containing fabulous miracles, apparitions, revelations, and such things, which would lead the common man to superstition and arouse disgust in scholars. Criticisms and lampoons were allowed, even if they assailed the emperor, but they must bear the author's real name, and were subject to the law of libel. Books listed in the Roman Index Librorum Prohibitorum were to be opened to the use of scholars in libraries. Scientific works were to be entirely exempt from censorship. So were learned works, provided some recognized authority vouched for their scholarly character. Books in a foreign language might be imported and sold without hindrance. Academic freedom was enlarged. When 14 students at the University of Innsbruck denounced their teacher to the authorities for contending that the world was older than 6,000 years, Joseph handled the matter summarily. The 14 students should be dismissed, for heads so poor as theirs cannot profit from education. The new regulations elicited indignant protests from the hierarchy. Joseph responded by allowing Vienna complete liberty of publication in 1787. Even before this liberation, the Viennese printers took advantage of the lax enforcement of the 1782 code. Pamphlets, books, and magazines flooded Austria with semi-obscenities, revelations of nuns, and attacks upon the Catholic Church or upon Christianity itself. Joseph felt that he should also regulate ecclesiastical affairs. On November 29, 1781, he issued a decree that closed a great number of monasteries and nunneries, such as neither operate schools, nor care for the sick, nor engage in studies. Of 2,163 religious houses in the German dominions, Austria, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, 413 were closed. Of their 65,000 inmates, 27,000 were freed with pensions, and a similar reduction was effected in Bohemia and Hungary. The monarchy, said Joseph, is too poor and backward to allow itself the luxury of supporting the idle. The wealth of the dismantled institutions, amounting to some 60 million gulden, was declared a patrimony of the people, and was confiscated by the state. The surviving monasteries were declared ineligible to inherit property. The mendicant orders were commanded to cease begging, and were forbidden to take novices. Religious brotherhoods were abolished. All ecclesiastical possessions were to be registered with the government, which prohibited their sale, alienation, or exchange. Joseph proceeded to bring the Catholic episcopate under state control. New bishops were required to take an oath of obedience to the secular authorities. No papal regulation or decree was to be valid in Austria without the government's permission. The papal bulls of 1362 and 1713, condemning heretics or Jansenists, were to be ignored. On the other hand, Joseph organized new parishes, built new churches, and provided stipends to support candidates for the priesthood. He opened new seminaries and prescribed for them a curriculum stressing science and secular knowledge, as well as theology and liturgy. These measures aroused the Catholic clergy throughout Europe. Many prelates begged Joseph to rescind his anti-clerical decrees. Unheeded, they threatened him with hell. He smiled and kept his course. Finally, the Pope himself, Pius VI, handsome, cultured, kindly, vain, took the unusual step of leaving Italy on February 27, 1782, crossing the Apennines and the Alps in winter, and arriving in Vienna on March 22, resolved to make a personal plea to the emperor. This was the first time since 1414 that a pope had set foot on German soil. Joseph, with his fellow skeptic Kaunitz, went out from the city to escort the pontiff to the apartments that had been used by Maria Theresa. During the pope's stay in Vienna, immense crowds gathered almost daily before the royal palace to seek the papal blessings. Joseph later described them. All the passages and stairs of the court were crammed with people. Despite redoubled sentries, it was impossible to protect oneself from all the things they brought him to be blessed: scapularies, rosaries, images. And for the benedictions which he gave 7 times daily from the balcony, he had a throng of people so great that one can form no idea of it, unless one has seen it. It is no exaggeration to say that at one time there were at least 60,000 souls. That was a most beautiful spectacle. Peasants and their wives and children came from 20 leagues around. Yesterday, a woman was crushed right beneath my window. Joseph was moved less by the Pope's eloquent exhortations than by this evidence of religion's power on the human mind. Nevertheless, he continued to close monasteries, even while Pius was his guest. The Pope warned him prophetically, "If you persevere in your projects, destructive of the faith and the laws of the Church, the hand of the Lord will fall heavily upon you. It will check you in the course of your career. It will dig under you an abyss, where you will be engulfed in the flower of your life, and will put an end to the reign which you could have made glorious." After a month of honors and failure, Pius returned sadly to Rome. Shortly afterward, the Emperor appointed as Archbishop of Milan a Visconti unacceptable to the Curia. The Pope refused confirmation, and Church and Empire neared a break. Joseph was not ready for so drastic a step. He hurried to Rome in December 1782, visited Pius, professed piety, and won papal consent to the appointment of bishops, even in Lombardy, by the state. Prince and prelate parted amicably. Joseph scattered 30,000 scudi among the Roman mob, and was hailed with grateful cries of "Viva nostro imperatore!" Back in Vienna, he continued his one-man reformation. Having defied the Pope like Luther, with whom many Protestants gratefully compared him, and having attacked the monasteries like Henry VIII, he proceeded like Calvin to cleanse churches by ordering the removal of votive tablets and most statuary, and by stopping the touching of pictures, the kissing of relics, the distribution of amulets. He regulated the length and number of religious services, the clothing of the Virgin, the character of church music. The litanies were hereafter to be recited in German, not Latin. Pilgrimages and processions were to require the consent of the secular authorities. Ultimately, only one procession was allowed, for Corpus Christi Day. The people were officially informed that they need not kneel in the streets before a procession, even if it carried a consecrated host. It was enough to doff their hats. University professors were told that they need no longer swear belief in the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin. No one could question the humanity of Joseph's aims. The wealth taken from dispensable monasteries was set apart for the support of schools, hospitals, and charities, for pensions to displaced monks and nuns, and for supplementary payment to poor parish priests. The emperor issued a long series of ordinances for the promotion of education. All communities containing 100 children of school age were required to maintain elementary schools. Elementary education was made compulsory and universal. Schools for girls were provided by convents or the state. Universities were supported at Vienna, Prague, Lemberg, Pest, and Louvain. Those at Innsbruck, Brünn, Graz, and Freiburg were made into lycées to teach medicine, law, or practical arts. Medical schools were established, including the Josephinum at Vienna for military medicine and surgery. Vienna began to be one of the most advanced medical centers in the world. 6. The Emperor and the Empire. The difficulty of Joseph's revolutionary enterprise was doubled by the diversity of his realm. He knew Austria well, but despite arduous travels, he had not realized how deeply entrenched were the Hungarian magnates in the economic and political life of their nation, and how the patriotism of the Hungarian masses could outweigh class interests. On acceding to power, he had refused to follow tradition and go to Pressburg to be crowned King of Hungary, for in that ceremony he would be required to swear allegiance to the Hungarian constitution, which sanctioned the feudal structures of society. He had offended every Hungarian by ordering the crown of Hungary's patron St. Stephen to be removed from Buda to Vienna in 1784. He had replaced Latin with German, not Magyar, as the language of law and instruction in Hungary. He had angered Hungarian businessmen by impeding with tariffs the export of their products into Austria. He had shocked the Catholic Church by interfering with traditional rituals and by allowing Hungarian Protestant communities to multiply from 272 to 758 in 1 year, from 1783 to 84. Hungary fell into a turmoil of conflicting classes, nationalities, languages, and faiths. In 1784, the peasants of Wallachia, between the Danube and the Transylvanian Alps, broke out in a violent jacquerie against their feudal lords, set fire to 182 baronial chateaux and 60 villages, slaughtered 4,000 Hungarians, and denounced that they were doing all this with the blessing of the emperor. Joseph sympathized with their resentment of long oppression, but he was seeking to end feudalism peaceably by legislation, and could not allow the peasants to rush matters by arson and murder. He sent troops to put down the insurrection. 150 leaders were executed, and the rebellion halted. The nobles blamed him for the uprising, the peasants blamed him for its failure. The stage was set for national revolt against the emperor in 1787. In November 1780, Joseph came in person to study the problems of the Austrian Netherlands. He visited Namur, Mons, Courtrai, Ypres, Dunkirk, Ostend, Bruges, Ghent, Oudenarde, Antwerp, Malines, Louvain, Brussels. He made a side trip into the United Netherlands, to Rotterdam, The Hague, Leiden, Haarlem, Amsterdam, Utrecht, the Spa, where he dined with the philosophe Raynal. He was struck by the contrast between the prosperity of Holland and the relative stagnation of the Belgian economy. He attributed this to the activity and opportunities of Dutch businessmen, and to the closing of the River Scheldt to oceanic trade by the Treaty of Münster in 1648. He returned to Brussels and entered into conferences seeking to improve commerce, administration, finance, and law. In January 1781, he appointed his sister, Maria Christina, and her husband, Duke Albert of Saxe-Teschen, governors of the Austrian Netherlands. Now, for the first time, he perceived how opposed to his reforms were the traditional privileges of the upper classes in this historic land. One province, Brabant, had a charter of liberties dating back to the 13th century and known as the Joyeuse Entrée. Any ruler entering Brussels was expected to swear fidelity to this charter, and one clause declared that if the sovereign violated any article, his Flemish subjects would have the right to refuse him all service and obedience. Another clause required the sovereign to maintain the Catholic Church in all its existing privileges, possessions, and powers, and to enforce all the decisions of the Council of Trent. Similar constitutions were cherished by the patricians and clergy in the other provinces. Joseph resolved not to allow these traditions to defy his reforms. After a brief visit to Paris in July 1781, he returned to Vienna. In November he began to apply to these provinces his Edict of Toleration. He made the Belgian monasteries independent of the Pope, closed several of them, and confiscated their revenues. The bishops of Brussels, Antwerp, and Malines protested. Joseph passed on to extend to Belgium his regulations on votive tablets, processions, and ritual. He withdrew control of the schools from the bishops, saying that the children of Levi should no longer have a monopoly on the human mind. He abrogated the exclusive privileges long enjoyed by the University of Louvain. He established there a new seminary free from episcopal dominance, and ordered that all Belgian candidates for the priesthood should study for 5 years in this institution. Eager to improve provincial government, he replaced, in January 1787, the provincial estates or assemblies and the old aristocratic privy councils with a single council of general administration under a plenipotentiary appointed by the emperor. And he substituted a unified and secular judiciary for the existing feudal, territorial, and ecclesiastical courts. All persons of whatever class were declared equal before the law. The nobles and many bourgeois joined the clergy in resisting these measures. Their hostility was not appeased by the futile efforts that Joseph made to reopen the Scheldt to oceanic commerce. Holland refused to permit it, and France, despite the pleas of Marie Antoinette, joined in the refusal. In January 1787, the Estates of Brabant notified Joseph that changes in the existing constitution of the province could not be made without the consent of the estates. In effect, they informed him that his rule in the Austrian Netherlands must be a constitutional, not an absolute monarchy. He ignored the declaration and ordered the enforcement of his decrees. The estates refused to vote taxes unless attention was paid to their remonstrances. Agitation flared into such widespread violence that Maria Christina promised annulment of the hated reforms on May 31, 1787. Where was the emperor during this turmoil? He was flirting diplomatically with Catherine II, believing that an entente with Russia would isolate Prussia and strengthen Austria against the Turks. Even before the death of his mother, Joseph had visited the Tsarina at Mogilev on June 7, 1780, and thence he had gone on to Moscow and St. Petersburg. In May 1781, Austria and Russia signed an alliance that pledged each to come to the aid of the other in case of attack. Thinking that this agreement would immobilize the septuagenarian Frederick, Joseph again in 1784 offered the Austrian Netherlands to Elector Charles Theodore in exchange for Bavaria. The elector was tempted, but Frederick roused all his energies to foil the plan. He stirred up revolt against the emperor in Hungary and Belgium. He induced the Duke of Zweibrücken, heir to Bavaria, to oppose the exchange. He sent agents to convince the German princes that their independence was threatened by Austrian expansion, and he succeeded in organizing, on July 23, 1785, Prussia, Saxony, Hanover, Brunswick, Mainz, Hesse-Kassel, Baden, Saxe-Weimar, Gotha, Mecklenburg, Ansbach, and Anhalt into a Fürstenbund, or League of Princes, pledged to resist any expansion of Austria at the expense of a German state. Joseph again appealed to his sister at Versailles. Marie Antoinette used her charm on Louis XVI to win his support for her brother. Vergennes, foreign minister, cautioned Louis against consent. Joseph confessed himself defeated by the old fox who had been the idol of his youth. When, in August 1786, he received news of Frederick's death, he expressed a double grief. As a soldier, I regret the passing of a great man who has been epoch-making in the art of war. As a citizen, I regret that his death has come 30 years too late. Now the emperor's only hope of extending his realm lay in joining Catherine in a campaign to divide between them the European possessions of Turkey. When the Empress of Russia set out in January 1787 to visit and awe her new conquests in the south, she invited Joseph to meet her en route and accompany her to the Crimea. He went, but did not at once agree to her proposal for a united crusade. "What I want," he said, "is Silesia, and war with Turkey will not give me that." Nevertheless, when Turkey declared war against Russia on August 15, 1787, Joseph's hand was forced. His alliance with Catherine required him to help her in a defensive war. Besides, now that Turkey was so critically engaged, Austria had a chance to regain Serbia and Bosnia, perhaps even a port on the Black Sea. So in February 1788, Joseph sent his soldiers to war and told them to take Belgrade. But meanwhile the Swedes seized the opportunity to send a force against St. Petersburg. Catherine summoned troops from the south to defend her capital. The Turks, relieved of Russian pressure, concentrated their power against the Austrians. Joseph, going to lead his army, saw it weakened by apathy, desertion, and disease. He ordered a retreat and returned to Vienna in despair and disgrace. He turned over the command to Laudon, a hero of the 7 Years' War. The old marshal redeemed Austrian arms by capturing Belgrade in 1787. Sweden's sortie against Russia having failed, Catherine's soldiers swarmed backward to the south and survived in slightly superior number in competitive holocausts with the Turks. Joseph was rejoicing in the prospect of long-awaited martial glory when Prussia, England, Sweden, and Holland, fearing Russian aggrandizement, intervened to help the Turks. Suddenly Joseph found nearly all of Protestant Europe united and arming against him. Once more he appealed to France, but France in 1789 was busy with revolution. Prussia, under Frederick William II, signed an alliance with Turkey in January 1790 and sent agents to foment revolution against the emperor in Hungary and the Austrian Netherlands. Hungary welcomed these machinations, for it was in open rebellion against Joseph's edicts of conscription, taxation, language change, and religious reform. In 1786, Emmerich Malonge called upon the Hungarians to elect their own king. In 1788, Remigius Franjo organized a plot to make Frederick William king of Hungary. Counts Esterhazy and Karolyi betrayed the plot to the emperor, and Franjo was sentenced to 60 years' imprisonment. In 1789, the Hungarian estates appealed to Prussia to free Hungary from Austria. When news of the French Revolution reached Hungary, the country rang with cries for independence. Joseph, who felt death in his veins, had no more strength to maintain his stand. His brother Leopold urged him to yield. In January 1790 he announced, "We have decided to restore the administration of the Kingdom of Hungary to the status of 1780. We instituted the reforms out of zeal for the common good, and in the hope that you, taught by experience, would find them pleasing. Now we have convinced ourselves that you prefer the old order, but it is our will that our edict of toleration, as well as that concerning the serfs, their treatment and their relation to the seigneurs, remain in force. In February, the crown of St. Stephen was carried back to Buda and was acclaimed with public rejoicing at every stop on the way. The revolt died down. The revolt in the Austrian Netherlands went full course, for there it felt the heat of the revolutionary movement in neighboring France. Joseph refused to confirm the promise his sister had given to the Estates of Brabant that the reforms they resented would be annulled. He ordered their enforcement and bade his soldiers fire upon any crowds resisting them. It was so done. 6 rioters were killed in Brussels on January 22, 1788, an unknown number in Antwerp and Louvain. A Brussels lawyer, Henri van den Noot, summoned the people to arm themselves and enroll as volunteers in an army of independence. The appeal was actively supported by the clergy. An anomalous inspiration was added by news that the Bastille had fallen. Soon 10,000 patriots, ably led, were in the field. On October 24th, a manifesto of the Brabantine people announced the deposition of Joseph II as their ruler. On October 26th, the force of patriots defeated the Austrian soldiery. Town after town was occupied by the insurgents. On January 11, 1790, the 7 provinces declared their independence and proclaimed the Republic of the United States of Belgium, taking the name of the Belgic tribes that had troubled Caesar 18 centuries before. England, Holland, and Prussia were happy to recognize the new government. Joseph appealed to France for help, but France herself was busy deposing her king. All the old world that Joseph had known seemed to be falling apart, and death was calling him. 7. Atra Mors. The bitterness of those final months was complete. Hungary and Belgium were in revolt, the Turks were advancing, his army was mutinous, his own people, the Austrians, who once had loved him, had turned against him as the violator of their sacred customs and beliefs. The priests denounced him as an infidel, the nobles hated him for freeing their serfs, the peasants cried out for more land, the urban poor were near starvation, all classes cursed the high taxes and prices caused by the war. On January 30, 1790, in full surrender, Joseph rescinded all reforms decreed since the death of Maria Theresa, except the abolition of serfdom. Why had he failed? He had accepted in full faith and generous trust the thesis of the philosophe, that a monarch of good education and goodwill would be the best instrument of enlightenment and reform. He had a good education, but his goodwill was tarnished by love of power, and ultimately his eagerness to be a conqueror overcame his zeal for putting philosophy on the throne. He lacked the philosopher's capacity for doubt. He took for granted the wisdom of his means as well as of his ends. He tried to reform too many evils at once and too hurriedly. The people could not absorb the bewildering multiplicity of his decrees. He commanded faster than he could convince. He sought to achieve in a decade what required a century of education and economic change. Basically, it was the people who failed him. They were too deeply rooted in their privileges and prejudices, in their customs and creeds, to give him the understanding and support without which, in such challenging reforms, his absolutism was impotent. They preferred their churches, priests, and tithes to his taxes, spies, and wars. They could not put their trust in a man who laughed at their beloved legends, badgered their bishops, and humiliated their pope. Through all those exacting years since 1765, his body had rebelled against his will. His stomach could not digest his pace. Repeatedly and in vain it cautioned him to rest. The Prince de Ligne warned him that he was killing himself. He knew it, but "What can I do?" he said. "I am killing myself because I cannot rouse up others to work." His lungs were bad, his voice was feeble and hollow. He had varicose veins, running eyes, erysipelas, hemorrhoids. He exposed himself to all kinds of weather in the war with the Turks. Like thousands of his troops, he contracted quartan fever. Sometimes he could hardly breathe. "My heart palpitates at the slightest movement." In the spring of 1789 he began to vomit blood. "Almost 3 ounces at once," he wrote to Leopold. In June he had violent pains in the kidneys. I observe the strictest diet. I eat neither meat nor vegetables nor dairy products. Soup and rice are my nourishment. He developed an anal abscess. This and his hemorrhoids had to be lanced. He developed dropsy. He summoned Leopold to come and take over the government. I do not regret leaving the throne, he said. All that grieves me is to have so few people happy. To the Prince de Ligne he wrote, Your country has killed me. The taking of Ghent was my agony. The loss of Brussels is my death. Go to the Low Countries, bring them back to their sovereign. If you cannot do this, stay there. Do not sacrifice your interests to me. You have children. He made his will, leaving generous gifts to his servants and to the 5 ladies who bore my society. He composed his own epitaph. Here lies Joseph, who could succeed in nothing. He received with resignation the last sacrament of the Catholic Church. He begged for death, and on February 20th, 1790, it was given him. He was 48 years old. Vienna rejoiced at his passing, and Hungary gave thanks to God. Was he a failure? In war, unquestionably. Despite Laudon's victories, Leopold II, 1790–92, found it advisable to make peace with Turkey on August 4, 1791, on the basis of the status quo ante. Unable to pacify the Hungarian barons, Leopold revoked the grant of freedom to the serfs. In Bohemia and Austria most of the reforms were preserved. The toleration edicts were not repealed, the closed monasteries were not restored, the church remained subject to the laws of the state. The economic legislation had freed and stimulated commerce and industry. Austria passed without violent revolution from a medieval to a modern state, and shared in the diverse cultural vitality of the 19th century. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. Austria passed without violent revolution from a medieval to a modern state, and shared in the diverse cultural vitality of the 19th century. Deeply convinced of the integrity of my intentions, Joseph had written to Kaunitz, I hope that when I am dead, posterity, more favorable, more impartial, and therefore juster than my contemporaries, will examine my actions and goals before judging me. It has taken posterity a long time to do this, but it has learned at last, while deploring his autocracy and haste, to recognize in him the bravest and most thoroughgoing, as well as the least judicious, of the enlightened despots. After the reaction under Metternich had passed away, the reforms of Joseph II were one by one restored, and the revolutionaries of 1848 laid a wreath of grateful acknowledgment upon his tomb. Chapter 14. Music Reformed. We do not readily think of the embattled Joseph II as a musician, yet we are told that he received a thorough musical education, had a fine bass voice, heard a concert almost daily, and was a skillful player from score on the violoncello, the viola, and the clavier. Many nobles were musicians, many more were patrons of music. The middle classes followed suit. Every household had a harpsichord. Everyone learned to play some instrument. Trios and quartets were performed in the streets. Open-air concerts were given in the parks, and on St. John's Day, from illuminated boats on the Danube Canal. Opera flourished at the court and in the National Opera Theatre, founded by Joseph II in 1778. Vienna rose to its early 19th century sovereignty as the musical capital of Europe, because in the late 18th century it brought together the rival musical traditions of Germany and Italy. From Germany came polyphony, from Italy melody. From Germany came the Singspiel, a mixture of comic drama, spoken dialogue, incidental music, and popular songs. From opera came opera buffa. At Vienna the two forms coalesced, as in Mozart's The Abduction from the Seraglio. Generally, the Italian influence overcame the German in Vienna. Italy conquered Austria with arias, as Austria conquered North Italy with arms. In Vienna, opera seria was chiefly Italian until Gluck came, and Gluck was formed on Italian music. 1. Christoph Willibald Gluck, 1714 to 1787. He was born at Eresbach, in the Upper Palatinate, to a Catholic forester who in 1717 moved the family to Neuschloss in Bohemia. In the Jesuit school at Komotau, Christoph received instruction in religion, Latin, the classics, singing, violin, organ, and harpsichord. Moving to Prague in 1732, he took lessons on the violoncello and supported himself by singing in churches, playing the violin at dances, and giving concerts in nearby towns. Every clever boy in Bohemia gravitated to Prague, and some still cleverer found a way to Vienna. Gluck's way was to secure a place in the orchestra of Prince Ferdinand von Lobkowitz. In Vienna he heard Italian operas and felt the magnetism of Italy. Prince Francesco Melzi liked his playing and invited him to Milan in 1737. Gluck studied composition under Sammartini and became devoted to Italian styles. His early operas, from 1741 to 45, followed Italian methods, and he conducted their premieres in Italy. These successes won him an invitation to compose and produce an opera for the Haymarket Theatre in London. There he presented La Caduta dei Giganti in 1746. It was dismissed with faint praise, and gruff old Handel said that Gluck knew no more counterpoint than Mein Cook. But the cook was a good basso, and Gluck's fame was not to rest on counterpoint. Burney met Gluck and described him as of a temper as fierce as Handel's. He was horribly scarred by smallpox, and he had an ugly scowl. Perhaps to balance his budget, Gluck announced to the public that he would give a concerto on 26 drinking glasses tuned, by filling them to different levels, with spring water, accompanied with the whole band, orchestra, being a new instrument of his own invention upon which he performs whatever may be done on a violin or harpsichord. Such a glass harmonica, or musical glasses, had been introduced in Dublin 2 years before. Gluck evoked the notes by stroking the rims of the glasses with moistened fingers. The performance, on April 23, 1746, appealed to the curious and was repeated a week later. Saddened with this success, Gluck left London December 26th for Paris. There he studied the operas of Rameau, who had moved toward reform by integrating the music and the ballet with the action. In September he conducted operas at Hamburg, had a liaison with an Italian singer, and contracted syphilis. He recovered so slowly that when he went to Copenhagen on November 24th he was unable to conduct. He returned to Vienna and married Mariana Pergia on September 15, 1750, daughter of a rich merchant. Her dowry made him financially secure. He took a house in Vienna and disappeared into a long rest. In September 1754, Count Marcello Durazzo engaged him as Kapellmeister at 2,000 florins per year to compose for the court. Durazzo had tired of conventional Italian opera and collaborated with Gluck in a musical drama, L'Innocenza Giustificata, in which the story was no mere scaffolding for music, and the music no mere assemblage of arias, but the music reflected the action, and the arias, even the choruses, entered with some logic into the plot. The premiere on December 8, 1755, was therefore the herald and first product of the reform that history associates with Gluck's name. We have seen elsewhere the contributions made by Benedetto Marcello, Jomelli, and Traetta to this development, and the appeal made by Rousseau, Voltaire, and the encyclopedists for a closer union of drama and music. Metastasio had helped by proudly insisting that the music should be servant to the poetry. Winckelmann's passion for restoring Greek ideals in art may have affected Gluck, and composers knew that Italian opera had begun as an attempt to revive the classic drama, in which the music was subordinated to the play. Meanwhile, Jean-Georges Noverre in 1760 pleaded for an elevation of the ballet from mere rhythmic prancing to dramatic pantomimes that would express the passions, manners, customs, ceremonies, and costumes of all the peoples on earth. By the mysterious alchemy of genius, Gluck wove all these elements into a new operatic form. One secret of success is to seize a propitious chance. What was it that brought Gluck to abandon the librettos of Metastasio and take Raniero da Calzabigi as the poet for Orfeo ed Euridice? The two men had been born in the same year, 1714, but far apart, Calzabigi and Livorno. After some adventures in love and finance, he came to Paris, published there an edition of Metastasio's Poesiae Dramaticae in 1755, and prefaced it with a dissertazione, expressing his hope for a new kind of opera, a delightful whole resulting from the interplay of a large chorus, the dance, and a scenic action where poetry and music are united in a masterly way. Moving to Vienna, he interested Durazzo with his ideas on opera. The Count invited him to write a libretto. Calzabigi composed Orfeo ed Euridice. Durazzo offered the poem to Gluck, who saw in the simple and unified plot a theme that could elicit all his powers. The result was presented to Vienna on October 5, 1762. For the role of Orpheus, Gluck was able to secure the leading castrato contralto of the time, Gaetano Guadagni. The story was as old as opera. A dozen librettists had used it between 1600 and 1761. The audience could follow the action without understanding Italian. The music dispensed with unaccompanied recitatives, da capo arias, and decorative flourishes. Otherwise it followed the Italian style, but it rose to lyric heights of a purity seldom attained before or since. The despondent cry of Orpheus after losing his beloved a second time to death, Che farò senza Euridice, is still the loveliest aria in opera. On hearing this, and the threnody of the flute in the dance of the blessed spirits, we wonder that the stormy Bohemian could have found such delicacy in his soul. Orfeo was not enthusiastically received in Vienna, but Maria Theresa was deeply moved by it, and sent Gluck a snuff-box stuffed with ducats. Soon he was chosen to teach singing to the Archduchess Maria Antonia. Meanwhile, he and Calzabigi worked on what some have rated their most perfect opera, Alceste. In a preface to the published form, written for Gluck by Calzabigi, the composer declared the principles of his operatic reform. When I undertook to write the music for Alceste, I resolved to divest it entirely of all those abuses which have so long disfigured Italian opera. I have striven to restrict music to its true office of serving poetry by means of expression, and by following the situations of the story without interrupting the action or stifling it with useless superfluity of comments. I did not think it my duty to pass quickly over the second section of an aria, of which the words are perhaps the most impassioned and important, in order to repeat regularly those of the first part. I have felt that the overture should apprise the spectators of the nature of the action that is to be represented, and to form, so to speak, its argument, that the orchestral instruments should be introduced in proportion to the interest and intensity of the words, and not leave that sharp contrast between the aria and the recitative in the dialogue, which wantonly disturbs the force and heat of the action. I believe that my greatest labor should be devoted to seeking a beautiful simplicity. In short, the music was to serve and intensify the drama, and not make the drama a mere scaffolding for vocal or orchestral displays. Gluck put the matter extremely by saying that he was trying to forget that I am a musician. He was to be one person with the librettist in composing a drama per musica. The story of Alceste is a bit beyond belief, but Gluck redeemed it with a somber overture that prefigured and led into the tragic action, with scenes of touching sentiment between Alceste and her children, with her invocation to the underworld gods in the aria Divinité du Styx, with majestic chorales and spectacular ensembles. The Viennese audience gave the opera 60 hearings between its premiere on December 16, 1767, and 1779. The critics, however, found many faults in it, and the singers complained that it gave them insufficient scope to display their art. Poet and composer tried again with Paride ed Elena on November 30th, 1770. Calzabigi took the plot from Ovid, who had made the story of Paris and Helen a personal romance instead of an international tragedy. The work received 20 performances in Vienna, 1 in Naples, none elsewhere. Calzabigi assumed the blame for the comparative failure and renounced the writing of librettos. Gluck sought other soil for his seed. A friend in the French embassy at Vienna, François Durollé, suggested that Paris audiences might welcome the compliment of a French opera by a German composer. Following suggestions by Diderot and Algarotti that Racine's Iphigénie offered an ideal subject for an opera, Durollé molded the play into a libretto and submitted this to Gluck. The composer found the material perfectly suited to his taste and at once set to work. To pave the way to Paris, Durollé addressed to the director of the Opéra a letter, printed in the Mercure de France for August 1st, 1772, telling how indignant Monsieur Gluck, Glouch, was at the idea that the French language did not lend itself to music, and how he proposed to prove the opposite with Iphigénie en Aulide. Gluck softened the expected ire of Rousseau, then living quietly in Paris, by sending the Mercure a letter on February 1st, 1773, expressing his hope that he might consult with Rousseau about the means I have in view to produce a music fit for all the nations, and to let the ridiculous distinctions of national music disappear. To complete this masterpiece of advertising, Marie Antoinette, remembering her old teacher, used her influence at the Opéra. The manager agreed to produce Iphigénie. Gluck came to Paris and put singers and orchestra through such arduous and disciplined rehearsals as they had rarely experienced before. Sophie Arnaud, the reigning diva, proved so intractable that Gluck threatened to abandon the project. Joseph Legros seemed too weakened by illness to play the mighty Achille. Gaëtan Vestris, the current god of the dance, wanted half the opera to be ballet. Gluck tore at his hair, or his wig, persisted, and triumphed. The premiere on April 19, 1774, was the musical sensation of the year. We can feel the agitation of the ebullient capital in a letter of Marie Antoinette to her sister Maria Christina in Brussels. "A great triumph, my dear Christine. I am carried away with it, and people can no longer talk of anything else. All heads are fermenting as a result of this event. There are dissensions and quarrels as though it were some religious dispute. At court, though I publicly expressed myself in favor of this inspired work, there are partisanships and debates of a particular liveliness, and in the city it seems to be worse still." Rousseau repaid Gluck's advances by announcing that Monsieur Gluck's opera had overturned all his ideas. He was now convinced that the French language could agree as well as any other with the music powerful, touching, and sensitive. The overture was so startlingly beautiful that the first night's audience demanded its repetition. The arias were criticized as too many, interrupting the drama, but they were marked by a complex depth of feeling characteristic of Gluck's music. Of one of them, Agamemnon's Au fait des grandeurs, Abbé Arnaud exclaimed, "With such an air one might found a religion." Gluck now rivaled the dying Louis XV as the talk of Paris. His burly figure, his rubicund face and massive nose were pointed out wherever he went, and his imperious temper became the subject of 100 anecdotes. Greuze painted his portrait, showing the jovial good nature behind the lines of strife and strain. He ate like Dr. Johnson, and drank only less than Boswell. He made no pretense about scorning money, and joined readily in appreciation of his work. He treated courtiers and commoners alike, as inferiors. He expected noble lords to hand him his wig, his coat, his cane. And when a prince was introduced to him, and Gluck kept his seat, he explained, "The custom in Germany is to rise only for people one respects." The director of the Opéra had warned him that if Iphigénie en Aulide was accepted, Gluck would have to write 5 more operas in quick order, since Iphigénie would drive all other operas from the stage. This did not frighten Gluck, who had a way of conscripting parts of his older compositions to squeeze them into new ones. He had Orfeo ed Euridice translated into French, and since no good contralto was available, he rewrote the part of Orpheus for the tenor Legros. Sophie Arnoux, become tractable, played Eurydice. The Paris premiere was a heartening success. Marie Antoinette, now Queen of France, awarded a pension of 6,000 francs to Mon cher Gluck. He returned to Vienna with his head in the stars. In March 1776 he was back in Paris with a French version of Alceste, which was produced to mild applause on April 23rd. Gluck, inured to success, reacted to this setback with angry pride. Alceste is not the kind of work to give momentary pleasure, or to please because it is new. Time does not exist for it, and I claim that it will give equal pleasure 200 years hence if the French language does not change. In June he retreated to Vienna, and soon thereafter he began to put to music Marmontel's revision of Quinault's libretto, Roland. Now began the most famous contest in operatic history. For meanwhile the management of the opera had commissioned Niccolo Piccini of Naples to set to music the same libretto, and to come to Paris and produce it. He came on December 31st, 1776. Informed of this commission, Gluck sent to Durollay, now in Paris, a letter of Olympian wrath. I have just received your letter exhorting me to continue my work on the words of the opera Roland. This is no longer feasible, for when I heard that the management of the opera, not unaware that I was doing Roland, had given the same work to Monsieur Piccini to do, I burned as much of it as I had already done, which perhaps was not worth much. I am no longer the man to enter into competition, and Monsieur Piccini would have too great an advantage over me, since, his personal merit apart, which is assuredly very great, he would have that of novelty. I am sure that a certain politician of my acquaintance will offer dinner and supper to 3/4 of Paris, in order to win him proselytes. For reasons not now clear, this letter, obviously private, was published in the Année littéraire for February 1777. It became, unintentionally, a declaration of war. Gluck reached Paris May 29th with a new opera, Armide. The rival composers met at a dinner. They embraced and conversed amicably. Piccini had come to France with no notion that he was to be a pawn in a mess of partisan intrigue and operatic salesmanship. He himself warmly admired Gluck's work. Despite the friendliness of the protagonists, the war went on in salons and cafes, in streets and homes. No door was opened to a visitor, reported Charles Burney, without the question being asked, previous to admission, Monsieur, êtes-vous Picciniste ou Gluckiste? Marmontel, d'Alembert, and La Harpe led in acclaiming Piccini and the Italian style. The Abbé Arnaud defended Gluck in a profession de foi en musique. Rousseau, who had begun the war with his pro-Italian Lettres sur la musique française in 1753, supported Gluck. Armide was produced on September 23, 1777. Subject and music were reversions to modes established before Gluck's reform. The story was from Tasso, exalting the Christian Rinaldo and the pagan Armida. The music was Lully restored with romantic tenderness. The ballet was Nover in excelsis. The audience liked the mixture. It gave the opera a good reception. But the Picciniste condemned Armide as a refurbishing of Lully and Rameau. They waited anxiously for their standard-bearer's Roland. Piccini dedicated it to Marie Antoinette with apologies. Transplanted, isolated in a country where all was new to me, intimidated in my work by 1,000 difficulties, I needed all my courage, and my courage forsook me. At times he was on the verge of abandoning the contest and returning to Italy. He persevered, and had the comfort of a successful premiere on January 27, 1778. The two victories seemed to cancel each other, and the public war went on. Madame Vigée-Lebrun saw it at first hand. The usual battlefield was the garden of the Palais Royal. There the partisans of Gluck and Piccini quarreled so violently that many a duel resulted. Gluck returned to Vienna in March, stopping at Ferney to see Voltaire. He took home with him 2 librettos, one by Nicolas François Guillard, based on the Iphigenia in Taurus of Euripides, the other by Baron Jean-Baptiste Tschudi on the Echo and Narcissus theme. He worked on both books, and by the fall of 1778 he felt ready for another battle. So in November we find him in Paris again, and on May 18, 1779, he presented at the Opéra what most students consider his greatest composition, Iphigenie en Tauride. It is a somber story, and much of the music is monotonously plaintive. At times we tire of Iphigenia's high-keyed laments. But when the performance is over, and the incantation of the music and the lines has stilled our skeptic reason, we realize that we have experienced a profound and powerful drama. A contemporary remarked that there were many fine passages in it. "There is only one," said Abbé Arnaud, "the entire work." The first night's audience gave the piece a wild ovation. Gluck challenged the gods by hurrying to offer his other piece, Echo et Narcisse, on September 21, 1779. It failed, and the maestro left Paris in a huff in October, declaring that he had had enough of France and would write no more operas. If he had remained, he could have heard another Iphigenie en Tauride, produced by Piccini after 2 years of labor. The premiere, on January 23, 1781, was well received, but on the second night Mademoiselle Laguerre, who sang the title role, was so obviously drunk that Sophie Arnoux destroyed the performance by calling it Iphigenie en Champagne. This contretemps ended the operatic war. Piccini handsomely admitted defeat. Gluck in Vienna dreamed of other victories. On February 10, 1780, he wrote to Goethe's Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar, "I have grown very old, and have squandered the best powers of my mind upon the French nation. Nevertheless, I feel an inward impulse to write something for my own country." Now he put some odes of Klopstock to music that prepared for the finest leader. In April 1781 he suffered a stroke, but he was comforted by Vienna's reception of Iphigenia in Taurus, and the revival of Orfeo and Alceste. On November 15, 1787, while entertaining friends, he drank at one gulp a glass of strong liquor, which had been forbidden him. He fell into convulsions and died within 4 hours. Piccini, in Naples, tried in vain to raise funds for annual concerts in his rival's memory. Italy, pursuing melody, ignored Gluck's reforms. Mozart followed the Italians and must have been shocked at the idea of making music the servant of poetry. But Herder, coming at the end of this creative era, and looking back upon it with limited knowledge of Bach, Haydn, and Mozart, called Gluck the greatest composer of the century. 2. Joseph Haydn, 1732 to 1809. It is easier to love Haydn, for here was a man who quarreled with no one but his wife, hailed his competitors as his friends, suffused his music with gaiety, and was constitutionally incapable of tragedy. He had no advantages of birth. His father was a wagon-maker and house-painter at Rohrau, a little town on the Austro-Hungarian frontier. His mother had been cook for the Counts of Harrach. Both parents were of Slavic Croatian, not German stock, and many of Haydn's melodies echo Croatian songs. He was the second of 12 children, of whom 6 died in infancy. He was baptized Franz Joseph Haydn. However, it was customary to call children by their second name. Aged 6, he was sent to live with a relative, Johann Matthias Frank, who kept a school in Hainburg. There his day began with classes from 7 to 10, then Mass, then home for dinner, then classes from 12 to 3, then instruction in music. He was trained to piety and never lost it. His mother longed to make him a priest, and she was deeply grieved when he chose the hazardous life of a musician. Frank encouraged the boy's predilection for music, taught him all that was in his own range, and held him to a severe regimen of study. In old age Haydn recalled and forgave. "I shall be grateful to that man as long as I live for keeping me so hard at work, though I used to get more floggings than food." After 2 years with Frank, Joseph was taken to Vienna by Georg Reuter, Kapellmeister at St. Stephen's. Reuter thought his weak, sweet voice could find some modest place in a choir. So at the age of 8, the timid, eager lad went to live in the Kantorei, or singer's school, adjoining the stately cathedral. There he received lessons in arithmetic, writing, Latin, religion, singing, and violin. He sang in the cathedral and in the imperial chapel, but he was so poorly fed that he welcomed calls to sing in private homes, where he could fill his stomach besides singing his songs. In 1745, his brother Michael, 5 years his junior, joined him in the cantorai. About this time, Joseph's voice began to break. He was invited to keep his soprano by having himself castrated, but his parents refused consent. Reuter kept him as long as possible. Then, in 1748, Joseph, now 16, found himself free and penniless, and with no grace of person to win fortune's smile. His face was pitted with smallpox, his nose was outstanding, his legs were too short for his body, his dress was shabby, his gait awkward, his manner shy. He was not yet skilled in any instrument, but he was already turning over compositions in his head. A fellow chorister offered him an attic room, and Anton Buchholz lent him 150 florins, which honest Haydn later repaid. He had to fetch water up to his garret every day, but he secured an old clavier, took pupils, and survived. On most days he worked 16 hours, sometimes more. He played the violin in a church. He played the organ in the private chapel of Count Haugwitz, minister to Maria Theresa. He sang tenor now and then in St. Stephen's. The famous Metastasio had an apartment in the same building. He secured Haydn as music teacher for the daughter of a friend. Through Metastasio, Haydn met Porpora. Haydn agreed to serve this prince of singing masters in any capacity in return for instruction in composition. He received the precious lessons, cleaned the maestro's shoes, coat, and wig, and provided clavier accompaniment for Porpora and pupils. Said Haydn, in retrospect, "Young people can learn from my example that something can come out of nothing. What I am is all the result of the direst need." Through his new friends he became acquainted with Gluck and Dittersdorf and several members of the nobility. Karl Joseph von Fürnberg took him in 1755 for a long stay at his country house, Weinzierl, near Melk. There Haydn found an orchestra of 8 pieces and some leisure to compose. Now he wrote his first quartets. To the sonata structure of 3 movements, which he adopted from Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, he added a minuet, scored the 4 movements for 4 pieces, and gave the instrumental quartet its modern form. He returned to Vienna in 1756, attracted distinguished pupils like the Countess von Thun, and in 1759 accepted the post of music director for Count Maximilian von Mortzen, whose private orchestra of 12 to 16 pieces played at Vienna in winter and in summer in the Count's villa at Lukavitz in Bohemia. For this ensemble Haydn wrote his first symphony in 1759. As he was now earning 200 florins per year, with board and lodging, he thought he could risk the gamble of marriage. Among his pupils were 2 daughters of a wig-maker. He fell in love with the younger one, but she became a nun, and the father prevailed upon Haydn to marry the sister, Maria Anna, in 1760. She was 31, he 28. She proved to be quarrelsome, bigoted, wasteful, and barren. "She doesn't care a straw," said Haydn, "whether her husband is an artist or a cobbler." He began to look at other women. The audience in Mortzen's home occasionally included Prince Paul Anton Esterhazy. When Mortzen disbanded his orchestra, the prince engaged Haydn in 1761 as assistant music director for his country seat at Eisenstadt in Hungary. The contract called for 400 florins per year with a seat at the officers' table, and it is especially observed that when the orchestra shall be summoned to perform before company, the musicians shall appear in uniform, in white stockings, white linen, and a queue or a tie-wig. At Eisenstadt, the Kapellmeister, Gregor Werner, busied himself with church music. Haydn prepared concerts and composed music for them. He had under him 14 musicians, 7 singers, and a chorus chosen from the servants of the prince. The small size of the orchestra and the character of the audience shared in determining the light and amiable quality of the music written by Haydn for the Esterhazy family. His genial spirit made him popular with the musicians. They called him Papa Haydn, soon after his coming to Eisenstadt, though he was then only 29. For them he composed sonatas, trios, quartets, concertos, songs, cantatas, and some 30 symphonies. Many of these compositions, though by contract they belonged to the prince, were published or circulated in manuscript in Vienna, Leipzig, Amsterdam, Paris, and London, and gave Haydn, by 1766, an international reputation. When Paul Anton died on March 18, 1762, he was succeeded as head of the Esterházy family by his brother Miklos József, who loved music almost as much as his diamond-studded uniform. He played well on the viola di bordone, a variant of the viola da gamba, and was a kindly master to Haydn in the nearly 30 years of their association. Said Haydn, "My prince was always satisfied with my works. I not only had the encouragement of constant approval, but as conductor of an orchestra I could make experiments, observe what produced an effect and what weakened it, and was thus in a position to improve, alter, and be as bold as I pleased. I was cut off from the world, there was no one to confuse or torment me, and I was forced to become original." Werner died on March 5, 1766, and Haydn became Kapellmeister. Soon afterward the household moved into the new palace, the Schloss Esterházy, which Miklos had built at the southern end of the Neusiedlersee in northwestern Hungary. The prince was so fond of this place that he lived there from early spring through autumn. In winter he removed, sometimes with his musicians, to Vienna. The players and singers resented this rural isolation, especially since they were separated, for 3 seasons of the year, from their wives and children. But they were well paid and dared not complain. Once, to hint to Miklos that his musicians were longing for a leave of absence, Haydn composed the Farewell Symphony, No. 5, in which, toward the end, one instrument after another disappeared from the score. The musician put out his candle, took up his music and his instrument, and left the stage. The prince saw the point and arranged for an early departure of the troupe to Vienna. Haydn, by exception, was allowed to have his wife with him at Esterházy, but he did not appreciate the privilege. In 1779 he fell in love with Luigia Pozzelli, a mediocre singer who had been engaged for Esterházy along with her violinist husband Antonio. Haydn seems to have felt that since the Catholic Church did not allow him to divorce his troublesome wife, it should, in mercy, permit him a diversion or two, and he made little effort to conceal his liaison. Antonio was too old and ill to make effective protest, and knew that he was kept on the rolls only because the Kapellmeister relished Luigia. She had come to Esterházy with a 2-year-old son. In 1783 she bore another boy, whom gossip credited to Papa Haydn. He took both the boys to his heart and helped them throughout his life. During those busy years at Esterházy, Haydn, lacking outside stimulus and competition, developed slowly as a composer. He produced nothing memorable till he was 32, an age at which Mozart had completed his oeuvre, except for the Magic Flute and the Requiem. Haydn's finest works came after he was 50, his first major symphony when he was nearly 60, the Creation when he was 66. He wrote several operas for performance at Esterházy, but when Prague invited him to present an opera there, in a series that was to include the marriage of Figaro and Don Giovanni, he demurred in a letter of noble modesty in December 1787. "You desire an opera buffa from me. If you intend to stage it at Prague, I cannot oblige you. My operas are inseparable from the company for which I wrote them, and would never produce their calculated effect apart from their native surroundings. It would be quite another matter if I had the honor of being commissioned to write a new opera for your theatre. Even then, however, it would be a risk to put myself in competition with the great Mozart. If I could only inspire every lover of music, especially among the great, with feelings as deep and comprehension as clear as my own, in listening to the inimitable works of Mozart, then surely the nations would contend for the possession of such a jewel within their borders. Prague must strive to retain this treasure within her grasp, but not without fitting reward. The want of this often saddens the life of a great genius, and offers small encouragement for further efforts in future times. I feel indignant that Mozart has not yet been engaged at any imperial or royal court. Pardon my wandering from the subject. Mozart is a man very dear to me." Haydn himself was longing for some court where his talent might more widely spread its wings, but he had to be content with royal compliments. Gifts arrived from Ferdinand IV of Naples, Frederick William II of Prussia, and the Grand Duchess Maria Fyodorovna of Russia. In 1781, Charles III of Spain sent him a golden snuff-box set with diamonds, and the Spanish ambassador at Vienna traveled to Esterhazy to present the little treasure in person. Perhaps Boccherini, then settled in Madrid, had a hand in this, for he so zealously adopted Haydn's style that he was nicknamed Haydn's wife. When the cathedral chapter at Cadiz decided to commission a musical setting for the 7 last words of Our Savior, it applied to Haydn, who responded with an oratorio in 1785 and was soon performed in many lands, in the United States as early as 1791. In 1784, a Paris producer asked for 6 symphonies. Haydn obliged with 6 Paris symphonies. Several invitations came to him to conduct concerts in London. Haydn felt bound to Esterhazy by loyalty as well as contract, but his private letters revealed his increasing eagerness for a larger stage. On September 28, 1790, Prince Miklos József died. The new prince, Anton Esterhazy, cared little for music. He dismissed nearly all the musicians, but kept Haydn nominally in his service, gave him a yearly pension of 1,400 florins, and allowed him to live wherever he pleased. Haydn almost precipitately moved to Vienna. Several proposals were now made to him, most urgently from Johann Peter Salomon, who announced, "I have come from London to fetch you. We shall conclude our accord tomorrow." He offered £300 for a new opera, £300 more for 6 symphonies, £200 more for their copyright, £200 more for 20 concerts in England, £200 more for a concert to be given there for Haydn's benefit, £1,200 in all. Haydn knew no English and dreaded the Channel crossing. Mozart begged him not to take on such labors and risks. "Oh, Papa, you have had no education for the wide world, and you speak so few languages." Haydn answered, "But my language is understood all over the world." He sold the house Prince Miklos József had given him in Eisenstadt, provided for his wife and his mistress, and set off on the great adventure. He spent with Mozart the final days before departure. Mozart wept to see him go. "I'm afraid, Papa, that this will be our last farewell." Haydn and Salomon left Vienna December 15, 1790, and reached London January 1, 1791. His first concert on March 11th was a triumph. The Morning Chronicle ended its report by saying, "We cannot suppress our very anxious hope that the first musical genius of the age may be induced by our liberal welcome to take up his residence in England." All the concerts went well, and on May 16th a benefit concert gladdened Haydn with £350. In that month he attended the Handel commemoration concert in Westminster Abbey and heard the Messiah. He was so impressed that he wept, saying humbly, "Handel, the master of us all." Burney suggested that Oxford give the new Handel an honorary degree. It was offered. Haydn went up to the university in July, became a doctor of music, and conducted there his Symphony in G major, No. 92. He had composed it 3 years before, but henceforth history knew it as the Oxford Symphony. Its lovely slow movement recalls the Old English ballad, Lord Randall. Having had a view of the English countryside as a divine transfiguration of seed and rain, Haydn, after returning to London, gladly accepted invitations to country houses. There and in the city he won many friends by his cheerful readiness to play and sing at private gatherings. He took advanced pupils to teach them composition. One of these was a comely and wealthy widow, Johanna Schröter. Though he was 60, the aura of his fame went to her head, and she tendered him her love. He said later, "In all likelihood I should have married her if I had been single." Meanwhile his wife importuned him to come home. In a letter to Luigi Pozzelli he grumbled, "My wife, that infernal beast, wrote me so many things that I was forced to answer that I was never coming back." Despite 3 women on his conscience and his purse, he worked hard and now composed 6, numbers 93 to 98, of his 12 London symphonies. They show a remarkable development from his productions at Eisenstadt and Esterhazy. Perhaps Mozart's symphonies had stimulated him, or he had been put on his mettle by the reception given him in England, or hearing Handel had stirred in him depths untouched by his quiet environment in the Hungarian hills. Or his love affairs had moved him to tender sentiments as well as simple joy. He found it difficult to leave England, but he was under contract with Prince Anton Esterhazy, who now insisted that Haydn return to share in the festivities prepared for the coronation of the Emperor Francis II. So, toward the end of June 1792, he braved the Channel again, passed from Calais to Brussels to Bonn, met Beethoven, then 22, attended the coronation at Frankfurt, and reached Vienna July 29th. No newspaper mentioned his return, no concerts were arranged for him, the court ignored him. Mozart would have welcomed him, but Mozart was no more. Haydn wrote to the widow, offered gratis lessons to Mozart's son, and urged publishers to print more of Mozart's music. He went to live with his wife in the house which is now preserved as a Haydn museum. The wife wished him to put the property in her name. He refused. His quarrels with her were intensified. Beethoven came in December 1792 to study with him. The two geniuses did not harmonize. Beethoven was proud and domineering. Haydn called him that great mogul, and was too absorbed in his own work to correct his pupil's exercises conscientiously. Beethoven secretly found another teacher, but continued to take lessons from Haydn. "I have learned nothing from him," said the young Titan. However, many of his early pieces follow Haydn's style, and some were dedicated to the old master. Appreciation of Haydn grew in Austria, and at Rohrau in 1792, Count von Harrach set up a monument to the town's now famous son. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. Appreciation of Haydn grew in Austria, and at Rohrau, in 1792, Count von Harrach set up a monument to the town's now famous son. But the memory of triumphs and friendships in England was still warm, and when Salomon offered him a second engagement in London, with a commission to write 6 new symphonies, the composer readily agreed. He left Vienna on January 19, 1794, and reached London on February 4th. This stay of 18 months in England was as heartening a success as the first. The second set of London symphonies, numbers 99 through 104, was well received. A benefit concert netted Haydn £400, pupils paid him a guinea per lesson, and Mrs. Schroeter lived nearby. He was again a favourite with the aristocracy. Both the king and the king's enemy, the Prince of Wales, received him. The Queen offered him a residence at Windsor for the summer if he would remain in England for another season. He excused himself on the ground that the new Prince Esterhazy was summoning him, and he could not so long absent himself from his wife. Prince Anton had died. His successor, Prince Miklos II, wished to restore orchestral performances at Eisenstadt. So, his trunks packed and his pockets full, Haydn left London August 15, 1795, and made his way home. After a visit to his own statue at Rohrau, he reported to Miklos II at Eisenstadt and organized music for various occasions there. Except for summer and autumn, however, he lived in his own house on the outskirts of Vienna. In the years 1796 to 97, Napoleon was driving the Austrians before him in Italy, and the rise of revolutionary sentiment in Austria threatened the Habsburg monarchy. Haydn recalled how the emotion aroused by the singing of God Save the King had strengthened the Hanoverian dynasty in England. Might not a national anthem do likewise for Emperor Francis II? His friend Baron Gottfried von Swieten, son of Maria Theresa's physician, suggested this to Count von Saurow, Minister of the Interior. Saurow appointed Leopold Haschka to compose a text. The poet responded with, "Gott erhalte Franz den Kaiser, unsern guten Kaiser Franz." Haydn adapted to these words the tune of an old Croat song, and the result was a simple but stirring anthem. It was first publicly sung on the Emperor's birthday, February 12, 1797, in all the principal theatres of the Austro-Hungarian realm. It continued, with some change of words, to be the Austrian national hymn until 1938. Haydn developed the melody with variations into the second movement of his string quartet, Opus 76, No. 3. Still under the spell of Handel, Haydn tried next to rival the Messiah. Solomon had offered him a libretto compiled from Milton's Paradise Lost. Van Swieten translated the libretto into German, and Haydn composed his massive oratorio, Die Schöpfung. The Creation was performed before an invited audience in the palace of Prince von Schwarzenberg, April 29th to 30th, 1798. So great a crowd gathered outside the palace that 50 mounted police, we are assured, were needed to keep order. The prince financed a public performance in the National Theatre, March 19, 1799, and gave all the proceeds, 4,000 florins, to the composer. The auditors greeted the music with almost religious fervor. Soon the oratorio was heard in almost every major city in Christendom. The Catholic Church condemned the composition as too light-hearted for so august a theme, and Schiller agreed with Beethoven in ridiculing Haydn's mimicry of Eden's animals. But Goethe acclaimed the work, and in Prussia it was more frequently performed in the 19th century than any other choral composition. Van Swieten offered another libretto, adapted from James Thomson's The Seasons. Haydn labored over it for nearly 2 years, from 1799 to 1801, at much cost to his health. The Seasons, he said, has broken my back. The premiere, on April 24, 1801, was well received, but the piece aroused no wide or lasting enthusiasm. After conducting the 7 last words of Christ for a hospital benefit, Haydn retired from active life. His wife had died on March 20th, 1800, but he was now too old to enjoy his freedom, though not too old to enjoy his fame. He was recognized as the Dean of Composers. A dozen cities voted him honors. Famous musicians, Cherubini, the Webers, Ignaz Pleyel, Hummel, came to pay him homage. Nevertheless, rheumatism, dizziness, and other ailments left him melancholy, irritable, and fearfully pious. Camille Pleyel, visiting him in 1805, found him holding a rosary in his hands, and I believe he passes almost the whole day in prayer. He says always that his end is near. We did not stay long, for we saw that he wished to pray. In that year a false report spread that Haydn had died. Cherubini wrote a cantata on his death, and Paris planned a memorial concert with Mozart's Requiem. Then word came that the old man was still alive. When Haydn heard of this, he remarked, "I would have traveled to Paris to conduct the Requiem myself." He made his last public appearance on March 27, 1809, when the Creation was sung at the University of Vienna to celebrate his approaching 76th birthday. Prince Esterhazy sent his carriage to take the invalid to the concert. Haydn was borne in an armchair into the hall amid an audience of nobles and celebrities. Princesses wrapped their shawls around his shivering body. Beethoven knelt and kissed his hand. Emotion overcame the old composer. He had to be taken home in the intermission. On May 12, 1809, Napoleon's artillery began to bombard Vienna. A cannonball fell near Haydn's house, shaking it and the inmates, but Haydn assured them, "Children, don't be frightened. Where Haydn is, no harm can come to you." It proved true, except for himself. The bombardment shattered his nervous system. When the French took the city, Napoleon ordered a guard of honor to be placed before the composer's home. A French officer, entering, sang an aria from the Creation in so manly and sublime a style that Haydn embraced him. On May 31st he died, aged 77. All the major cities of Europe held services in his memory. Haydn's historic achievement was in the development of musical forms. He gave the orchestra a new vitality by balancing the strings with wind and percussion instruments. Building upon the work of Sammartini, Stamitz, and Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, he established the structure of the sonata as the exposition, elaboration, and recapitulation of contrasted themes. He prepared the divertimento for Mozart as less formal than the suite, and better adapted for social gatherings. He gave the string quartet its classic configuration by extending it to 4 movements, and by giving the first movement sonata form. Here his successors had to use the same number and quality of instruments that Haydn had employed, and he achieved in several instances a cheerful and tender loveliness, to which some of us return with relief from the laborious involutions of Beethoven's later quartets. 9 or 10 of the 104 Haydn symphonies still live. The names they bear were not his choice, but were applied by commentators or editors. We have noted elsewhere the evolution of the sinfonia, that is, assembled sounds, from the overture through the experiments of Sammartini and Stamitz. Many others preceded Haydn in molding the structure of the classic symphony, and when he emerged from Esterhazy into a wider world, he was not too old to learn from Mozart how to fill out the structure with significance and feeling. The Oxford Symphony marks his rise to greater amplitude and power, and the London symphonies show him in his fullest symphonic reach. Number 101, the Clock Symphony, is delightful, and number 104 is quite up to Mozart. Generally, we perceive in his music a kindly, gracious nature which may never have felt the depths of grief or love, and which had been compelled to produce too rapidly to permit the maturing of concept, theme, or phrase. Haydn was too happy to be profoundly great, and spoke too often to say much. And yet there is a treasure of pure and placid delight in these playful scores. Here, as he put it, the weary and worn, or the man burdened with affairs, may enjoy some solace and refreshment. Haydn fell out of fashion soon after his death. His works reflected a stable, feudal world and an environment of aristocratic security and ease. They were too gay and self-content to satisfy a century of revolutions, crises, and romantic ecstasies and despair. He came back into favor when Brahms praised him and Debussy wrote Hommage à Haydn in 1709. Men then realized that though the Raphael and the Michelangelo of music who followed him poured deeper thought with subtler mastery into their compositions, they were able to do this because Haydn and his predecessors had molded the forms to receive their gold. "I know that God has bestowed a talent upon me," Haydn said, "and I thank him for it. I think I have done my duty and been of use. Let others do the same." Chapter 15. Mozart. 1. The Wonderful Boy, 1756 to 1766. Salzburg, like Prague and Pressburg and Esterhazy, was a musical outpost of Vienna. It had its own character, partly from the salt mines that explain its name, partly from its environing mountains and its bisecting Salzach River, partly from having grown up around the monastery and episcopal see founded there about A.D. 700 by St. Rupert of Worms. The archbishop had been made an imperial prince in 1278, and from that time till 1802 he was the civic as well as the ecclesiastical ruler of the city. In 1731-32, some 30,000 Protestants had been forced to migrate, leaving Salzburg thoroughly and theocratically Catholic. Otherwise, the archiepiscopal rule rested lightly on an Orthodox population which, assured of eternal certainties, devoted itself to epidermal contacts and other worldly joys. Sigismund von Schrattenbach, archbishop during Mozart's youth, was especially genial and kindly, except to heretics. To this lovely town Leopold Mozart had come in 1737, aged 18, from his native Augsburg, presumably to study theology and become a priest. But he lost his heart to music, served for 3 years as musician and valet in a patrician's home, and in 1743 became fourth violinist in the archbishop's orchestra. When he married Anna Maria Pertl in 1747, he and she were rated the handsomest couple in Salzburg. He composed concertos, masses, symphonies, and wrote a long, honored textbook of violin technique. In 1757 he was appointed court composer to the archbishop. Of his 7 children, only 2 survived childhood: Maria Anna, Mariana, or Nannerl, born in 1751, and Wolfgang Amadeus, born January 27, 1756. The boy's full name, soliciting the intercession of several saints, was Johannes Chrysostomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. Theophilus was translated from Greek into Latin as Amadeus, lover of God. Leopold was a good husband and father, devoted and industrious. His letters to his son are warm with love, and not wanting in wisdom. The Mozart home, allowing for a little obscenity, was a haven of mutual affection, parental piety, childish pranks, and music without end. Every German child was expected to become in some measure, on some instrument, a musician. Leopold taught his children music with their ABCs. Mariana was already at 11 a virtuoso at the clavichord. Wolfgang, stimulated by her lead, took eagerly to the clavier. At 3 he picked out chords. At 4 he played several pieces from memory. At 5 he invented compositions which the father put on paper as they were played. Leopold refrained at some cost from taking other pupils, wishing to give full attention to his children. He did not send Wolf to school, for he proposed to be his teacher in everything. Presumably some German discipline was used, but not much was needed in this case. The boy would of his own accord remain at the keyboard for hours on end, till forced away. Years later Leopold wrote to him, "Both as a child and as a boy you were serious rather than childlike, and when you were at the clavier or otherwise engaged with music, you would not suffer the least joking to go on with you. Your very countenance was so serious that many observant persons prophesied your early death, on the ground of your precocious talent and earnest mien." In January 1762, while Germany was still torn with war, Leopold took daughter and son to Munich to display their artistry before the Elector Maximilian Joseph. And in September he led them to Vienna. They were invited to Schönbrunn. Maria Theresa and Francis I were delighted with the children. Wolfgang leaped into the Empress's lap, hugged and kissed her. Challenged by the Emperor, he played the violin with one finger and played the clavichord unerringly, though the keys were covered with a cloth. Romping with the princesses, Wolfgang stumbled and fell. The Archduchess Maria Antonia, 7 years old, picked him up and comforted him. "You are good," he said, and gratefully added, "I will marry you." A dozen aristocrats opened their homes to the Mozarts, marveled at the music they heard, and rewarded the trio with money and gifts. Then the boy was bedded for a fortnight with scarlet fever, the first of many illnesses that were to mar his travels. In January 1763 the troop returned to Salzburg. The indulgent archbishop overlooked the fact that Leopold had exceeded his leave of absence. Indeed, he promoted him to be Vice-Kapellmeister. But on June 9th, forfeiting further promotion, Leopold took to the road again, this time with his wife, to show his brood to Europe. After all, they could not remain child prodigies forever. At Mainz the children gave 2 concerts, at Frankfurt 4. 60 years later Goethe recalled that he had heard one of these, and how he had marveled at the little man with wig and sword, for so Leopold had accoutred his son. Wolfgang was exploited by his father as almost a circus wonder. An announcement in a Frankfurt newspaper of August 30th, 1763, promised that in the concert of that evening, the little girl, who is in her 12th year, will play the most difficult compositions of the greatest masters. The boy, who is not yet 7, will perform on the clavichord or harpsichord. He will also play a concerto for the violin, and will accompany symphonies on the clavier, the keyboard being covered with a cloth, with as much facility as if he could see the keys. He will instantly name all notes played at a distance, whether singly or in chords, on the clavier or on any other instrument, bell, glass, or clock. He will finally, both on the harpsichord and the organ, improvise as long as may be desired and in any key. Such demands upon the boy's talents may have done some damage to his health or nerves, but he seems to have enjoyed the applause as much as his father enjoyed the florins. They played at Koblenz, were disappointed at Bonn and Cologne, but had a concert at Aachen. At Brussels they expected that the Governor-General, Prince Charles of Lorraine, would honor their performance with his presence, but he was busy. Leopold angrily reported, "We have now been nearly 3 weeks in Brussels, and nothing has happened. His Highness does nothing but hunt, gobble, and swill, and we may in the end discover that he has no money. I own that we have received sundry presents here, but we do not wish to convert them into cash. What with snuff-boxes and leather cases and such like gewgaws, we shall soon be able to open a stall." The prince finally agreed to attend. A concert was given, florins were collected, and the troop and coached for Paris.
Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 3, Side 1. Leopold replied on February 11th, My dear son, I have read your letter of the 4th with amazement and horror. For the whole night I have been unable to sleep. Merciful God! Those happy moments are gone when, as a child or a boy, you never went to bed without standing on a chair and singing to me, and kissing me again and again on the tip of my nose, and telling me that when I grew old you would put me in a glass case and protect me from every breath of air, so that you might always have me with you and honor me. Listen to me, therefore, in patience." He went on to say that he had hoped Wolfgang would defer marriage until he had made a secure place for himself in the musical world. Then he would get a good wife, bring up a fine family, help his parents and his sister. But now, infatuated with a young siren, this son forgets his parents and thinks only of following a girl to Italy as part of her entourage. What incredible nonsense! Off with you to Paris, and that soon. Find your place among great people. Aut Caesar aut nihil. From Paris the name and fame of a man of great talent resounds through the whole world. There the nobility treat men of genius with the greatest deference, esteem, and courtesy. There you will see a refined manner of life, which forms an astonishing contrast to the coarseness of our German courtiers and their ladies, and there you may become proficient in the French tongue. Mozart answered humbly that he had not taken very seriously the plan to escort the Webers to Italy. He said a tearful goodbye to the Webers and promised to see them on his way home. On March 14, 1778, he and his mother set off in the public coach for Paris. 4. In Paris, 1778. They arrived on March 23rd, just in time to be engulfed in the apotheosis of Voltaire. They took simple lodgings, and Mozart ran about seeking commissions. Grimm and Madame d'Épinay bestirred themselves to draw some attention to the youth whom Paris had acclaimed as a prodigy 14 years before. Versailles offered him the post of court organist at 2,000 livres for 6 months' service per year. Leopold advised him to take it. Grimm opposed. Mozart refused it as too poorly paid, and perhaps as uncongenial to his talent. Many homes were open to him if he would play the piano for a meal, but even to get to those homes required an expensive cab ride through muddy streets. One noble, the Duc de Guines, looked promising. For him and his daughter Mozart composed the glorious Concerto in C for flute and harp, Köchel 299, and he gave the young lady lessons in composition at a good fee. But soon she married, and the Duke paid only 3 louis d'or, or about $75, for a concerto that should have laid Paris at Mozart's feet. For the first time in his life, Mozart lost courage. "I am tolerably well," he wrote to his father on May 29th, "but I often wonder whether life is worth living." His spirits revived when Le Gros, director of the Concert Spirituel, engaged him to write a symphony, Köchel 297. It was performed on June 18th with success. Then, on July 3rd, his mother died. She had begun by enjoying her vacation from Salzburg and housewifery. Soon she was longing to return to her home and the daily tasks and contacts that had given substance and significance to her life. The 9 days' trip to Paris in a jolting coach and jarring company and drenching rain had broken her health, and the failure of her son to find a berth in Paris had cast a gloom over her usually buoyant spirit. Day after day she had sat solitary amid strange surroundings and unintelligible words, while her son went to pupils, concerts, operas. Now, seeing her fade quietly away, Mozart spent the last weeks at her side, caring for her tenderly, and hardly believing that she could die so soon. Madame d'Épinay offered him a room in her home with Grimm, a place at her table, and the use of her piano. He did not quite harmonize with Grimm so near. Grimm idolized Voltaire, Mozart despised him, and was shocked at the assumption of his hosts and their friends that Christianity was a myth useful in social control. Grimm wanted him to accept small commissions as a road to larger ones, and to play gratis for influential families. Mozart felt that such a procedure would sap his strength, which he preferred to give to composing. Grimm thought him indolent, and so informed Leopold, who agreed. The situation was made worse by Mozart's repeated borrowing from Grimm to a total of 15 louis d'or, or about $375. Grimm told him that repayment could be indefinitely postponed. It was. The situation was resolved by a letter on August 31st, 1778, from Mozart père, that Archbishop Colloredo had offered to make the father Kapellmeister if Wolfgang would serve as organist and concertmaster, each to receive 500 florins per year. Moreover, the Archbishop has declared himself prepared to let you travel where you will if you want to write an opera. As irresistible bait, Leopold added that Aloysia Weber would probably be invited to join the Salzburg choir, in which case she must stay with us. Mozart replied on September 11th, "When I read your letter I trembled with joy, for I felt myself already in your embrace. It is true, as you will acknowledge, that it is not much of a prospect for me, but when I look forward to seeing you and embracing my very dear sister, I think of no other prospect." On September 26th he took the coach to Nancy. At Strasbourg he earned a few louis d'or with arduous concerts to almost empty houses. He dallied at Mannheim, hoping to be appointed conductor of German opera. This, too, failed. He went on to Munich, dreaming of Aloysia Weber, but she had found a place in the Elector's choir, perhaps in his heart. She received Mozart with a calm that showed no desire to be his bride. He composed and sang a bitter song, and resigned himself to Salzburg. 5. Salzburg and Vienna, 1779–82. He reached home in mid-January and was welcomed with festivities saddened by the now keenly realized death of the mother. Soon he was in harness as organist and concertmaster, and soon he was fretting. He later recalled, "In Salzburg work was a burden to me, and I could hardly ever settle down to it. Why? Because I was never happy. In Salzburg, for me at least, there is not a farthing's worth of entertainment. I refuse to associate with a good many people there, and most of the others do not think me good enough. Besides, there is no stimulus for my talent. When I play, or when any of my compositions is performed, it is just as if the audience were all tables and chairs. If only there were even a tolerably good theatre in Salzburg." He longed to write operas, and gladly accepted the request of Elector Karl Theodor to compose one for the next Munich festival. He began work on Idomeneo, Re di Creta, in October 1780. In November he went to Munich for rehearsals. On January 29, 1781, the opera was produced with success, despite its unusual length. Mozart remained 6 weeks more in Munich, relishing its social life, until a summons came from Archbishop Colloredo to join him in Vienna. There he had the pleasure of living in the same palace with his employer, but he ate with the servants. "The 2 valets sit at the head of the table, and I have the honor to be placed above the cooks." This was the custom of the time in the homes of the nobility. Haydn bore it with silent resentment. Mozart rebelled against it ever more audibly. He was pleased to have his music and his talent displayed in the homes of the Archbishop's friends, but he fumed when Colloredo refused most of his requests to let him accept outside engagements that might have brought him added income and wider fame. "When I think of leaving Vienna without at least 1,000 florins in my pocket, my heart sinks within me." He made up his mind to quit Colloredo's service. On May 2, 1781, he went to live as a lodger with the Webers, who had moved to Vienna. When the Archbishop sent him instructions to return to Salzburg, he replied that he could not leave till May 12th. An interview followed in which the Archbishop, as Mozart reported to his father, called me the most opprobrious names. Oh, I really cannot bring myself to write you all. At last, when my blood was boiling, I could hold out no longer, and said, "Then your Serene Highness is not satisfied with me?" "What? Do you mean to threaten me, you rascal, you villain? There is the door. I will have nothing more to do with such a wretched fellow." At last I said, "Neither will I with you." "Then be off." As I went, I said, "Let it be so then. Tomorrow you shall hear from me by letter." Tell me, dear father, should I not have had to say this sooner or later? Write to me privately that you are pleased, for indeed you may be so, and find fault with me heartily in public, so that no blame may attach to you. But if the Archbishop offers you the least impertinence, come to see me at once in Vienna. We can all 3 live on my earnings. Leopold was plunged into another crisis. His own position seemed imperiled, and it was not for some time yet that he would receive reassurances from Colloredo. He He was alarmed at the news that his son was rooming with the Webers. The father of that family was now dead. Aloysia had married the actor Joseph Lange, but the widow had another daughter, Constanze, waiting for a husband. Was this another blind alley for Wolfgang? Leopold begged him to apologize to the archbishop and come home. Mozart now for the first time refused to obey his father. "To please you, my dear father, I would renounce my happiness, my health, and life itself, but my honor comes before all with me, and so it must be with you. My dearest, best of fathers, demand of me what you will, only not that." On June 2nd he sent Leopold 30 ducats as an earnest of future aid. 3 times he went to the archbishop's Vienna residence to submit his formal resignation. Colloredo's chamberlain refused to transmit it, and on the 3rd occasion he threw him, Mozart, out of the antechamber and gave him a kick in the behind. So Mozart described the scene in his letter of June 9th. To appease his father, he left the Weber home and took other lodgings. He assured Leopold that he had only had fun with Constanze. "If I had to marry all those with whom I have jested, I should have 200 wives at least." However, on December 15th he informed his father that Constanze was so sweet, so simple and domestic, that he wished to marry her. "You are horrified at the idea, but I entreat you, dearest, most beloved father, to listen to me. The voice of nature speaks as loud in me as in others, louder, perhaps, than in many a big, strong lout of a fellow. I simply cannot live as most young men do in these days. In the first place, I have too much religion. In the second place, I have too much love of my neighbor and too high a feeling of honor to seduce an innocent girl. And in the third place, I have too much horror and disgust, too much dread and fear of diseases, and too much care for my health to fool about with whores. So I can swear that I have never had relations of that sort with any woman. I stake my life on the truth of what I have told you. But who is the object of my love? Surely not one of the Webers. Yes, Constanze, the kindest-hearted, the cleverest, the best of them all. Tell me whether I could wish myself a better wife. All that I desire is to have a small assured income, of which, thank God, I have good hopes, and then I shall never cease entreating you to allow me to save this poor girl, and to make myself and her, and, if I may say so, all of us, very happy. For surely you are happy when I am, and you are to enjoy 1/2 of my fixed income. Please take pity on your son." Leopold did not know what to believe. He used every effort to dissuade his almost penniless son from marriage. But Mozart felt that after 26 years of filial obedience it was time for him to have his own way, to lead his own life. Through 7 months he pleaded in vain for parental consent. Finally, on August 4th, 1782, he married without it. On August 5th it came. Now Mozart was free to discover how far one could support a family by composing the most varied assemblage of superb music in man's history. 6. The Composer. He had reason for confidence, for he had already won reputation as a pianist, had acquired some paying pupils, and had produced successful operas. Just a month after leaving the archbishop's service, he received from Count Orsini Rosenberg, director of court theatres for Joseph II, a commission to compose a Singspiel, a spoken drama interspersed with songs. The result was presented on July 16, 1782, in the presence of the emperor as Die Entführung aus dem Serail, the abduction from the seraglio. A hostile clique condemned it, but nearly all the audience was won over by the vivacious arias that adorned an aged theme. A Christian beauty captured by pirates, sold to a Turkish harem, and rescued by her Christian lover after incredible intrigues. Joseph II commented on the music, "Too beautiful for our ears, my dear Mozart, and far too many notes." To which the reckless composer answered, "Exactly as many, your Majesty, as are needed." The operetta was repeated 33 times in Vienna in its first 6 years. Gluck praised it, though he perceived that it quite ignored his reform of the opera. He admired the instrumental compositions of the impetuous youth and invited him to dinner. Mozart took inspiration rather from Italy than from Germany. He preferred melody and simple harmony to complex and erudite polyphony. Only in his final decade did he feel strong influences from Handel and Johann Sebastian Bach. In 1782 he joined the musicians who, under the aegis of Baron Gottfried van Swieten, gave concerts, chiefly of Handel and Bach, in the National Library or in van Swieten's home. In 1774 the Baron had brought from Berlin to Vienna The Art of the Fugue, The Well-Tempered Clavichord, and other works of J.S. Bach. He deprecated Italian music as amateurish. Real music, he thought, required strict attention to fugue, polyphony, and counterpoint. Mozart, though he never allowed structure, rule, or form to be an end in itself, profited from van Swieten's counsel and concerts, and carefully studied Handel and the major Bachs. After 1787 he conducted Handel concerts in Vienna and took some liberties in adjusting Handel's scores to Viennese orchestras. In his later instrumental music he wedded Italian melody and German polyphony in a harmonious union. A glance at Köchel's catalogue of Mozart's compositions is an impressive experience. Here are listed 626 works, the largest body of music left by any composer except Haydn, all produced in a life of 36 years, and including masterpieces in every form. 77 sonatas, 8 trios, 29 quartets, 5 quintets, 51 concertos, 96 divertimenti, dances or serenades, 52 symphonies, 90 arias or songs, 60 religious compositions, 22 operas. If some of those near Mozart thought him indolent, it may have been because they did not quite realize that the labor of the spirit can exhaust the flesh, and that without intervals of lethargy genius would slip into insanity. His father told him, "Procrastination is your besetting sin," and in many cases Mozart waited till almost the last hour before putting to paper the music that had been taking form in his head. "I am, so to speak, steeped in music," he said. "It is in my mind the whole day, and I love to dream, to study, to reflect on it." His wife reported, "He was always strumming upon something, his hat, his watch fob, the table, the chair, as if they were the keyboard." Sometimes he carried on this silent composition even while apparently listening to an opera. He kept scraps of music paper in his pockets, or, when traveling, in the side pocket of the carriage. On these he made fragmentary notes. Usually he carried a leather case to receive such obiter scripta. When he was ready to compose, he sat not at a keyboard but at a table. He wrote music like letters, said Constanza, and never tried a movement until it was finished. Or he would sit at the piano for hours on end, improvising, leaving his musical fancy seemingly free, but half unconsciously subjecting it to some recognizable structure, sonata form, aria, fugue. Musicians enjoyed Mozart's improvisations because they could detect, with esoteric delight, the order hidden behind the apparently whimsical strains. Niemetschek said in old age, "If I dared to pray for one more earthly joy, it would be that I might hear Mozart improvise." Mozart could play almost any music at sight, because he had seen certain combinations and sequences of notes so often that he could read them as one note, and his habituated fingers played them as one musical phrase or idea, just as a practiced reader takes in a line as if it were a word, or a paragraph as if it were a line. Mozart's trained memory was allied with this capacity to perceive aggregates, to feel the logic that compelled the part to indicate the whole. In later years he could play almost any one of his concertos by heart. At Prague he wrote the drum and trumpet parts of the second finale in Don Giovanni without having at hand the score for the other instruments. He had kept that complex music in his memory. Once he wrote down only the violin part of a sonata for piano and violin. The next day, without a rehearsal, Regina Strinazaki played the violin part at a concert, and Mozart played the piano part purely from the memory of his conception, without having had time to set it down upon paper. Probably no other man in history was ever so absorbed in music. We think of Mozart's sonatas as rather slight and playful, hardly in a class with Beethoven's passionate and powerful pronouncements in the same genre. This may be because they were written for pupils of limited legerdemain, or for harpsichords of minor resonance, or for a piano that had no means of continuing a note. The favorite of our childhood, the sonata in A, Köchel 331, with its engaging minuetto and its rondo alla turca, is still, from 1778, in harpsichord style. Mozart did not at first care for chamber music, but in 1773 he came upon Haydn's early quartets, envied their contrapuntal excellence, and imitated them with something short of success in the 6 quartets that he composed in that year. In 1781 Haydn published another series. Mozart was again stirred to rivalry, and issued, between 1782 and 85, 6 quartets, Köchel's 387, 421, 428, 458, and 464 and 65, that are now universally recognized as among the supreme examples of their kind. Performers complained that they were abominably difficult. Critics especially condemned the 6th for its clashing dissonances and its turbulent mixture of major and minor keys. An Italian musician returned the score to the publisher as obviously full of gross mistakes, and one purchaser, when he found that the discords were deliberate, tore up the sheets in a rage. Yet it was after playing the 4th, 5th, and 6th of these quartets with Mozart, Dittersdorf, and others that Haydn said to Leopold Mozart, "Before God and as an honest man, I tell you that your son is the greatest composer known to me either in person or by name. He has taste, and what is more, the most profound knowledge of composition." When the 6 quartets were published in 1785, Mozart dedicated them to Haydn with a letter that shines out even in a brilliant correspondence. A father who had decided to send his sons out into the great world thought it his duty to entrust them to the protection and guidance of a man who was very celebrated at the time, and who moreover happened to be his best friend. "In like manner I send my 6 sons to you, most celebrated and very dear friend. They are indeed the fruit of a long and laborious study, but the hope which many friends have given me that their toil will be in some degree rewarded flatters me with the thought that these children may one day prove a source of consolation to me. During your last stay in this capital, you expressed to me your approval of these compositions. Your good opinion encourages me to offer them to you, and leads me to hope that you will not consider them unworthy of your favor. Please, then, receive them kindly, and be to them a father, guide, and friend. From this moment I surrender to you all my rights over them. I entreat you, however, to be indulgent to those faults which may have escaped their composer's partial eye, and in spite of them to continue your generous friendship towards one who so highly appreciates it." Mozart had a particular fondness for his quintets. He thought his quintet in E-flat for piano, oboe, clarinet, horn, and bassoon, Köchel 452, the best work I have ever composed, but that was before he had written his major operas. Eine kleine Nachtmusik was originally in 1787 composed as a quintet, but it was soon taken up by small orchestras and is now classed among Mozart's serenades. He valued as rather carefully written the serenade in E-flat, Köchel 375, with which he himself was serenaded one evening in 1781, but musicians rank above it the serenade in C minor, Köchel 388, which is as somber as the Pathétiques of Beethoven and Tchaikovsky. Having discovered the orchestra, Mozart turned it to 100 experiments. Overtures, nocturnes, suites, cassations, variants of the suite, dances, divertimenti. The last were usually intended to serve a passing purpose rather than to echo in the halls of history. They are not to be weighed, but enjoyed. Even so, divertimenti numbers 15, Köchel 287, and 17, Köchel 334, are substantial works, more delightful than most of the symphonies. For his symphonies, Mozart, like Haydn, used a band of 35 pieces. Hence they fail to convey their full worth to ears accustomed to the multiplied sonority of 20th-century orchestras. Pundits praise number 25, Köchel 183, as impassioned and a miracle of impetuous expression, but the earliest Mozart symphony of note is the Paris, number 31, Köchel 297, which Mozart adapted to the French taste for refinement and charm. The Hafner Symphony, number 35, Köchel 385, was originally composed in haste to grace the festivities planned by Sigismund Hafner, former burgomaster of Salzburg, for the wedding of his daughter in 1782. Mozart later added parts for flute and clarinet and presented it at Vienna on March 3, 1783, at a concert attended by Joseph II. The emperor gave me great applause and 25 ducats. In this and number 36, written at Linz in November 1783, Mozart still kept to the form and stamp, always pleasant, seldom profound, that Haydn had laid upon the symphony. In both cases, the slow movement comes most gratefully to aging ears. We must speak more respectfully of number 38, which Mozart composed for Prague in 1786. Here the first movement pleases the musician with its structural logic and contrapuntal skill, and the Andante, adding contemplation to melody, has stirred experts to speak of its undying perfection and its enchanted world. By common consent, the greatest of Mozart's symphonies are the three that he poured forth in a torrent of inspiration in the summer of 1788, at a time of depressing poverty and mounting debts. The first is dated June 26th, the second July 25th, the third August 10th, 3 births in 3 months. So far as we know, none of them was ever played in his lifetime. He never heard them. They remained in that mysterious realm in which black spots on a sheet were for the composer ditties of no sound, notes and harmonies heard only by the mind. The third, misnamed the Jupiter, number 41 in C, Kirkel 551, is usually accounted the best. Schumann equated it with Shakespeare and Beethoven, but it does not lend itself to amateur appreciation. Number 40 in G minor, Kirkel 550, begins with a vigor that presages the Eroica, and it proceeds to a development that has led commentators, struggling in vain to express music in words, to read into it a Lear or Macbeth of personal tragedy. Yet to simpler ears it seems almost naively joyous. To the same ears, the most satisfying of the symphonies is number 39 in E-flat, Kirkel 543. It is not burdened with woe, nor is it tortured with technique. It is melody and harmony flowing in a placid stream. It is such music as might please the gods on a rural holiday from celestial chores. The Sinfonia Concertante is a cross between the symphony and the concerto. It grew out of the concerto grosso by opposing 2 or more instruments to the orchestra in a dialogue between melody and accompaniment. Mozart raised the form to its apex in the Sinfonia Concertante in E-flat, Kirkel 364, for flute, violin, and viola, from 1779. It is as fine as any of his symphonies. All the concertos are delightful, for in them the solo passages help the untrained ear to follow themes and strains that in the symphonies may be obscured by technical elaboration or contrapuntal play. Debate is interesting, and all the more so when, as in the form of the concerto as proposed by Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach and developed by Mozart, the contest is of one against all, solo contra tutti. Since Mozart relished such harmonious confrontations, he wrote most of his concertos for the piano, for in these he played the solo part himself, usually adding, toward the end of the first movement, a cadenza that allowed him to frolic and shine as a virtuoso. He first touched excellence in this form with Piano Concerto No. 9 in E-flat, Kirkel 271. The earliest of his still popular concertos is No. 20 in D minor, Kirkel 466, famous for its almost childlike romanza. In this slow movement, we might say, the romantic movement in music began. Whether through laziness or distractions, Mozart did not complete the score of this concerto till an hour before the time appointed for its performance, on February 11, 1785. Copies reached the players just before the recital, allowing no time for practice or rehearsal. Yet the performance went so well, and Mozart played his part so expertly, that many repetitions were called for in the ensuing years. Mozart offered noble music for other solo instruments. Perhaps the melodious Concerto in A for clarinet, Kirkel 622, comes over the air more frequently than any other of his compositions. In his merry youth, in 1774, he had great fun with the concerto in B-flat for the bassoon. The horn concertos were bubbles gaily blown upon the score, which sometimes bore humorous directions for the performer. Da bravo, coraggio, bestia, ohime. For Mozart was familiar with more wind instruments than one. Then the concerto for flute and harp, Kirkel 299, lifts us to the stars. In 1775, Mozart, aged 19, composed 5 violin concertos, all of them beautiful, 3 of them still in living repertoires. Number 3 in G, Köchel 216, has an adagio that sent an Einstein into ecstasy. Number 4 in D is one of music's masterpieces, and number 5 in A has an andante cantabile that rivals the miracle of a woman's voice. Little wonder that Mozart produced, especially in the years of his love for Aloysia Weber, some of the most delectable airs in all the literature of song. They are not full-blown lieder, such as found their ripe development in Schubert and Brahms. They are simpler and shorter, often adorning silly words. But when Mozart found a real poem, like Goethe's Das Veilchen, he rose to the peak of the form. Köchel 476. A violet, trembling with joy at the approach of a pretty shepherdess, thinks how sweet it would be to lie upon her breast, but as she walks along, gaily singing, she crushes it unseen under her foot. Was this a memory of the cruel Aloysia? For her, Mozart had written one of his tenderest arias, Non so donde viene. But he attached little importance to such isolated songs. He kept the secret resources of his vocal art for the arias in his operas and his compositions for the church. His religious music was rarely heard outside Salzburg, for the Catholic Church frowned upon the operatic qualities apparently expected by the archbishops whom Mozart served. High Mass in Salzburg was sung to an accompaniment of organ, strings, trumpets, trombones, and drums, and passages of merriment broke out in the most solemn places in Mozart's masses. Yet the religious spirit must surely be moved by the motets Adoramus Te, Köchel 327, and Santa Maria Mater Dei, Köchel 341b, and the most hauntingly beautiful strain in all of Mozart appears in the Laudate Dominum in the fourth of the Vesperae Solones di Confessore, Köchel 339. All in all, Mozart's music is the voice of an aristocratic age that had not heard the Bastille fall, and of a Catholic culture undisturbed in its faith, free to enjoy the charms of life without the restless search to find new content for an emptied dream. In its lighter aspects, this music harmonizes with the elegance of Rococo ornament, with the pictorial romances of Watteau, the calmly floating Olympus of Tiepolo, the smiles and robes and pottery of Madame de Pompadour. It is, by and large, serene music, touched now and then by suffering and anger, but raising neither a humble prayer nor a Promethean challenge to the gods. Mozart began his work in childhood, and a childlike quality lurked in his compositions until it dawned upon him that the Requiem which he was writing for a stranger was his own. 7. Spirit and Flesh. Mozart was not physically attractive. He was short, his head was too large for his body, his nose was too large for his face, his upper lip overlapped the lower, his bushy brows darkened his restless eyes. Only his abounding blonde hair impressed. In later years he sought to offset the shortcomings of his stature and features by splendid dress, shirt of lace, blue coat with tails, gold buttons, knee breeches, and silver buckles on his shoes. Only when he performed at the piano was his physique forgotten. Then his eyes burned with intense concentration, and every muscle of his body subordinated itself to the play of his mind and hands. As a boy he was modest, good-natured, trustful, loving. But his early fame, and an almost daily diet of applause, developed some faults in his character. "My son," Leopold warned him in 1778, "you are hot-tempered and impulsive, much too ready to retort in a bantering tone to the first challenge." Mozart admitted this and more. "If anyone offends me," he wrote, "I must revenge myself. Unless I revenge myself with interest, I consider I have only repaid my enemy and not corrected him." And he yielded to no one in appreciating his genius. Prince Kaunitz told the Archduke that people like myself come into the world only once in 100 years. A sense of humor prevailed in his letters, and appeared in his music till his dying year. Usually it was harmlessly playful. Sometimes it became sharp satire. Occasionally, in youth, it ran to obscenity. He passed through a stage of fascination with defecation. When he was 21, he wrote to his cousin Maria Anna Thekla Mozart 19 letters of incredible vulgarity. A letter to his mother celebrated flatulence in prose and verse. She was not squeamish, for in a letter to her husband she counselled him, "Keep well, my love, into your mouth your arse you'll shove." Apparently such fundamental phrases were standard procedure in the Mozart family and their circle. They were probably an heirloom from a lustier generation. They did not prevent Mozart from writing to his parents and his sister letters of the tenderest affection. He was, in his own word, a virgin bridegroom. Was he a faithful husband? His wife accused him of servant gallantries, according to his devoted biographer. Rumor was busy among the public and in the press, and magnified solitary instances of weakness on his part into distinguishing features of his character. He was credited with intrigues with every pupil he had, and with every singer for whom he wrote a song. It was considered witty to designate him as the natural prototype of Don Juan. The frequent confinements of his wife, her repeated trips to health resorts, his own absence from her on concert tours, his sensitivity to all the charms of women, his association with bewitching singers and uninhibited actresses, created a situation in which some adventure was well-nigh inevitable. Constanze related how he had confessed such an indiscretion to her, and why she forgave him. He was so good it was impossible to be angry with him. But her sister reports violent outbreaks now and then. Mozart seems to have been very fond of his wife. He bore patiently her deficiencies as a housewife, and wrote to her during their separations letters of almost childish endearment. He was not a success socially. He judged some rivals harshly. Clementi's sonatas are worthless. He is a charlatan like all Italians. Yesterday I was fortunate enough to hear Herr Freiholt play a concerto of his own wretched composition. I found very little to admire. On the other hand, he praised the quartets recently published by Ignaz Pleyel, though they competed with his own. His father reproached him for getting himself disliked because of his arrogance. Mozart denied the arrogance, but it cannot be denied that he had very few friends among Viennese musicians, and that his proud spirit raised obstacles to his advancement. In Austria and Germany, a musician's fate depended upon the aristocracy, and Mozart refused to give precedence to birth over genius. He suffered another handicap in having never gone to school or university. His father had allowed him no time for general education. Mozart had among his few books some volumes of poetry by Gessner, Wieland, and Gellert, but he seems to have used them chiefly as a source of possible librettos. He cared little for art or literature. He was in Paris when Voltaire died. He could not understand why the city had made such a fuss over the old rebel's visit and death. "That godless rascal Voltaire," he wrote to his father, "has pegged out like a dog, like a beast. That is his reward." He imbibed some anti-clericalism from his Masonic confreres, but he took part, candle in hand, in a Corpus Christi procession. Perhaps it was the simplicity of his mind that made him lovable despite his faults. Those who were not his rivals in music found him sociable, cheerful, kind, and usually serene. "All my life," his sister-in-law Sophie Weber wrote, "I have never seen Mozart in a temper, still less angry." But there were contrary reports. He was the life of many a party, always willing to play, always ready for a joke or a game. He liked bowling, billiards, and a dance. At times he seemed prouder of his dancing than of his music. If he was not generous to his competitors, he was almost thoughtlessly liberal to everybody else. Beggars were seldom repulsed by him. A piano tuner repeatedly borrowed from him and failed to repay. Mozart talked frankly about his high regard for money, but that was because he had so little time or inclination to think of it that he often had none. Thrown upon his own money-making resources and called upon to support a family by competing with 100 jealous musicians, he neglected his finances, allowed his earnings to slip unheeded through his fingers, and fell into despondent destitution just when, in his last 3 symphonies and his last 3 operas, he was writing the finest music of his time. 8. Apogee, 1782–87. He began his freelance career in Vienna with heartening success. He was well paid for the lessons he gave. Each of his concerts in 1782–84 brought him some 500 gulden. Only 70 of his compositions were published in his lifetime, but he was reasonably paid. The publisher Arterin gave him 100 ducats for the 6 quartets dedicated to Haydn, a handsome sum for those days. Another publisher, Hofmeister, lost money by printing Mozart's piano quartets in G minor, Köchel 478, and E-flat, Köchel 493. The musicians found them too difficult. They are now considered easy. And Hofmeister warned Mozart, "Write more popularly, or else I can neither print nor pay for anything more of yours." Mozart received the usual fee, 100 ducats, for his operas. For Don Giovanni he was paid 225 ducats plus the proceeds of a benefit concert. He had in these years a very good income. His father, visiting him in 1785, reported, "If my son has no debts to pay, I think that he can now lodge 2,000 gulden in the bank." But Mozart did not put those gulden in the bank. He spent them on current expenses, entertainment, good clothes, and in meeting the needs of mendicant friends. For these and more obscure reasons he fell into debt at the height of the demand for his services and his compositions. As early as February 15, 1783, he wrote to the Baroness von Waldstetten that one of his creditors had threatened to bring an action against me. At the moment I cannot pay, not even half the sum. I entreat your ladyship for heaven's sake to help me keep my honor and my good name. He was temporarily relieved by the success of a concert given for his benefit in March, which brought in 1,600 gulden. Out of this he sent a gift to his father. In May 1783 he moved to a good house at number 244 in the Judenplatz. There his first child was born on June 17th, a fine, sturdy boy as round as a ball. This event and the gift softened paternal resentment of the marriage. Wolfgang and Constanze took advantage of the thaw to visit Leopold and Nannerl in Salzburg, leaving the infant in Vienna with a nurse. On August 19th, the child died. Its parents remained in Salzburg, for Mozart had arranged for the performance there of his Mass in C minor, in which Constanze was to sing. Wolfgang and Constanze outstayed their welcome, for Leopold had to count every penny, and thought 3 months were too long for a visit. On their way back to Vienna they stopped at Linz, where Count von Thun commissioned Mozart to write a symphony. Home again he worked hard, teaching composing, performing, conducting. In 2 months, from February 26th to April 3rd, 1784, he gave 3 concerts and played in 19 others. In December he joined one of the 7 Freemason lodges in Vienna. He enjoyed their meetings and readily consented to write music for their festivals. In February his father, mollified by the birth of another son to Constanze, came for a long visit. And in 1785 Lorenzo da Ponte entered Mozart's life. This Lorenzo had almost as adventurous a life as his friend Casanova. He had begun life in 1749 as the son of a tanner in the ghetto of Ceneda. When he was 14, Emanuele Corneliano and 2 brothers were taken by their father to Lorenzo da Ponte, bishop of Ceneda, to be baptized into the Catholic Church. Emanuele adopted the bishop's name, became a priest, had an affair at Venice with a married woman, was banished, moved to Dresden, then to Vienna, and was engaged in 1783 as poet and librettist to the National Theatre. Mozart suggested to him the possibility of making an opera libretto out of Beaumarchais' recent comedy, Le Mariage de Figaro. This had been translated into German with a view to staging it in Vienna, but Joseph II forbade it as containing revolutionary sentiments that would scandalize his court. Could the emperor, who was himself quite a revolutionary, be persuaded to allow an opera judiciously abstracted from the play? Ponte admired Mozart's music. He was to speak of him later as one who, although endowed with talents surpassing those of any composer, past, present, or future, had not been able as yet, owing to the intrigues of his enemies, to utilize his divine genius in Vienna. He eliminated the radical overtones of Beaumarchais' drama and transformed the remainder into an Italian libretto rivaling the best of Metastasio. The story of Le Nozze di Figaro was the old maze of disguises, surprises, and recognitions, and the clever hoodwinking of masters by servants, all familiar in comedy since Menander and Plautus. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. The story of Les Nozze di Figaro was the old maze of disguises, surprises, and recognitions, and the clever hoodwinking of masters by servants, all familiar in comedy since Menander and Plautus. Mozart took readily to the theme and composed the music almost as fast as the libretto took form. Both were completed in 6 weeks. On April 29, 1786, Mozart wrote the overture. On May 1st, the premiere went off triumphantly. Part of the success may have been due to the jovial, stentorian basso, Francesco Benucci, who sang the part of Figaro. More must have been due to the vivacity and fitness of the music, and to such arias as Cherubino's plaintive Voi che sapete, and the Countess's intense yet restrained appeal to the god of love in Porgi Amor. So many encores were demanded that the performance took twice the usual time, and at the end Mozart was repeatedly called to the stage. The income from the production of Figaro in Vienna and Prague should have kept Mozart solvent for a year had it not been for his extravagance and the illnesses and pregnancies of his wife. In April 1787 they moved to a less expensive house, Landstrasse 224. A month later Leopold died, leaving his son 1,000 gulden. Prague commissioned another opera. Ponte suggested for a subject the sexual escapades of Don Juan. Tirso de Molina had put the legendary Don on the stage at Madrid in 1630 as El Burlador de Sevilla, the deceiver of Seville. Molière had told the story in Paris as Le Festin de Pierre, the Feast of Stone, in 1665. Goldoni had presented it in Venice as Don Giovanni Tenorio in 1736. Vincente Rigini had staged Il Convitato di Pietra in Vienna in 1777, and at Venice, in this very year, 1787, Giuseppe Gazzaniga had produced under the same title an opera from which Ponte stole many lines, including the jaunty catalogue of Giovanni's sins. The greatest of all operas, as Rossini called it, had its premiere at Prague on October 29, 1787. Mozart and Constanza went up to the Bohemian capital for the event. They were fated so fully that he deferred the composition of the overture till the eve of the premiere. Then, at midnight, after spending the merriest evening imaginable, he composed a piece which is almost Wagnerian in foreshadowing the tragic and comic elements of the play. The score reached the orchestra just in time for the performance. The Vienna Zeitung reported, "On Monday, Kapellmeister Mozart's long-expected opera, Don Giovanni, was performed. Musicians and connoisseurs are agreed that such a performance has never before been witnessed in Prague." Herr Mozart himself conducted, and his appearance in the orchestra was the signal for cheers, which were renewed at his exit. On November 12th, the happy couple were back in Vienna. Gluck died 3 days later, and Joseph II appointed Mozart to succeed him as Kammermusicus, chamber musician, to the court. After much trouble with the singers, Don Giovanni was produced in Vienna on May 7, 1788, to scanty applause. Mozart and Ponte made further alterations, but the opera never attained in Vienna the success it had in Prague, Mannheim, Hamburg. A Berlin critic complained that the drama giocoso was an offense against morals, but he added, "If ever a nation might be proud of one of its children, Germany may be proud of Mozart, the composer of this opera." 9 years later, Goethe wrote to Schiller, "Your hopes for opera are richly fulfilled in Don Giovanni," and he mourned that Mozart had not lived to write the music for Faust. 9. Nadir, 1788 to 1790. The proceeds from Don Giovanni were soon used up, and Mozart's modest salary hardly paid for food. He took some pupils, but teaching was an exhausting, time-consuming task. He moved to cheaper quarters in suburban Beringerstrasse. Debts multiplied nevertheless. He borrowed wherever he could, chiefly from a kindly merchant and fellow mason, Michael Puchberg. To him Mozart wrote in June 1788, "I still owe you 8 ducats. Apart from the fact that at the moment I am not in a position to pay you back this sum, My confidence in you is so boundless that I dare implore you to help me out with 100 gulden until next week, when my concerts in the casino are to begin. By that time I shall certainly have received my subscription money, and shall then be able quite easily to pay you back 136 gulden with my warmest thanks." Puchberg sent the 100 gulden. Encouraged, Mozart appealed to him on June 17th for a loan of 1,000 or 2,000 gulden for a year or two at a suitable rate of interest. He had left unpaid the arrears of rent at his former home. The landlord threatened to have him jailed. Mozart borrowed to pay him. Apparently Puchberg sent less than was asked, for the desperate composer made further appeals in June and July. It was in those harassed months that Mozart composed the 3 great symphonies. He welcomed an invitation from Prince Karl von Lichnowsky to ride with him to Berlin. For that trip he borrowed 100 gulden from Franz Hofdemmel. Prince and pauper left Vienna April 8, 1789. At Dresden, Mozart played before Elector Frederick Augustus and received 100 ducats. At Leipzig he gave a public performance on Bach's organ, and was stirred by the Thomasschule choir's singing of Bach's motet Singet dem Herrn. At Potsdam and Berlin, from April 28th to May 28th, he played for Frederick William II and received a gift of 700 florins, with commissions for 6 quartets and 6 sonatas. But his gains were spent with mysterious celerity. An unverified rumor ascribed part of the outlet to a liaison with a Berlin singer, Henrietta Baronius. On May 23rd he wrote to Constanze, "As regards my return, you will have to look forward to me more than to the money." He reached home June 4th, 1789. Constanze, pregnant again, needed doctors and medicines and an expensive trip to take the waters at Baden by Wien. Mozart again turned to Puchberg. "Great God, I would not wish my worst enemy to be in my present position. If you, most beloved friend and brother Mason, forsake me, we are altogether lost, both my unfortunate and blameless self and my poor sick wife and children. All depends on whether you will lend me another 500 gulden. Until my affairs are settled, I undertake to pay back 10 gulden a month, and then I shall pay back the whole sum. O God, I can hardly bring myself to dispatch this letter, and yet I must. For God's sake, forgive me, only forgive me." Puchberg sent him 150 gulden, most of which went to pay Constanze's bills at Baden. On November 16th, at home, she gave birth to a daughter, who died the same day. Joseph II helped by commissioning Mozart and Ponte to write a drama giocoso on an old theme, used by Marivaux in Le Jeu de l'amour et du hasard in 1730. 2 men disguise themselves to test the fidelity of their fiancées. They find them pliable, but forgive them on the ground that così fan tutte, so do all women. Thence the opera's name. It was hardly a subject fit for Mozart's tragic mood, except that Constanze had flirted a bit at Baden. But he provided for the clever and witty libretto music that is the very embodiment of cleverness and wit. Seldom has nonsense been so glorified. It had a moderately successful premiere on January 26, 1790, and 4 repetitions in a month, bringing Mozart 100 ducats. Then Joseph II died on February 20th, and the Vienna theatres were closed till April 12th. Mozart hoped that the new emperor would find work for him, but Leopold II ignored him. He ignored Ponte, too, who went off to England and America, and ended, in 1838, as a teacher of Italian in what is now Columbia University in New York. Mozart made further appeals to Puchberg in December 1789 and January, February, and April 1790, never in vain, but seldom receiving all that he asked. Early in May he pleaded for 600 gulden to pay rent due. Puchberg sent 100. He confessed to Puchberg on May 17th, "I am obliged to resort to moneylenders." In that letter he numbered his pupils as only 2, and asked his friend to spread the news that I am willing to give lessons. However, he was too nervous and impatient to be a good teacher. Sometimes he failed to keep appointments with his pupils. Sometimes he played billiards with them instead of giving a lesson. But when he found a student of promising talent, he gave himself unreservedly. So he gladly and successfully taught Johann Hummel, who came to him in 1787 at the age of 8 and became a famous pianist in the next generation. Serious illnesses added pains to Mozart's griefs. One physician diagnosed his ailments as excretory pyelitis and pyonephritis, latent focal lesions of the kidneys, tending inescapably toward eventual total nephritic insufficiency. That is, a disabling pus-forming inflammation of the kidneys. "I am absolutely wretched today," he wrote to Puchberg on August 14, 1790. "I could not sleep at all last night because of pain. Picture to yourself my condition, ill and consumed with worries and anxieties. Can you not help me with a trifle? The smallest sum would be very welcome." Puchberg sent him 10 gulden. Despite his physical condition, Mozart undertook a desperate expedient to support his family. Leopold II was to be crowned at Frankfurt, October 9, 1790. 17 court musicians were in the emperor's retinue, but Mozart was not invited. He went nevertheless, accompanied by Franz Hofer, his violinist brother-in-law. To defray the expense, he pawned the family's silver plate. At Frankfurt, on October 15th, he played and conducted his piano concerto in D, Kerkel 537, which he had composed 3 years before, but which the whim of history has named the Coronation Concerto, hardly among his best. "It was a splendid success," he wrote to his wife, "from the point of view of honor and glory, but a failure as far as money was concerned." He returned to Vienna, having earned little more than his expenses. In November he moved to cheaper lodgings at Rauhensteingasse 70, where he was to die. 10. Requiem, 1791. He was kept alive for another year by 3 commissions coming in crowded succession. In May 1791, Emanuel Schikaneder, who produced German operas and plays in a suburban theatre, offered him the sketch of a libretto about a magic flute, and appealed to his brother Mason to provide the music. Mozart agreed. When Constanze, pregnant once more, went to Baden by Wien in June, he accepted Schikaneder's invitation to spend his days in a garden house near the theatre, where he could compose Die Zauberflöte under the manager's prodding. In the evenings he joined Schikaneder in the nightlife of the town. Folly and dissipation, Jan tells us, were the inevitable accompaniments of such an existence, and these soon reached the public ear, covering his name for several months with an amount of obloquy beyond what he deserved. Amid these relaxations, Mozart found time to drive to Baden, 11 miles from Vienna, to visit his wife, who on July 26th gave birth to Wolfgang Mozart II. In that month a request came from an anonymous stranger, offering 100 ducats for a Requiem Mass to be secretly composed and to be transmitted to him without any public acknowledgment of its authorship. Mozart turned from the merriment of the magic flute to the theme of death, when in August he received a commission from Prague for an opera, La Clemenza di Tito, to be performed there at the approaching coronation of Leopold II as King of Bohemia. He had barely a month to set Metastasio's old libretto to new music. He worked at it in shaky coaches and noisy inns while journeying to Prague with his wife. The opera was sung on September 6th to mild applause. Mozart had tears in his eyes as he left the one city that had befriended him, and as he realized that the emperor had witnessed his failure. His only consolations were the 200 ducats fee and the later news that the repetition of the opera at Prague on September 30th was a complete success. On that day he conducted from the piano the premiere of Die Zauberflöte. The story was in part a fairy tale, in part an exaltation of Masonic initiation ritual. Mozart gave his best art to the composition, though he kept most of the arias to a simple melodic line congenial to his middle-class audience. He lavished coloratura pyrotechnics on the Queen of the Night, but privately he laughed at coloratura singing as cut-up noodles. The March of the Priests, opening the second act, is Masonic music. The aria of the High Priest, In diesen heiligen Hallen, in these holy halls we know nothing of revenge, and love for their fellow men is the guiding rule of the initiated, is the claim of Freemasonry to have restored that brotherhood of man which Christianity had once preached. Goethe compared the magic flute to Part 2 of Faust, which also preached brotherhood. And, himself a Mason, he spoke of the opera as having a higher meaning which will not escape the initiated. The first performance had an uncertain success, and the critics were shocked by the mixture of fugues and fun. Soon, however, the Magic Flute became the most popular of Mozart's operas, and of all operas before Wagner and Verdi. It was repeated 100 times within 14 months of its premiere. This last triumph came when Mozart already felt the hand of death touching him. As if to accentuate the irony, a group of Hungarian nobles now assured him an annual subscription of 1,000 florins, and an Amsterdam publisher offered him a still larger sum for the exclusive right to print some of his work. In September he received an invitation from Ponte to come to London. He replied, "I would gladly follow your advice, but how can I? My condition tells me that my hour strikes. I am about to give up my life. The end has come before I could prove my talent. Yet life was beautiful." In his final months he gave his failing strength to the Requiem. For several weeks he worked at it feverishly. When his wife sought to turn him to less gloomy concerns, he told her, "I am writing this Requiem for myself. It will serve for my funeral service." He composed the Kyrie and parts of the Dies Irae, the Tuba Mirum, the Rex Tremendae, the Recordare, the Confutatis, the Lacrimosa, the Domine, and the Hostias. These fragments were left unrevised and revealed the disordered state of a mind facing collapse. Franz Xaver Süssmayr completed the Requiem remarkably well. In November, Mozart's hands and feet began to swell painfully, and partial paralysis set in. He had to take to his bed. On those evenings when the Magic Flute was performed, he laid his watch beside him and followed each act in imagination, sometimes humming the arias. On his last day he asked for the score of the Requiem. He sang the alto part, Madame Schack sang the soprano, Franz Hofer the tenor, Herr Goerl the bass. When they came to the Lacrimosa, Mozart wept. He predicted that he would die that night. A priest administered the last sacrament. Toward evening Mozart lost consciousness, but shortly after midnight he opened his eyes. Then he turned his face to the wall and soon suffered no more. This on December 5th, 1791. Neither his friends nor his wife could give him a fitting funeral. The body was blessed in St. Stephen's Church on December 6th and was buried in the churchyard of St. Mark's. No grave had been bought. The corpse was lowered into a common vault made to receive 15 or 20 paupers. No cross or stone marked the place, and when, a few days later, the widow came there to pray, no one could tell her the spot that covered Mozart's remains. Book 4. Islam and the Slavic East, 1715 to 1796. Chapter 16. Islam, 1715 to 1796. 1. The Turks. In the 18th century, Christianity was caught between Voltaire and Mohammed, between the Enlightenment and Islam. Though the Moslem world had lost military power since Sobieski's repulse of the Turks from Vienna in 1683, it still dominated Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Arabia, Palestine, Syria, Persia, Asia Minor, the Crimea, South Russia, Bessarabia, Moldavia, Wallachia, or Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, or Yugoslavia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Dalmatia, Greece, Crete, the Aegean Isles, and Turkey. All these, except Persia, were part of the immense empire of the Ottoman Turks. On the Dalmatian coast they touched the Adriatic and faced the Papal States. On the Bosporus they controlled the sole naval outlet from the Black Sea, and could at will block the Russians from the Mediterranean. Crossing from Hungarian territory into Moslem lands, one would at first note little difference between Christian and Mohammedan civilization. Here, too, the simple and pious poor tilled the soil under the overlordship of the clever and skeptical rich. But beyond the Bosporus, the economic landscape changed. Hardly 15% of the terrain had come under cultivation. The rest was desert, or mountains permitting only mining or pasturage. There the characteristic figure was the Bedouin, black and parched with the sun, and wrapping himself complexly against the sand and the heat. The coastal cities or incidental towns hummed with trade and handicrafts, but life seemed more leisurely than in Christian centres. Women stayed at home or walked in stately dignity under their burdens and behind their veils, and the men moved unhurried along the streets. Industry was nearly all manual, and the craftsman's shop was a frontal annex to his home. He smoked and chatted as he worked, and sometimes shared his coffee, cave, and his pipe with a lingering customer. By and large, the common Turk was so satisfied with his civilization that he had not for centuries tolerated any significant change. As in Roman Catholic doctrine, tradition was as sacred Scripture. Religion was more powerful and pervasive in Islam than in Christendom. The Koran was the law as well as the gospel, and the theologians were the official interpreters of the law. The pilgrimage to Mecca annually led its moving drama over the desert and along the dusty roads. But in the upper classes, the rationalist heresies voiced by the 8th century Mutazilites, and continued through the Age of Faith by Moslem poets and philosophers, received a wide and secret assent. From Constantinople in 1719, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu reported, "The Effendis, that is to say the learned, have no more faith in the inspiration of Mohammed than in the infallibility of the Pope. They make a frank profession of deism among themselves, or to those they can trust, and never speak of their law, the dictates of the Koran and the traditions, but as a politic institution, fit now to be observed by wise men, however at first introduced by politicians and enthusiasts." The Sunni and Shia sects divided Islam as Catholicism and Protestantism divided Western Christianity. And in the 18th century a new sect was founded by Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, a sheikh of the Nejd, that central plateau which we now know as Saudi Arabia. The Wahhabites were the Puritans of Islam. They condemned the worship of saints, destroyed the tombs and shrines of saints and martyrs, denounced the wearing of silk and the use of tobacco, and defended the right of each individual to interpret the Koran for himself. In all the sects, superstitions were popular. Religious impostors and bogus miracles found ready credence. And by most Moslems the realm of magic was considered as real as the world of sand and sun. Education was dominated by the clergy, who held that good citizens or loyal tribesmen could be more surely made by disciplining character than by liberating intellect. The clergy had won the battle against the scientists, philosophers, and historians who had prospered in medieval Islam. Astronomy had relapsed into astrology, chemistry into alchemy, medicine into magic, history into myth. But in many Moslems a wordless wisdom took the place of education and erudition. As the wise and eloquent Doughty wrote, "The Arabs and Turks, whose books are men's faces, and whose glosses are the common saws and thousand-old sapient proverbs of their oriental world, touch near the truth of human things. They are old men in policy in their youth, and have little later to unlearn." Wortley Montagu, in a letter of 1717, assured Addison that "the men of consideration among the Turks appear in their conversation as civilized as any I have met with in Italy." Wisdom has no nationality. Poets have always abounded in Islam. The awesome deserts, the encompassing sky, and the infinity of stars on cloudless nights stirred the imagination as well as religious faith with the sense of mystery, and the blood idealized with impeded desire the charms that women wisely enhanced with concealment and modesty. In 1774, Sir William Jones, in Commentaries on Arabic Poetry, revealed to alert minds in Western Europe the popularity, elegance, and passion of poetry in Islam. Greatest of Ottoman poets in the 18th century was Nadim, who sang in the time of Sultan Ahmed III, 1703 to 1730, "Love distraught, my heart and soul are gone for naught. All my patience and endurance spent. Once I bared her lovely bosom, whereupon did calm and peace forth from my breast take flight. Paynim, meaning pagan, mole, Paynim tresses, Paynim eyes, all her cruel beauty's kingdom forms a heathenness, I swear. Kisses on her neck and kisses on her bosom promised she. Woe is me, for now the Paynim rues the troth she pledged whileere. Such the winsome grace wherewith she showed her locks from neath her fez, whatsoe'er a wight beheld her, gazed bewildered then and there. Ruthless, 'tis for thee that all men weep and wail in drear despair. Sweeter than all the perfumes, brighter than all dyes, thy dainty frame. One would deem some fragrant rose had in her bosom nurtured thee. Holding in one hand a rose, in one a cup, thou comest, sweet. Ah, I know not which of these, rose, cup, or thee, to take to me. Lo, there springs a jetting fountain from the stream of life, methought, when thou madest me that lovely lissom shape of thine to see. Women had to take what advantage they could of their lissom shapes, for once their lilies and roses faded, they were lost in the recesses of the harem. This term was applied not only to the wives and concubines of the husband, but to all the females of his household. Seclusion was still their lot in the 18th century. They might go out, but after 1754 they had then to veil all but their alluring eyes, and no male but father, brother, husband, and son might enter their apartment. Even after death, this separation of the sexes was supposed to remain. Saved women would have their own Elysium, apart from the men. Saved men would go to another paradise, where they would be entertained by houris, heavenly nymphs periodically re-virginized. Adultery by women was severely punished, and was rare. Arabs swore by the honor of my women as their securest oath. Lady Mary reported that the Turkish women whom she had been allowed to meet did not resent their separation from the men. Some of them she thought as fair in face and figure, and as refined in manners, as our most celebrated English beauties. Admitted to one of the many public baths, she discovered that women could be beautiful even without clothing. She was especially charmed by the ladies in a bathing establishment at Adrianople. They invited her to undress and bathe with them. She begged to be excused. They being also earnest in persuading me, I was at last forced to open my shirt and show them my stays, which satisfied them very well, for I saw they believed I was so locked up in that machine that it was not in my power to open it, which contrivance they attributed to my husband. And one of them remarked, "See how cruelly the poor English ladies are used by their husbands." The Turks were proud of their public baths, and generally considered themselves a more cleanly people than the Christian infidels. Many persons in the upper and middle classes went to a Turkish bath twice a week, more of them once a week. There they sat in a steam-room until they had sweated abundantly. Then an attendant manipulated every joint, massaged the flesh, rubbed it with a coarse cloth, washed it. We do not hear much about arthritis in Turkey. Some other diseases flourished, especially ophthalmia. Sand and flies infected the eyes. But the Turks, as we have seen, taught Europe to inoculate for smallpox. They had no doubt that their civilization excelled that of Christendom. They admitted that slavery was more widespread in Islam, but they saw no real difference between slaves in Turkey and serfs or servants in the Christian world. And Lady Mary and etymology agreed with them. They were as zealous as we in the love and care of flowers. They, too, as in Constantinople under Ahmed III, 1703 to 1730, had feverish competitions in cultivating tulips. Apparently it was the Turks who, through Venice and Vienna and the Netherlands, introduced to Christian Europe the tulip, the oriental hyacinth, and the garden ranunculus, as well as the chestnut and mimosa trees. Art in Turkey was now in decline, as in most Christian lands. The Turks considered themselves superior in pottery, textiles, rugs, decorations, even in architecture. They had inherited the art of endowing abstract painting with logic, communication, and significance. They gloried in the splendor of their faience, as on the fountain of Ahmed III in Constantinople, the unfading gleam of their tiles, the strength and delicacy of their weaves, the sturdy brilliance of their rugs. Anatolia and the Caucasus were noted in this age for the lustrous pile and strict geometrical design of their carpets, especially of their prayer rugs, whose columns and pointed arches kept the bent worshipper facing the mihrab that indicated in each mosque the direction of Mecca. And the Turks preferred their domed and tiled and minareted mosques to the spires and arches and gloomy grandeur of Gothic cathedrals. Even in this declining age they raised the majestic mosques of Nuri Osmania, in 1748 and La Lejligamisi in 1765, and Ahmed III brought the style of the Alhambra to the palace that he built in 1729. Constantinople, despite its tangled streets and noisome slums, was probably the most impressive as well as the largest of European capitals. Its population of 2 million souls was double that of London, 3 times that of Paris, 8 times that of Rome. When Lady Mary looked out upon the city and the port from the palace of the British ambassador, she thought they constituted, perhaps altogether, the most beautiful prospect in the world. Over this Ottoman Empire, from the Euphrates to the Atlantic, reigned the sultans of the decline. We have considered elsewhere the causes of that decline: the movement of Asia-bound West European commerce around Africa by sea instead of overland through Egypt or Western Asia, the destruction or neglect of the irrigation canals, the expansion of the empire to distances too great for effective central rule, the consequent independence of the pashas and the separatism of the provinces, the deterioration of the central government through corruption, incompetence, and sloth, the repeated rebellions of Janissaries repudiating the discipline that had made them strong, the domination of life and thought by a fatalistic and unprogressive religion, and the lassitude of sultans who preferred the arms of women to those of war. Ahmed III began his reign by allowing the Janissaries to dictate his choice of a grand vizier. It was this vizier who, when he led 200,000 Turks against the 38,000 troops of Peter the Great at the river Prut, accepted a bribe of 230,000 rubles to let the cornered Tsar escape. This on July 21, 1711. When Venice incited the Montenegrins to revolt, Turkey declared war against Venice in 1715 and completed the conquest of Crete and Greece. When Austria intervened, Turkey declared war against Austria in 1716. But Eugene of Savoy defeated the Turks at Petervardine and compelled the Sultan, by the Treaty of Passarovitz in 1718, to evacuate Hungary, to cede Belgrade and parts of Wallachia to Austria, and to surrender to Venice certain strongholds in Albania and Dalmatia. An attempt to balance these losses by raids on Persia brought more reverses. A mob led by a bath attendant killed the vizier Ibrahim Pasha and forced Ahmed to abdicate in 1730. His nephew, Mahmud I, who reigned from 1730 to 1754, renewed the struggle with the West to determine by war the flow of taxes and the doctrines of theology. One Turkish army took Ochakov and Kilburn from Russia, another recovered Belgrade from Austria, but the military decline of Turkey was resumed under Mustafa III from 1757 to 1774. In 1762, Bulgaria declared itself independent. In 1769, Turkey opened war with Russia to prevent the spread of Russian power in Poland. So began the long conflict in which the armies of Catherine the Great inflicted fatal repulses upon the Turks. After Mustafa's death, his brother Abdul Hamid I, 1774 to 1789, signed the humiliating Treaty of Küçükçekmece in 1774, which finished Turkish influence in Poland, South Russia, Moldavia, and Wallachia, and Turkish control of the Black Sea. Abdul Hamid renewed the war in 1787, suffered disastrous routs, and died of grief. Turkey had to wait for Kemal Pasha to end 2 centuries of chaos and make it a modern state. 2. African Islam. The Turks, after conquering Arabic Egypt in 1517, delegated its government to pashas and viceroys. The Mamelukes, who had ruled Egypt since 1250, were allowed to retain local power as the beys of the 12 sanjaks into which the country was divided. While the pashas lost their vigor and luxury, the beys trained their soldiers to personal loyalty and soon challenged the authority of the hated viceroys. The most enterprising of these local rulers was Ali Bey, who in boyhood had been sold as a slave. In 1766 he deposed the pasha. In 1769 he declared Egypt independent. Feverish with success, he led his Mameluke troops to the conquest of Arabia, captured Mecca, and took the titles of Sultan of Egypt and Khakan of the 2 seas, the Red and the Mediterranean. In 1771 he sent Abu Lahab with 30,000 men to conquer Syria. Abu Lahab conquered, but then allied himself with the Porte and led his army back into Egypt. Ali fled to Acre, organized another army, met the forces of Abu Lahab and the Turks, fought till he was disabled by wounds, was captured and died within a week in 1773. Egypt became again a province of the Ottoman Empire. Beneath such oscillations of power and ecstasies of homicide, the ships and caravans of trade, the industry of craftsmen, the annual overflow of the Nile, and the labor of fellaheen in the fertile mud, maintained in Egypt an economy whose profits went to a minority dowered by nature or circumstance with ability or place. The toil and yield of fields and seas fed the cities. Here, above all, Alexandria, one of the greatest ports, and Cairo, one of the most populous capitals of the 18th century world. The streets were narrow to obstruct the sun, and were made picturesque by latticed windows and balconies from which the women of the harem could look unseen upon the life below. The larger streets hummed with handicrafts that defied capitalistic intrusion or machine production. In Islam, everyday industry was an art, and the quality of the product took the place of quantity. The poor made beautiful things for the rich, but they never sold their pride. 300 mosques supported the poor of Cairo with hope and adorned it with massive domes, shady porticos, and stately minarets. One mosque, El Azhar, was also the mother university of Islam. To it came 2,000 or 3,000 students from as far east as Malaysia and as far west as Morocco to learn Quranic grammar, rhetoric, theology, ethics, and law. The graduates of universities constituted the ulama, or body of scholars, from whom were chosen the teachers and judges. It was a regimen made for rigorous orthodoxy in religion, morals, and politics. So morals hardly changed from century to century. Puberty came earlier than in the north. Many girls married at 12 or 13, some at 10. To be unmarried at 16 was a disgrace. Only the rich could afford the polygamy that Quranic law allowed. A cuckolded husband was not only permitted by law, but was encouraged by public opinion to put the offending wife to death. Islamic theology, like the Christian, considered woman a main source of evil, which could be controlled only by her strict subordination. Children grew up in the discipline of the harem. They learned to love their mother and to fear and honor their father. Nearly all of them developed self-restraint and courtesy. Good manners prevailed in all classes, along with a certain ease and grace of motion, probably derived from the women, who may have derived it from carrying burdens on their heads. The climate forbade haste and sanctioned indolence. Polygamy did not prevent prostitution, for prostitutes could provide the excitation that familiarity had allayed. The courtesans of Egypt specialized in lascivious dances. Some ancient monuments reveal the antiquity of this lure. Every large town allotted to prostitutes a special quarter where they might practice their arts without fear of the law. As in all civilizations, women skilled in erotic dances were engaged to vibrate before male assemblies, and in some cases women also took pleasure in witnessing such performances. Music served both love and war. In either case it aroused attack and soothed defeat. Professional musicians of either sex could be engaged to provide entertainment. "I have heard the most celebrated musicians in Cairo," said Edward Lane in 1833, "and have been more charmed with their songs than with any other music that I have ever enjoyed." The favorite instrument was the kemenge, a kind of emaciated viol, with 2 strings of horsehair over a sounding box made of a coconut shell partly cut open between center and top, and covered with fish skin tightly stretched. The performer sat cross-legged, rested the pointed end of the instrument upon the ground, and stroked the strings with a bow of horsehair and ash. Or the artist sat with a large chanoun, or zither, on his lap, and plucked the strings with horn plectra attached to the forefingers. The ancient lute now took the form of a guitar, the code. Add a flute, a mandolin, and a tambourine, and the ensemble would provide an orchestra whose strains might suit a civilized taste better than the primitive music that now agitates Occidental gatherings. The Barbary states, or lands of the allegedly barbarous Berbers, Tripoli, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, entered history in the 18th century chiefly through the exploits of their corsairs or the assassination of their beys or deys. These governments, by sending occasional presents to the sultans at Constantinople, maintained virtual independence. The people lived predominantly by agriculture or piracy. The ransoms paid for Christian captives were a substantial part of the national income. The corsair captains, however, were mostly Christians. The arts maintained a precarious existence, but the Moroccan builders kept enough skill to blazon with radiant blue and green tiles the lordly Bab Mansour that was added as a gateway in 1732 to the immense 17th-century palace mosque of Moulay Ismail at Meknes, then the seat of the Moroccan sultans. Moulay Ismail, in a reign of 55 years, from 1672 to 1727, established order, begot hundreds of children, and thought his achievements warranted him in asking for his harem a daughter of Louis XIV. It is difficult for us to appreciate ways of life much different from our own, but it is helpful to remember the remark of the Moroccan traveller who, on returning from a visit to Europe, exclaimed, "What a comfort to be getting back to civilization." 3. Persia, 1722 to 1789. A Persian would have expressed similar relief on returning to his native land after a sojourn in Christendom, or even in Ottoman Islam. Until the fall of the Safavid dynasty in 1736, an educated Persian would probably have ranked Iranian civilization as superior to any contemporary culture except possibly the Chinese. He would have deprecated Christianity as a reversion to popular polytheism. He might have admitted the superiority of Christendom in science, commerce, and war, but he would have preferred art to science and handicrafts to mechanized industry. The 18th was a bitter century for Persia, conquered by Afghans from the southeast, harassed by slave-gathering raids from the Uzbeks in the northeast, attacked by Russian depredations in the north, repeatedly overrun by vast Turkish armies in the west, impoverished by the tax-gathering tyranny of its own spectacular Nadir Shah, and dismembered by the brutal conflict of rival families for the Persian throne. How could Iran continue in this turbulence the great traditions of Persian literature and art? In the 16th century, the land now called Afghanistan was divided by three governments: Kabul under Indian rule, Balkh under the Uzbeks, and Herat and Kandahar under the Persians. In 1706 to 1708, the Afghans of Kandahar rose under Mir, or Amir Vice, and expelled the Persians. His son, Mir Mahmud, invaded Persia, deposed the Safavid ruler Hussein, and made himself Shah. Religion strengthened his arms, for the Afghans followed the Sunni or Orthodox form of Mohammedanism, and considered the Shia Persians to be damned infidels. Mahmud put to death in hot blood 3,000 of Hussein's bodyguard, 300 Persian nobles, and some 200 children suspected of resenting the murder of their fathers. After a long rest, Mahmud in one day, February 7, 1725, slaughtered all the surviving members of the royal family except Hussein and 2 of his younger children. Then Mahmud went insane and was killed, aged 27, by his cousin Ashraf, on April 22, 1725, who proclaimed himself Shah. So began the bloodletting that devitalized Persia in that century. Tahmasp, son of Hussein, appealed to Russia and Turkey for help. They responded by agreeing to partition Persia between them in 1725. The Turkish army entered Persia and took Hamadan, Kazvin, and Maragah, but was defeated by Ashraf near Kermanshah. The Turkish troops lacked fervor. Why, they asked, should they fight their fellow Sunnis, the Afghans, to restore the heretical Shia Safavids? The Turks made peace with Ashraf, but retained the provinces they had conquered. Ashraf now seemed secure, but a year later his usurped and alien power was challenged by the rise of an obscure Persian who swept in a few years through a military career as brilliant and bloody as any in history. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 4, Side 1. Ashraf now seemed secure, but a year later his usurped and alien power was challenged by the rise of an obscure Persian who swept in a few years through a military career as brilliant and bloody as any in history. Nadir Kuli, that is, slave of the wonderful, i.e., of Allah, was born in a tent in northeastern Iran in 1686. He helped his father to tend their flocks of sheep and goats. He had no schooling, but a hard and adventurous life. When he was 18 and had succeeded his dead father as head of the family, he and his mother were carried off by Uzbek raiders to Khiva and were sold as slaves. The mother died in bondage, but Nadir escaped, became head of a robber band, captured Kalat, Nishapur, and Meshed, declared himself and these cities loyal to Shah Tahmasp, and undertook to drive the Afghans out of Persia and restore Tahmasp to the Persian throne. He accomplished this in swift campaigns between 1729 and 1730. Tahmasp was reinstated and made Nadir Sultan of Khorasan, Seistan, Kerman, and Mazandaran. The victorious general soon set out to recover the provinces that Turkey had seized. By decisively defeating the Turks at Hamadan in 1731, he brought Iraq and Azerbaijan under Persian rule. Hearing of a rebellion in Khorasan, he raised the siege of Yerevan and marched 1,400 miles across Iraq and Iran to invest Herat, a march that dwarfs the famous crossings of Germany by Frederick the Great in the 7 Years' War. Meanwhile, Tahmasp in person took the field against the Turks, lost all that Nadir had won, and ceded Georgia and Armenia to Turkey on promise of Turkish help against Russia in 1732. Nadir rushed back from the east, denounced the treaty, deposed and imprisoned Tahmasp, set up Tahmasp's 6-month-old son as Shah Abbas III, proclaimed himself regent, and sent Turkey a declaration of war. Having raised, by persuasion or conscription, an army of 80,000 men, he marched against the Turks. Near Samarra he encountered a vast Turkish force led by Topal Osman, who, maimed in both legs, commanded from a litter. Nadir twice had horses shot from under him. His standard-bearer fled, thinking him slain. An Arab contingent on whose aid he had relied turned against him. The Persian rout was complete on July 18, 1733. He assembled the remnants at Hamadan, recruited, armed, and fed new thousands, marched again to meet the Turks, and overwhelmed them at Leylan, in a holocaust in which Topal Osman was killed. Another revolt having broken out in southeastern Persia, Nadir again crossed from west to east and overcame the rebel leader, who committed suicide. Marching back across Persia and Iraq, he met 80,000 Turks at Bagavand in 1735, and so thoroughly defeated them that Turkey signed a peace ceding Tiflis, Ganza, and Yerevan to Persia. Nadir had not forgotten that Peter the Great had attacked Persia in 1722-23, appropriating the Caspian provinces of Gilan, Astarabad, and Mazandaran, and the cities of Derbent and Baku. Russia, busy on other fronts, had restored the 3 provinces to Persia in 1732. Now, in 1735, Nadir threatened that unless Russia withdrew from Derbent and Baku, he would ally himself with Turkey against Russia. The 2 cities were surrendered, and Nadir entered Isfahan as the triumph, 500,000 pounds, and including the famous Peacock Throne, which had been made, between 1628 and 1635, for Shah Jahan at the zenith of Mughal power. A riot among the populace killed some of Nadir's soldiers. He avenged them by allowing his army to massacre 100,000 natives in 7 hours. He apologized for this by giving his son Nasrullah in marriage to Muhammad's daughter. Then he marched unimpeded back to Persia, having established himself as the greatest conqueror since Timur. It was his fatality that if he disbanded his army it might create havoc and rebellion. If he kept it in force it would have to be clothed and fed. His conclusion was that war would be cheaper than peace if the war could be fought on foreign soil. Whom should he attack next? He remembered the Uzbek raids on northeast Persia, and his own enslavement, and his mother's death in slavery. In 1740 he led his troops into Uzbekistan. The Emir the Great. The religious leaders roused against him the resentment of a nation offended in its religious faith. He tried to suppress the rising rebellion by wholesale executions. He built pyramids from the skulls of the victims. On June 20th, 1747, 4 members of his own bodyguard entered his tent and attacked him. He killed 2 of them. The others cut him down. All Persia breathed a sigh of relief. After him, the country fell into worse disorder than under the Afghan domination. Several provincial khans claimed the throne. A contest of assassination ensued. Ahmed Khan Durrani contented himself with founding the modern kingdom of Afghanistan. Shah Rukh, handsome, amiable, humane, was blinded shortly after his accession and retired to rule Khorasan till 1796. Karim Khan emerged victorious from the contest and established in 1750 the Zand dynasty, which held power till 1794. Karim made Shiraz his capital, adorned it with handsome buildings, and gave South Persia 29 years of moderate order and peace. Upon his death, the scramble for power took again the form of civil war, and chaos was restored. With the overthrow of the Safavid dynasty by the Afghans, Persia ended the last of her great periods in art, and only some minor productions graced this century. The Madrasa-e Shah Hussain at Isfahan, a college for training scholars and lawyers, was described by Lord Curzon as one of the stateliest ruins in Persia. Sir Percy Sykes marveled at its exquisite tiles and lovely stenciling. The tile-makers were still the ablest in the world, but the impoverishment of the upper classes by protracted wars destroyed the market for excellence and compelled the potters to lower their art into an industry. Splendid book covers were made of lacquered papier-mâché. Textile workers produced brocades and embroidery of consummate finesse. Persian rugs, though they had seen their last supremacy under Shah Abbas I, were still woven for the fortunate of many nations. Especially at Joshagan, Herat, Kerman, and Shiraz, the weavers produced carpets that suffer only by comparison with their classical predecessors. The Afghan conquest broke the heart of Persian poetry and left it almost voiceless through the ensuing servitude. Lutf Ali Begadar, about 1750, compiled a biographical dictionary of Persian poets, concluding with 60 contemporaries. Despite this apparent abundance, he deplored what seemed to him the dearth of good writers in his time, and ascribed it to the prevalent chaos and misery, which have reached such a point that no one has the heart to read poetry, let alone compose it. Typical was the experience of Sheikh Ali Hazan, who wrote 4 diwans, collections of verse, but was caught in the siege of Isfahan by the Afghans. All the dwellers in his household died then except himself. He recovered, fled from the ruins of the once beautiful city, and spent the last 33 years of his life in India. In his memoirs of 1742 he commemorated 100 Persian poets of his time. Accounted greatest of these was Sayyid Ahmad Hatif of Isfahan. Probably the most praised of his poems was an ecstatic reaffirmation of faith in God, despite doubt and desolation. In the church I said to a Christian charmer of hearts, O thou in whose net the heart is held captive, O thou to the warp of whose girdle each hair-tip of mine is separately bound, how long wilt thou miss the way to the divine unity? How long wilt thou impose upon the one the shame of the Trinity? How can it be right to name the one true God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? She parted her sweet lips and said to me, while with sweet laughter she poured sugar from her lips, If thou art aware of the secret of the divine unity, do not cast upon me the stigma of infidelity. In 3 mirrors the eternal beauty casts a ray from his effulgent countenance. Whilst we were so speaking, this chant rose up beside us from the church bell. He is one, and there is naught but he. There is no God save him alone. In the heart of each atom which thou cleavest, thou wilt behold a sun in the midst. If thou givest whatever thou hast to love, may I be accounted an infidel if thou shouldst suffer a grain of loss. Thou wilt pass beyond the narrow straits of dimensions, and wilt behold the spacious realms of the placeless. Thou shalt hear what ear hath not heard, and shalt see what eye hath not seen. until they shall bring thee to a place where, of the world and its people, thou shalt behold one alone. To that one thou shalt give love with heart and soul, until with the eye of certainty thou shalt clearly see that he is one, and there is naught but he. There is no God save him alone. Chapter 17. Russian Interlude, 1725 to 1762. 1. Work and Rule. Frederick the Great wrote about 1776, "Of all the neighbors of Prussia, Russia merits most attention as being the most dangerous. It is powerful and near. Those who in the future will govern Prussia will, like me, be forced to cultivate the friendship of these barbarians." Always, in thinking of Russia, we must remember its size. Under Catherine II, it included Estonia, Livonia, Finland, in part, European Russia, the northern Caucasus, and Siberia. Its area expanded from 687,000 to 913,000 square kilometers in the 18th century. Its population grew from 13 millions in 1722 to 36 millions in 1790. Voltaire in 1747 estimated the population of France or Germany to be slightly greater than that of Russia, but he noted that Russia was 3 times larger than either of those states. Time and Russian loins would fill those vast spaces. In 1722, 97.7% of the Russian population was rural. In 1790, still 96.4%. So slow was industrialization. In 1762, all but 10% of the people were peasants, and 52.4% of these were serfs. Half of the land was owned by some 100,000 nobles, most of the rest by the state or the Russian Orthodox Church, some by semi-free peasants still owing services and obedience to local lords. A landlord's wealth was reckoned by the number of his serfs, so Count Peter Sheremetyev was 140,000 serfs rich. The 992,000 serfs of the Church were a main part of her wealth, and 2,800,000 serfs tilled the lands of the Crown in 1762. The noble provided military leadership and economic organization. He was usually exempt from military service, but often offered it in hopes of favors from the government. He had judiciary rights over his serfs. He could punish them, sell them, or banish them to Siberia. Normally, however, he allowed his peasants to govern their internal affairs through their village assembly, or mir. He was obliged by law to provide seed for his serfs and to maintain them through periods of dearth. A serf might achieve freedom by buying it from his owner or by enlisting in the army, but this required his owner's consent. Free peasants could buy and own serfs. Some of these freemen, called kulaki, or fists, dominated village affairs, lent money at usurious rates, and exceeded the lords in exploitation and severity. Master and man alike were a tough breed, strong in frame and arm and hand. They were engaged together in the conquest of the soil, and the discipline of the seasons lay heavy upon them both. Sometimes the hardships were beyond bearing. Repeatedly we hear of serfs in great number deserting their farms and losing themselves in Poland or the Urals or the Caucasus. Thousands of them died on the way, thousands were hunted and captured by soldiery. Every now and then peasants rose in armed revolt against masters and government and gave desperate battle to the troops. Always they were defeated, and the survivors crept back to their tasks of fertilizing the women with their seed and the soil with their blood. Some serfs were trained to arts and crafts and supplied nearly all the needs of their masters. At a feast given to Catherine II, the Comte de Ségur tells us, the poet and the composer of the opera, the architect who had built the auditorium, the painter who decorated it, the actors and actresses in the drama, the dancers in the ballet, and the musicians in the orchestra were all serfs of Count Sheremetyev. In the long winter, the peasants made the clothing and the tools they would need in the coming year. Town industry was slow in developing, partly because every home was a shop, and partly because difficulties of transportation usually limited the market to the producer's vicinity. The government encouraged industrial enterprises by offering monopolies to favorites, sometimes by providing capital, and it approved participation by nobles in industry and trade. An incipient capitalism appeared in mining, metallurgy, and munitions, and in factory production of textiles, lumber, sugar, and glass. Entrepreneurs were permitted to buy serfs to man their factories. Such possessional peasants, however, were bound not to the owner but to the enterprise. A governmental decree of 1736 required them and their descendants to remain in their respective factories until officially permitted to leave. In many cases they lived in barracks, often isolated from their families. Hours of labor ran from 11 to 15 per day for men, with an hour for lunch. Wages ranged from 4 to 8 rubles per day for men, from 2 to 3 rubles for women. But some employers gave their workers food and lodging and paid their taxes for them. After 1734, free, non-serf labor increased in the factories, as giving more stimulus to the workers and more profits to the employer. Labor was too cheap to favor the invention or application of machinery, but in 1748 Pulzunov used a steam engine in his ironworks in the Urals. Between the nobles and the peasants, a small and politically powerless middle class slowly took form. In 1725, some 3% of the population were merchants, tradesmen in the villages and towns and at the fairs, importers of tea and silk from China, of sugar, coffee, spices, and drugs from overseas, and of the finer textiles, pottery, and paper from Western Europe, exporters of timber, turpentine, pitch, tallow, flax, and hemp. Caravans moved to China via Siberian or Caspian routes. Ships went out from Riga, Reval, Narva, and St. Petersburg. Probably more traffic went on the rivers and canals than on the roads or the sea. At the center of that internal commerce was Moscow. Physically, it was the largest city in Europe, with long, broad streets, 484 education or insecurity of life, with so little opportunity for education and so little time for thought, should enjoy, except in the isolated villages, the privileges and perils of democracy. Some form of feudalism was inevitable in the economy, some mode of monarchy and central rule. It was to be expected that the monarchy would be subject to frequent overturns by noble factions controlling their own military support, that the monarchy should seek to make itself absolute, and that it should depend upon religion to help its soldiery, police, and judiciary to maintain social stability and internal peace. Corruption clogged every avenue of administration. Even the wealthy nobles who surrounded the throne were amenable to gifts. "If there be a Russian proof against flattery," said the almost contemporary Castera, "there is not one who can resist the temptation of gold." Nobles controlled the palace guard that made and unmade sovereigns. Religion was especially strong in Russia, for poverty was bitter, and merchants of hope found many purchasers. Skepticism was confined to an upper class that could read French, and Freemasonry had many converts there. But the rural and most of the urban population lived in a supernatural world of fearful piety, surrounded by devils, crossing themselves a dozen times a day, imploring the intercession of saints, worshipping relics, awed by miracles, trembling over portents, prostrating themselves before holy images, and moaning somber hymns from stentorian breasts. Church bells were immense and powerful. Boris Godunov had set up one of 288,000 pounds, but the Empress Anna Ivanovna outrang him by having one cast of 432,000 pounds. The churches were filled. The ritual was more solemn here, and the prayers were more ecstatic than in half-pagan commoners, despite the ukases of Peter the Great, kept their beards. Nearly every home had a balalaika, and St. Petersburg, under Elizabeth and Catherine II, had opera imported from Italy and France. Here came famous composers and conductors, and the finest singers and virtuosi of the age. Musical education was well financed, and justified itself in the outburst of musical genius in the second half of the 19th century. From all Russia, promising male voices were sent to the leading churches to be trained. As the Greek rite allowed no instruments in choirs, the voices had free play, and attained such depths of unison and harmony as were hardly equaled elsewhere in the world. Boys took the soprano parts, but it was the bassos that astonished many a foreigner with their nether reach and their range of feeling from whispers of tenderness to waves of guttural power. Who composed this moving music for Russia's choirs? Mostly obscure monks, unknelled and unknown. Two stand out in the 18th century. Sozonovich Borozovsky was a Ukrainian lad whose voice seemed designed for the adoration of God. Catherine II sent him to Italy at state expense to get the best musical education. He lived for years at Bologna, and under Padre Martini he learned the art of composition. Returning to Russia, he wrote religious music that combined Russian intensity with Italian elegance. His efforts to reform the singing of the choirs met with orthodox resistance. He fell into morbid melancholy and killed himself at the age of 32 in 1777. Still more famous was Dmitri Bortyansky. When only 7 years old, he was admitted to the court church choir. The Empress Elizabeth commissioned Galuppi to tutor him. When Galuppi returned to Italy, Catherine II sent Dmitri with him to Venice. Thence he passed to Padre Martini, and then to Rome and Naples, where he composed music in the Italian style. In 1779 he returned to Russia. He was soon appointed director of the court church choir, and he kept this post till his death in 1825. For the choir he composed a Greek Mass, and settings in 4 and 8 parts for 45 psalms. It was due especially to his training that the choir reached the excellence which made it one of the wonders of the musical world. In 1901, St. Petersburg celebrated with pomp the 150th anniversary of his birth. French influence dominated Russian art, but the leading figure was an Italian, Francesco, or Bartolomeo, Rastrelli. His father, Carlo, had been called to Russia by Peter the Great in 1715 and had cast in bronze an equestrian statue of Peter and a full-length figure of the Empress Anna Ivanovna. The son inherited the Louis XV style that Carlo had brought from France. He added to it some inspiration from the Baroque masterpieces of Balthasar Neumann and Fischer von Erlach in Germany and Austria, and he adapted these influences so harmoniously with Russian needs and styles that he became the architectural favorite of Tsarina Elizabeth. Almost every Russian building of artistic note from 1741 to 1765 was designed by him or his aides. On the left bank of the Neva he raised, between 1732 and 1754, the Winter Palace, which was burned down in 1837, but was conjecturally restored on the original plan. A monstrous mass of windows and columns in 3 layers, topped by statues and battlements. More to Elizabeth's taste was the palace of Tsarskoe Selo, that is, the Tsar's village, on a hill 15 miles south of St. Petersburg. At its left he built a church. In the interior of the palace, a ceremonial stairway led to the Grande Galerie, which was illuminated by immense windows during the day and by 56 chandeliers at night. At the farther end were the throne room and the apartments of the Empress. A Chinese room paid the usual homage of the 18th century to Chinese art. An amber room was panelled with plaques of amber, given to Peter the Great by Frederick William I in exchange for 55 tall grenadiers. And a picture gallery housed some of the imperial collections. The interior was mostly in Rococo decoration, which an English traveller described as a mixture of barbarism and magnificence. Catherine II, who was chaste if only in her taste, had the golden ornaments of the façade removed. Literature developed more slowly than art. The paucity of readers gave it little encouragement, censorship by church and state cramped expression, and the Russian language had not yet refined itself, in grammar or vocabulary, into a literary vehicle. And yet, even before the accession of Elizabeth in 1742, 3 writers left their names on the face of history. Vasily Tatistchev was a man of action and thought, a traveller and historian, a diplomat and philosopher, loving Russia but opening his mind eagerly to economic and intellectual developments in the West. He was one of several promising youths whom Peter sent abroad for intellectual insemination. He came back with dangerous ideas. He had read, directly or in summaries, Bacon, Descartes, Locke, Grotius, and Bayle. His orthodox faith had withered, and he supported religion only as an aid to government. He served Peter in dangerous campaigns, became governor of Astrakhan, and was accused of peculation. In his wanderings he gathered a store of geographical, ethnological, and historical data, which he used in A History of Russia. The book offended the clergy. No one dared print it till the early and liberal years of Catherine II's reign, from 1768 to 1774. Prince Antioch Cantemir continued the revolt against theology. Son of a Moldavian hospodar, or governor, he was brought to Russia in his 3rd year, learned to speak 6 languages, served in embassies to London and Paris, met Montesquieu and Maupertuis, and, returning, wrote satires of those pan-Slavic patriots who opposed the contamination of Russian life with Western ideas. Here is a bit of his poem, To My Mind. Immature mind, fruit of recent studies, be quiet. Urge not the pen into my hands. Many easy paths lead in our days to honors. The least acceptable is the one the 9 barefoot sisters, the Muses, have laid out. You have to toil and moil there, and while you labor, people avoid you as a pestilence, rail at you, loathe you. Who pores over books becomes an atheist. Thus Crito grumbles, his rosary in his hands, and bids me see how dangerous is the seed of learning that is cast among us. Our children, to the horror of the Church, have begun to read the Bible. They discuss all, want to know the cause of all, and put little faith in the clergy. They place no candles before the images. They observe no feasts. O mind, I advise you to be dumber than a dumpling. Complain not of your obscurity. If gracious wisdom has taught you anything, explain it not to others. Cantemir offended further by translating Fontenelle's Entretien sur la pluralité des mondes. The book was denounced as Copernican, heretical, blasphemous, but Cantemir foiled his persecutors by dying at 36 in 1744. Not till 1762 did his satires find a publisher. Under Tsarina Elizabeth, Russian literature began to assert itself as something more than an echo of the French. Mikhail Lomonosov felt rather the German influence. Having studied at Marburg and Freiburg, he married a Fräulein and brought with her to St. Petersburg a heavy load of science. He became the lion of the academy, adept in everything, even in drinking. He refused to specialize. He became a metallurgist, geologist, chemist, electrician, astronomer, economist, geographer, historian, philologist, orator. Pushkin called him the first Russian university. Amid all this, he was a poet. His chief rival for the applause of the intelligentsia was Alexis Sumarokov, who published a volume of odes by himself and by Lomonosov to display the latter's inferiority. The difference was negligible. The real distinction of Sumarokov was his establishment of a Russian National Theatre in 1756. For it he wrote plays echoing those of Racine and Voltaire. Elizabeth compelled the courtiers to attend, but as they paid no admission, Sumarokov complained that his salary of 5,000 rubles per year did not suffice to keep both his theatre and himself alive. What was once seen at Athens, what is now to be seen in Paris, is also seen in Russia by my care. In Germany, a crowd of poets has not produced what I have succeeded in doing by my own efforts. In 1760 he tired of his labors and moved to Moscow, but there his flair for quarreling soon left him moneyless. He appealed to Catherine II to send him abroad at state expense, and assured her, if Europe were described by such a pen as mine, an outlay of 300,000 rubles would seem small. Catherine bore with him till he died of drink in 1777. Let us enliven our pages with the romance of a princess. Natalia Borisovna Dolgorukaya was the daughter of Count and Field Marshal Boris Sheremetyev, comrade-in-arms of Peter the Great. At the age of 15 in 1729, radiantly beautiful and one of the greatest heiresses in Russia, she was betrothed to Vasily Lukich Dolgoruki, the prime favorite of Tsar Peter II. Before they could be married, Peter died, and his successor banished Vasily to Siberia. Natalia insisted on marrying him and following him into exile. She lived with him for 8 years in Tobolsk, and bore him 2 children. In 1739 he was put to death. After 3 more years of exile, she was allowed to return to European Russia. Having completed the education of her children, she entered a convent at Kiev. There, at the request of her son, Mikhail, she composed her memoirs in 1768. which her poet-grandson, Prince Ivan Mikhailovich Dolgoruki, published in 1810. 3 Russian poets have celebrated her memory, and Russia honors her as the type of the many Russian women who ennobled revolution with their heroism and constancy. All in all, Russian civilization was a mixture of unavoidable discipline every evening, retired regularly by 5 a.m., and left the government to her former lover, Prince Alexander Danilovich Menshikov, and the Supreme Council. Count Andrei Ostermann, of German birth, took charge of foreign affairs and directed Russia into friendship with Germany and Austria and hostility to France. Following the plans of Peter I, Catherine married her daughter Anna Petrovna to Karl Friedrich, Duke of Holstein-Gottorp. The couple went to live in Kiel, where Anna bore the future Peter III. Catherine herself, exhausted with pleasure, died on May 6, 1727, having nominated as her heir that same Pyotr Alexeyevich whose throne she had usurped. Peter II was still only 12. Menshikov continued to govern and used his power to feather his nest. A group of nobles, led by the brothers Ivan and Vasily Lukich Dolgoruki, overthrew Menshikov and banished him to Siberia, where he died in 1729. Nard went out to meet Anna and petitioned her to take absolute power. Emboldened by their arms, she tore up the conditions in the presence of the court. Distrusting the Russian nobles, Anna brought in from Kurland the Germans who had pleased her there. Ernst von Buren, or Biron, who had been her lover, became the head of her government. Ostermann was restored to foreign affairs. Count Christoph von Munich reorganized the army. Löwenwolde, Kurf, and Kaiserling helped to give the new regime some German efficiency. Taxes were collected with careful rigor, education was extended and improved, an instructed civil service was prepared. With similar effectiveness, the new administration imprisoned, banished, or executed the Dolgorukis and the Golitzins. Satisfied with 2 lovers, Biron and Löwenwolde, Anna lived a relatively regular life, rose at 8, gave 3 hours to government, and smiled approval as her Germans expanded Russian power. An army under Munich invaded Poland, deposed the French-oriented Stanislas Leszczynski, enthroned the Saxon Augustus III, and took the first step toward binding Poland to Russia. France countered by urging Turkey to attack Russia. The Sultan demurred, being busy on his Persian front. Russia thought it a good time to declare war against Turkey. So began, in 1735, 60 years of conflict for control of the Black Sea. Anna's diplomats explained that the Turks, or their dependents in South Russia, held the outlets of the 5 great rivers, Dniester, Bug, Dnieper, Don, Kuban, which were the main channels of southbound Russian commerce, that the semi-barbarous Moslem tribes inhabiting the lower basins of these streams were a standing threat to the Christians of Russia, that the northern shores of the Black Sea were a natural and necessary part of Russia, and that a great and growing nation like Russia should no longer be blocked from free access to the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. This remained the theme song of Russia through the remainder of the century and beyond. The first objective was the Crimea, the almost island that stood as a Turkish stronghold on the northern front of the Black Sea. To take that peninsula was the goal of Munich's campaign in 1736. His chief foes were space and disease. He had to cross 330 miles of wilderness in which not one town could provide food or medicine for his 57,000 troops. 80,000 wagons had to accompany them in a long line subject at any point and moment to attack by Tatar tribes. With brilliant generalship, Munich in 29 days took Perekop, Koslov, and Bakhchisarai, the Crimean capital. But in that month dysentery and other ailments spread such misery and mutiny among his men that he had to abandon his conquests and retreat into the Ukraine. Meanwhile, another of Anna's generals took Azov, which controlled the mouth of the Don. Munich marched south again in April 1737 with 70,000 men and captured Ochakov, near the mouth of the Bug. In June, Austria joined in attacking the Turks, but its campaign so miscarried that it signed a separate peace, and Russia, suddenly left to face the full Turkish army and expecting war with Sweden, signed on September 18, 1739, a peace that restored to the Turks almost all that had been won in 3 campaigns. This treaty was celebrated in St. Petersburg as a splendid triumph, which had cost only 100,000 lives. Anna survived the war by a year. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2. Continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. Anna survived the war by a year. Shortly before her death, on October 17, 1740, she named as heir to the throne the 8-week-old Ivan VI, son of her German-born niece Anna Leopoldovna and Prince Anton Ulrich of Brunswick, Biron to be regent till Ivan reached 17. But Munich and Ostermann had now had enough of Biron. They joined with Ulrich and Leopoldovna to send him to Siberia on November 9, 1740. Anna Leopoldovna became regent, with Munich as first minister. Fearing the total domination of Russia by Teutons, the French and Swedish ambassadors aroused and financed a revolt of the Russian nobles. They chose as their secret candidate for the throne Elizaveta Petrovna, daughter of Peter the Great and Catherine I. Elizabeth, as we shall call her, was 32 years old, but she was at the height of her beauty, courage, and vivacity. She loved athletics and violent exercise, but also she was fond of amorous delight and entertained a succession of gallants. She had little education, wrote Russian with difficulty, spoke French well. She seems to have had no thought of gracing the throne until Anna Leopoldovna and Ostermann set her aside in favor of foreigners. When the regent ordered the St. Petersburg regiments to Finland, and the soldiers grumbled at facing a winter war, Elizabeth seized the opportunity. She put on military garb, went to the barracks at 2 a.m., December 6, 1741, and appealed to the soldiers to support her. At the head of a regiment, she sledged over the snow to the Winter Palace, awakened the regent, and sent both her and the baby Tsar to prison. When the city awoke, it found that it had a new ruler, a thoroughly Russian empress, a daughter of the great Peter. Russia and France rejoiced. 4. Elizabeth Petrovna, 1741 to 1762. It is difficult to make her out through the mists of time and prejudice. Catherine II, meeting her in 1744, was struck by her beauty and the majesty of her bearing. In spite of being very stout, she was not in the least disfigured by her size, nor embarrassed in her movements, though she wore an immense hoop when she dressed up. She was privately skeptical to the verge of atheism. Publicly, she was zealously orthodox. A French observer noted her pronounced taste for liquor, but we must remember that Russia is cold and vodka warms. She refused marriage, fearing that it would divide her power and multiply disputes. Some say that she secretly married Alexis Razumovsky. If so, he was merely primus inter pares. She was vain, loved finery, had 15,000 dresses, heaps of stockings, 2,500 pairs of shoes. Some of these she used as missiles in argument. She could upbraid her servants and courtiers in the language of a sergeant. She sanctioned some cruel punishments, but she was basically kind. She abolished the death penalty except for treason in 1744. Torture was allowed only in the gravest trials. Flogging remained, but Elizabeth felt that some way had to be found to discourage the criminals who made the highways and city streets unsafe at night. She was both restless and indolent. She had a keen natural intelligence and gave her country as good a government as the condition of Russian education, morals, manners, and economy allowed. Having banished Ostermann and Munich to Siberia, she restored the Senate to administrative leadership and entrusted foreign affairs to Alexei Petrovich Bestuzhov-Riumin. Catherine II described him as a great intriguer, suspicious, firm and intrepid in his principles, an implacable enemy, but the true friend of her friends. He was fond of money, as those usually are who know that their high state invites a fall. When England sought to bribe him, it estimated his integrity as costing 100,000 crowns. We do not know if the purchase went through, but Bestuzhov generally took an English line. This, however, was a natural retort to French support of Sweden and Turkey against Russia. Frederick the Great in his turn offered Bestujev 100,000 crowns if he would ally Russia with Prussia. The offer was refused. Instead, Bestujev allied Russia with Austria in 1745 and England in 1755. When England followed this by an alliance with Prussia on January 16, 1756, Bestujev's House of Chancelleries fell apart, and Elizabeth henceforth ignored his advice. A new ministry bound Russia to the Franco-Austrian reversal of alliances, and the 7 Years' War was on. We have seen, far back, how the Russian general Apraksin defeated the Prussians at Gross-Jägersdorf in 1757, and then withdrew his army into Poland. The French and Austrian ambassadors convinced Elizabeth that Bestujev had ordered Apraksin's retreat and was conspiring to depose her. She ordered the arrest of both the Chancellor and the General in 1758. Apraksin died in jail. Bestujev denied both charges, and later knowledge has cleared him. His foes wished to torture him into confession. Elizabeth forbade this. Mikhail Vorontsov replaced Bestujev as Chancellor. Amid the balls, gambling, intrigues, jealousies, and hatreds of the court, Elizabeth encouraged her aides to advance Russian civilization. Her young favorite, Ivan Shuvalov, opened a university at Moscow, established primary and secondary schools, sent students abroad for graduate study in medicine, and imported French architects, sculptors, and painters for the Academy of Arts, which he set up in the capital in 1758. He corresponded with Voltaire and induced him to write a history of the Russian Empire under Peter the Great in 1757. His brother, Pyotr Shuvalov, helped the economy by removing tolls on internal trade. Meanwhile, however, to console the Pan-Slavists, Elizabeth allowed religious intolerance to grow. She closed some mosques in the Tatar regions and banished 35,000 Jews. Her proudest achievement was that her armies and generals repeatedly defeated Frederick II, stopped the Prussian advance, and were on the point of crushing him when her physical decline weakened her power to hold the Franco-Austro-Russian alliance together. As early as 1755, the British ambassador reported, "The health of the Empress is bad. She is affected with spitting of blood, shortness of breath, constant coughing, swollen legs, and water on the chest. Yet she danced a minuet with me." Now she paid heavily for having preferred promiscuity to marriage. Childless, she had long sought someone of royal blood who could face the external and internal problems of Russia, and inexplicably her choice had fallen upon Karl Friedrich Ulrich, son of her sister Anna Petrovna and of Karl Friedrich, Duke of Holstein-Gottorp. It was the greatest error of her reign, but she redeemed it by her choice for his mate. 5. Peter and Catherine, 1743 to 1761. Pyotr Feodorovitch, as Elizabeth renamed her heir, was born at Kiel in 1728. As grandson of both Peter I and Charles XII, he was eligible to both the Russian and the Swedish thrones. Of feeble health, he was kept at home till he was 7. Then, by a sudden change, he was assigned to the Holstein Guards, and was raised to be a soldier. He became a sergeant at 9, marched proudly in field parades, and learned the language and morals of army officers. At 11 he was given a German tutor who brought him up unforgettably in the Lutheran faith, and disciplined him into neurosis. Browbeaten by this pedagogue, he shrank into timidity and secrecy, took to cunning and deceit, became permanently irritable, stubborn, quarrelsome. Rousseau might have cited him as illustrating the notion that man is good by nature but is deformed by a bad environment. Peter had a kind heart and a longing to do the right, as we shall see by his royal decrees, but he was ruined by being cast for parts he was not fitted to play. Catherine II, meeting him when he was 11, described him as good-looking, well-mannered, courteous, and she felt no repugnance at the idea of becoming his wife. In 1743 Elizabeth had him brought to Russia, made him Grand Duke, converted him apparently to the Orthodox faith, and tried to train him for rule. But she stood aghast at the inadequacy of his education and the instability of his character. At St. Petersburg he added drunkenness to his other faults. Elizabeth hoped that before she herself died, This strange youth, if mated to a healthy and intelligent woman, might beget a competent future Tsar. With that lack of ethnic prejudice which marked the European aristocracies even during the rise of nationalistic states, Elizabeth looked outside Russia and chose an undistinguished princess from one of the smallest German principalities. The wily Frederick II had recommended this choice, hoping to have a friendly German Tsarina in a Russia already fearsome to Germany. At this point we are confronted by the memoirs of Catherine the Great. There is no doubt of their authenticity. They were not printed till 1859, but the French manuscript in Catherine's own hand is preserved in the National Archives in Moscow. Are they trustworthy? By and large, the story they tell is confirmed by other sources. Their fault is not mendacity, but partiality. They are a tale well told, with wit and verve, but they are in part an apologia for having dethroned her husband, and for bearing with such equanimity the news that he had been killed. She was born in Stettin, Pomerania, April 21, 1729, and was christened Sophia Augusta Frederica, after 3 of her aunts. Her mother was Princess Johanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp. Through her, Catherine was a cousin to Peter. Her father was Christian August, Prince of Anhalt-Zerbst, in central Germany, a major general in Frederick's army. Both parents were disappointed by the birth of a girl. The mother mourned as if it had been a miscarriage. Catherine atoned for her sex by developing the virility of a general and the statesmanship of an emperor, all the while remaining the most sought and found mistress in Europe. She had a variety of childhood sicknesses, one so severe that it left her apparently deformed for life, the backbone running zigzag, the right shoulder much higher than the left. She now assumed the shape of the letter Z. The local hangman, who had become a specialist in dislocations, encased her in a corset which I never removed day or night except when changing my underclothes. And after 18 months I began to show signs of straightening out. She was so often told that she was ugly that she determined to develop intelligence as a substitute for beauty. She was another case of a felt defect stimulating compensatory powers. Her ugliness disappeared as puberty rounded out her angles into curves. Despite her tribulations, she was of a happy disposition, and of such natural vivacity as needed to be restrained. She was educated by tutors, especially by a Lutheran clergyman who suffered from her questions. Was it not unfair, she asked, that Titus, Marcus Aurelius, and all the great men of antiquity, virtuous though they might be, should have been damned because they did not know about revelation? She argued so well that her teacher proposed to flog her, but a governess intervened. She especially wanted to know what that chaos had been like which, according to Genesis, had preceded the creation. His replies never seemed to satisfy me, and we both lost our tempers. He was still further harassed by her insistence on his explaining just what was circumcision. Her other teachers and the governess were French, so that she learned that language well. She read Corneille, Racine, and Molière, and was clearly ready for Voltaire. She became one of the best-educated women of her time. News of this bright princess reached the Empress Elizabeth, eager for a girl who might give Peter intelligence by osmosis. On January 1st, 1744, an invitation came to Sophia's mother to come with her for a visit to the Russian court. The parents hesitated. Russia seemed dangerously unstable and primitive. But Sophia, surmising that she was being considered as a wife for the Grand Duke, pleaded for an affirmative reply. On January 12th, they began the long and difficult journey through Berlin, Stettin, East Prussia, Riga, and St. Petersburg to Moscow. At Berlin, Frederick entertained them and took a fancy to Sophia, asking me 1,000 questions and talking about opera, comedy, poetry, dancing, everything, in short, that one could possibly imagine in conversing with a girl of 14. At Stettin, my father tenderly took leave of me, and this was the last time I saw him. I cried bitterly. Mother and daughter, with a lavish entourage, reached Moscow on February 9th, after a sleigh ride of 52 hours from St. Petersburg. That evening she met Peter for the second time, and again was favorably impressed, until he confided to her that he was a convinced Lutheran, and was in love with one of the ladies in waiting at the court. She noticed that his German accent and manners were distasteful to the Russians. For her part, she resolved to learn Russian thoroughly, and to accept the Orthodox faith in toto. She felt little more than indifference toward Peter, but I was not indifferent to the Russian crown. She was given 3 teachers, for the language, for the religion, and for Russian dances. She studied so earnestly, once getting out of bed in the middle of the night to study her lessons, that on February 22nd she was bedded with pleurisy. I remained between life and death for 27 days, during which I was bled 16 times, sometimes 4 times a day. Her mother lost favor at court by asking that a Lutheran clergyman be summoned. Sophia won many hearts by asking for a Greek priest. At last, on April 21st, she was able to appear in public. I had become as thin as a skeleton, my face and features were drawn, my hair was falling out, and I was totally pale. The Empress sent her a pot of rouge. On June 28th, Sophia underwent with impressive piety the ceremony of conversion to the Orthodox faith. Now to her existing names were added Ekaterina Alexeyevna. Henceforth she was Catherine. The next morning, in the great cathedral, Uspensky Sobor, she was formally betrothed to Grand Duke Peter. All who saw her were pleased with her tactful modesty. Even Peter began to love her. After 14 months of apprenticeship they were married, August 21st, 1745, at St. Petersburg. On October 10th, Catherine's mother left for home. Peter was now 17, his wife 16. She was beautiful and he was plain, having suffered from smallpox in their betrothal year. She was intellectually avid and alert. He displayed, said Soloviev, every symptom of mental backwardness and resembled a grown-up child. He played with dolls and marionettes and toy soldiers. He was so fond of dogs that he kept several of them in his apartment. Catherine was not clear which was worse, their barking or their stench. He did not improve the situation by playing his violin. His taste for liquor increased. From 1753 he got drunk almost daily. The Empress Elizabeth often reproved him for his faults, but she did not add example to precept. She was more disturbed by his unconcealed dislike of Russia, which he called an accursed land, by his scorn of the Orthodox Church and clergy, above all by his idolatry of Frederick the Great, even when Russia and Prussia were in deadly war. He surrounded himself with a Holsteiner guard of soldiers nearly all German. In his pleasure house at Oranienbaum, he dressed his attendants in German uniforms and put them through Prussian drills. When the Russian generals Fermor and Saltykov defeated the Prussians in 1759, they refrained from pursuing their victories for fear of offending Peter, who might at any moment become Tsar. The marriage became almost a conflict of cultures, for Catherine was furthering her education by studying the literature of France. It seems incredible that this young woman, in her unhappy years as Grand Duchess, read Plato, Plutarch, Tacitus, Bayle, Voltaire, Diderot, and Montesquieu, whose spirit of laws, she said, should be the breviary of every sovereign of common sense. Such books must have finished Catherine's religious beliefs, though she continued assiduously her observation of the Orthodox ritual, and they gave her that conception of enlightened despotism which Frederick had imbibed from Voltaire a generation before. Meanwhile, if we may believe her first-hand report, the marriage between me and the Grand Duke had not been consummated. Castera, who in 1800 wrote a well-informed and hostile biography of Catherine, thought that Peter had a defect which, though easy to remove, seemed so much the more cruel. The violence of his love, his reiterated efforts, could not accomplish the consummation of his marriage. A remarkable parallel with Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Perhaps the distaste that Catherine, during their long betrothal, had come to feel for Peter had become evident to him and made him psychologically impotent. He soon turned to other women and took a succession of mistresses, who hoped to replace Catherine as Grand Duchess. In her account, these first years of marriage were years of misery for her. One day, according to Horace Walpole, when the Empress asked her why no issue had come of her union, she replied that none should be expected, which in effect announced her husband's impotence. Elizabeth replied that the state demanded successors, and left the Grand Duchess to procure them by whose assistance she pleased. A son and a daughter were the fruits of her obedience. Madame Maria Choglakova, appointed by Elizabeth to be lady-in-waiting to Catherine, explained to the Grand Duchess, according to the Grand Duchess, that there were important exceptions to the rule of marital fidelity. She promised to keep the secret if Catherine took a lover, and there can be little doubt that this shameful suggestion came not from the lady-in-waiting, but from the Empress herself. We must see these matters in the perspective of a Russian court long accustomed to polyandrous queens, a French court inured to polygynous kings, and a Saxon-Polish court with the 150 children of Augustus III. Did Catherine follow these exemplars to excess? After her accession, yes. Before her accession, she seems to have limited herself stoically to 3 lovers. First, some 6 years after marriage, came Sergei Saltykov, a lusty young officer. Catherine explains her response. If I may venture to be frank, I combined with the mind and temperament of a man the attractions of a lovable woman. I pray to be forgiven for this description, which is justified by its truthfulness. I was attractive, consequently 1/2 of the road to temptation was already covered, and it is only human in such situations that one should not stop halfway. One cannot hold one's heart in one's hand, forcing it or releasing it, tightening or relaxing one's grasp at will. In 1751 she became pregnant but had a miscarriage, and this painful experience was repeated in 1753. In 1754 she gave birth to the future Emperor Paul I. Elizabeth rejoiced, gave Catherine a present of 100,000 rubles, and sent Saltykov to safe obscurity in Stockholm and Dresden, where Catherine tells us he was frivolous with all the women he met. Peter drank more and took fresh mistresses, finally settling down with Elizaveta Vorontsova, niece of the new chancellor. Catherine quarrelled with him and made public fun of him and his friends. In 1756 she accepted the attentions of a handsome Pole, 24 years old, Count Stanislas Poniatowski, who had come to St. Petersburg as attaché to Sir Charles Hanbury Williams, the British ambassador. Stanislas's autobiography describes her in 1755. She was 25 years old. She was at that perfect moment which is generally, for women who have beauty, the most beautiful. She had black hair, a dazzlingly white skin, long black eyelashes, a Grecian nose, a mouth that seemed made for kisses, perfect hands and arms, a slim figure rather tall than short, an extremely active bearing, yet full of nobility. The sound of her voice was pleasant, and her laugh was as merry as her disposition. Gazing at her, he forgot that there was a Siberia. This was the most deeply felt of her many loves, and his. Long after she had taken other suitors, her heart remained with Poniatowski, and he never quite recovered from his infatuation, however sorely tried by her policies. When she went to stay with Peter at Oranienbaum, Stanislas risked his life by secretly visiting her there. He was detected, and Peter gave orders that he be hanged. Catherine interceded with Peter's mistress, who, softened by a gift, appeased the Grand Duke. Finally, in a burst of good nature, Peter not only forgave Poniatowski, but called Catherine to join her lover, and entered with them and Elizaveta Vorontsova into an amiable ménage à quatre, with many gay suppers together. On December 9, 1758, Catherine gave birth to a daughter. The court generally believed that Poniatowski was the father, but Peter took the credit, accepted congratulations, and organized festivities to celebrate his achievement. However, the child died 4 months later. The Empress had Poniatowski recalled to Poland, and Catherine was briefly loveless. But she was charmed by the adventures in love and war of Grigory Grigorievich Orlov, aide-de-camp to Pyotr Shuvalov. Orlov had made a reputation by keeping to his post in the Battle of Zorndorf despite 3 wounds. He had the build of an athlete and the face of an angel. But his only morality was to win power and women by any available means. Shuvalov had a mistress, Princess Elena Kurakin, one of the fairest and loosest beauties of the court. Orloff won her away from his superior. Shuvalov vowed to kill him, but died before attending to the matter. Catherine admired Orloff's courage and noted that in the guards he had 4 brothers, all tall and strong. These 5 warriors would be useful in an emergency. She arranged a meeting with Grigori, then another, and another. Soon she displaced Kurakin. By July 1761 she was pregnant. In April 1762 she gave birth as secretly as possible to Orloff's son, who was brought up as Alexis Bobrinsky. In December 1761 it became apparent that the Empress was entering upon her final illness. Attempts were made to bring Catherine into a plot to prevent the accession of Peter. She was warned that Peter as Tsar would cast her aside and make Elizaveta Vorontsova his wife and queen, but Catherine refused to join in the plot. On January 5, 1762, the Empress Elizabeth died, and Peter, without open opposition, mounted the throne. 6. Peter III, 1762. He astonished everyone by the generosity of his measures. The good nature that had been blurred by coarse and thoughtless manners came to the fore in a burst of gratitude for his peaceful accession to power. He pardoned enemies, he retained most of Elizabeth's ministers, and he tried to be kind to Catherine. In the royal palace he allowed her comfortable quarters at one end, housed himself at the other, and assigned to his mistress the intermediate rooms. It was a mortal affront, of course, but Catherine was secretly pleased to be at a distance from him. He provided her with an ample allowance and paid her extensive debts without inquiring into their origin. In official ceremonies he gave her equal standing with himself, sometimes yielded her precedence. He recalled from exile the men and women whom previous rulers had sent to Siberia. Now Munich returned, aged 82, to be welcomed by 32 grandsons. Peter restored him to his rank as field marshal. Munich vowed to serve him to the end, and did. The happy emperor freed the nobles from the obligation that Peter the Great had laid upon them to give many years of their lives to the state. They proposed to build a statue of him in gold. He bade them use the metal more sensibly. A decree of February 21st abolished the universally hated secret police and forbade arrest on political charges until these had been reviewed and sanctioned by the Senate. On June 25th, Peter issued a ukase that adultery should henceforth be exempt from official censure, since in that matter even Christ had not condemned. The court was delighted. Merchants were pleased by a lowering of export dues, the price of salt was reduced, the buying of serfs for factory labor was stopped. Old believers who had fled from Russia to avoid persecution under Elizabeth were invited to return and enjoy religious freedom. The clergy, however, was incensed by decrees of February 16th and March 21st, nationalizing all the lands of the Church and making all Orthodox clergymen salaried employees of the government. The serfs on these secularized domains were freed, and serfs on the estates of the nobility expected that they too would soon be freed. Amid all these reforms, suggested to him by various ministers, Peter continued to drink heavily. The most startling of his measures, and the one that gave him the greatest happiness, was his termination of the war with Prussia. Even before his accession, he had done much to help Frederick, secretly transmitting to him the military plans of Elizabeth's council. Now he boasted of having done this. On May 5th he bound Russia with Prussia in defensive and offensive alliance. He instructed the commander of the Russian forces, then with the Austrian army, to put them at the service of the king my master. He donned a Prussian uniform and ordered the local soldiery to do the same. He established Prussian discipline in the army. He organized military exercises every day for his court, and compelled every male courtier to participate regardless of age and gout. He gave his own Holsteiner Guard precedence over the proud regiments of the capital. The Russian army was not averse to peace, but it was shocked by Russia's precipitate desertion of her French and Austrian allies and her surrender of all terrain won from Prussia during the war. It was alarmed when Peter announced that he proposed to send a Russian host against Denmark to recover that duchy of Schleswig, which Denmark had taken from the Dukes of Holstein, who included Peter's father. The troops made it clear that they would refuse to fight such a war. When Peter asked Kirill Razumovsky to lead an army to Denmark, the general answered, "Your Majesty must first give me another army to force mine to advance." Suddenly, despite his brave and remarkable reforms, Peter found himself unpopular. The army hated him as a traitor, the clergy hated him as a Lutheran, or worse. The unfreed serfs clamored for emancipation, and the court ridiculed him as a fool. Upon all this came the general suspicion that he intended to divorce Catherine and marry his mistress. That young woman, according to Castera, destitute of everything like address, but stupidly proud, had the art of obtaining from the Tsar, sometimes by flattery, sometimes by chiding, and sometimes even by beating him, a renewal of the promise he had made her to marry her and place her instead of Catherine upon the throne of Russia. As power and liquor went more and more to his head, he treated Catherine harshly, even to publicly calling her a fool. The Baron de Breteuil wrote to Choiseul, "The Empress, Catherine, is in the cruelest state and is treated with the utmost contempt. I should not be surprised, knowing her courage and violence, if this were to drive her to some extremity. Some of her friends are doing their best to pacify her, but they would risk everything for her if she required it." St. Petersburg and its environs were full of Catherine's partisans. She was popular with the army, the court, and the populace. Next to her ladies-in-waiting and Grigory Orlov, her closest intimate in these critical days was Yekaterina Romanovna, Princess Dashkova. This bold and enterprising lady was only 19 years old, but as niece to Chancellor Vorontsov and sister to Peter's mistress, she was already prominent in the affairs of the court. Peter, in his simplicity or his cups, had revealed to her his intention to depose Catherine and enthrone Elizaveta Vorontsova. Dashkova carried the news to Catherine and begged her to join in a plot to put Peter aside. But Catherine had already organized a conspiracy with Nikita Penin, tutor to her son Paul, and Kirill Razumovsky, hetman of the Ukraine, and Nikolai Korf, head of the police, and the Orlov brothers, and P.B. Pasek, an officer in the local regiment. On June 14th, Peter ordered Catherine's arrest. He cancelled the order, but bade her retire to Peterhof, 12 miles west of the capital. Peter himself withdrew to Oranienbaum with his mistress. He left instructions that the army should prepare to sail for Denmark, and promised to join it in July. On June 27th, Lieutenant Pasek was arrested for making derogatory speeches against the Emperor. Fearing that he would be tortured into confessing the plot, Grigory and Alexei Orlov decided that they must act at once. Early on the 28th, Alexei rode in haste to Peterhof, roused Catherine from her sleep, and persuaded her to ride back with him to St. Petersburg. On the way they stopped at the barracks of the Ismailovsky regiment. The soldiers were summoned by a drum roll. Catherine appealed to them to save her from the threats of the Emperor. They swore to protect her. They rushed to kiss my hands and feet, the hem of my dress, calling me their savior. So Catherine wrote to Poniatowski. For they knew that she would not send them to Denmark. Escorted by 2 regiments and the Orloffs, she proceeded to the Kazan Cathedral, where she was proclaimed autocrat of Russia. The Preobrazhensky regiment joined her there, and begged her to forgive us for being the last to come. The Horse Guards fell in, and 14,000 troops accompanied her to the Winter Palace. There the Church Synod and the Senate officially announced the dethronement of Peter and the accession of Catherine. Some high dignitaries protested, but the army frightened them into swearing allegiance to the Empress. She donned the uniform of a captain of the Horse Guards and rode at the head of her troops to Peterhof. Peter had come there that morning to see her. Informed of the revolt, he fled to Kronstadt. Munich offered to go with him to Pomerania and organize an army to restore him. Peter, unable to decide, returned to Oranienbaum. When Catherine's forces approached, he spent a day in pleas for a compromise. Then, on June 29th, he signed his abdication. He allowed himself to be overthrown, said Frederick, as a child lets himself be sent to bed. He was imprisoned at Ropsha, 15 miles from St. Petersburg. He begged Catherine to let him keep his Negro servant, his lapdog, his violin, and his mistress. He was allowed all but the last. Elizaveta Vorontsova was banished to Moscow and disappeared from history. Chapter 18. Catherine the Great, 1762 to 1796. 1. The Autocrat. Catherine was victorious, but exposed to all the hazards of a chaotic change. To reward the soldiers who had escorted her to power, she ordered the drinking establishments of the capital to supply them with beer and vodka free of charge. The result was a general drunkenness that for a time almost dissolved the military basis of her power. At midnight of June 29th to 30th, Catherine, who was having her first sleep in 48 hours, was awakened by an officer who told her, "Our men are terribly drunk. The hussar has shouted to them, 'To arms! 30,000 Prussians are coming to take away our mother.' So they have armed themselves and are coming here to see how you really are." Catherine dressed, went out, denied the rumor about the Prussians, and persuaded her warriors to go to bed. Her son Paul, now 8 years old, endangered her. Panin, many nobles, and most of the clergy felt that legitimacy required the coronation of Paul as emperor, with Catherine as regent. She feared that this would put the government in the hands of an aristocratic oligarchy which would seek to depose or dominate her. She officially declared Paul heir to the throne, but his supporters continued their agitation, and the son grew up to hate his mother as having cheated him of the crown. As news of the coup d'etat spread through Russia, it became evident that public opinion outside the capital was hostile to Catherine. The capital had known Peter's faults at first hand and generally agreed that he was unfit to rule, but the Russian people outside St. Petersburg knew him chiefly through the liberal measures that had given some nobility to his reign. The populace of Moscow, too distant to feel Catherine's charm, remained sullenly opposed to her accession. When Catherine took Paul to Moscow, the stronghold of orthodoxy, Paul was fervently applauded, Catherine was coolly received. Many provincial regiments denounced the Petersburg soldiery as usurpers of national power. We do not know if the wide sympathy for Peter was a factor in his death. Broken in spirit, the fallen Tsar sent humble petitions to his wife to have pity on me and give me my only consolation, his mistress, and to let him return to his relatives in Holstein. Instead of receiving such comfort, he was confined to a single room and was always under surveillance. Alexei Orlov, chief of those who guarded him, played cards with him and lent him money. On July 6, 1762, Alexei rode in haste to St. Petersburg and informed Catherine that Peter had quarreled with him and other attendants, and in the ensuing scuffle had died. As to the mode of his death, history has only rumors, none confirmed. That he was poisoned or strangled, that he was fatally beaten, that he died of inflammation of the bowels and apoplexy. The details of the murder, the latest historian concludes, were never fully revealed, and the part played in it by Catherine remains uncertain. It is improbable that Catherine ordered the deed, but she punished no one for it, concealed it from the public for a day, went through 2 days of visible weeping, and then reconciled herself to the fait accompli. Nearly all Europe held her guilty of murder, but Frederick the Great, who had so much to lose by Peter's dethronement, exonerated her. The Empress was quite ignorant of this crime, and she heard of it with a despair which was not feigned, for she justly foresaw the judgment that everybody passes upon her today. Voltaire agreed with Frederick. Catherine's son Paul, after reading the private papers left by his mother at her death, concluded that Alexei had killed Peter without any order or request from Catherine. The event created as well as solved problems for Catherine. It inspired a succession of conspiracies to depose her, and left her harassed and imperiled amid the administrative chaos that surrounded her. She later wrote of this period, "The Senate remained lethargic and deaf to the affairs of state. The seats of legislation had reached a degree of corruption and disintegration that made them scarcely recognizable." Russia had just emerged from a victorious but costly war. The treasury owed 30 million rubles, and was running a deficit of 7 million rubles per year. The condition of the fisc had been signalized by the refusal of Dutch bankers to lend Russia money. The pay of the troops was many months in arrears. The army was so disorganized that Catherine feared at any moment an invasion of the Ukraine by the Tatars of South Russia. The court was agitated with plots and counterplots, with dread of losing or hope of gaining offices of profit or power. Shortly after Peter's fall, the Prussian ambassador considered it certain that the reign of the Empress Catherine is not to be more than a brief episode in the history of the world. This was wishful thinking, for Frederick deplored the death of his worshipful ally, and Catherine was annulling Peter's orders to help Frederick. The Empress sought to quiet ecclesiastical opposition by deferring the operation of Peter's ukases for the secularization of church lands. She warmed the ardor of her partisans with rich rewards. Grigory Orlov received 50,000 rubles and access to the royal bed. Bestuzhov was recalled from exile and restored to comfort, but not to office. Those who had opposed her were treated leniently. Munich made his submission, was readily forgiven, and was appointed governor of Estonia and Livonia. These measures may have helped her to keep on her slippery seat, but the chief factors were her own courage and intelligence. 17 years as the neglected wife of the heir to the throne had taught her, against her youthful vivacity, a degree of patience, prudence, self-control, and statesmanly dissimulation. Now, defying Panin's advice and suspicious of the Senate's loyalty, integrity, and competence, she decided to center all rule in herself, and to face the absolute monarchs of Europe with an absolutism that would rival Frederick's combination of militarism with philosophy. She took no husband. Since the nobility controlled the Senate, the choice was between the autocracy of the sovereign and the fragmentary absolutism of feudal lords, precisely the choice faced by Richelieu in 17th-century France. Catherine surrounded herself with able men and won their loyalty, frequently their love. She made them work hard, but she paid them well, perhaps too well. The splendor and luxury of her court became a major drain upon the revenues. It was a heterogeneous court, rooted in barbarism, veneered with French culture, and ruled by a German woman superior to her aides in education and intellect. Her lavish rewards for exceptional service begot emulation without checking corruption. Many members of her entourage took bribes from foreign governments. Some achieved impartiality by accepting bribes from opposite sides. In 1762, Catherine issued to the nation a remarkable confession. We consider it as our essential and necessary duty to declare to the people with true bitterness of heart that we have for a long time heard, and now in manifest deeds see, to what degree corruption has progressed in our empire, so that there is hardly an office in the government in which justice is not attacked by the infection of this pest. If anyone asks for place, he must pay for it. If a man has to defend himself against calumny, it is with money. If anyone wishes falsely to accuse his neighbor, he can, by gifts, ensure the success of his wicked designs. Of the conspiracies that multiplied around her, some aimed to replace her with Ivan VI. Deposed by the coup d'etat of December 1741, he had now suffered 21 years of imprisonment. In September 1762, Voltaire voiced apprehension that Ivan may overthrow our benefactress, and he wrote, I am afraid that our dear Empress will be killed. Catherine visited Ivan, and found him a human derelict reduced to idiocy by long years of incarceration. She left orders with his guards that if any attempt not authorized by herself should be made to release him, they should put Ivan to death rather than surrender him. At midnight of July 5th to 6th, 1764, an army officer, Vasily Mirovitch, appeared at the prison with a paper purporting to be an order of the Senate that Ivan should be turned over to him. Supported by several soldiers, he knocked at the door of the cell in which 2 guards slept with Ivan, and demanded entrance. Refused, he ordered cannon to be brought up to demolish the door. Hearing this, the guards slew Ivan. Mirovitch was arrested. A document found on him declared that Catherine had been deposed and that Ivan VI was henceforth Tsar. At his trial, he refused to reveal the names of his accomplices. He was put to death. Public opinion generally accused Catherine of murdering Ivan. Conspiracies continued. In 1768, an officer named Choglakov, asserting that he had been commissioned by God to avenge the death of Peter III, armed himself with a long dagger, found entry to the royal palace, and hid himself at the turn of a passage where Catherine usually passed. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. In 1768, an officer named Choglakov, asserting that he had been commissioned by God to avenge the death of Peter III, armed himself with a long dagger, found entry to the royal palace, and hid himself at the turn of a passage where Catherine usually passed. Grigory Orloff heard of the plot and arrested Choglakov, who proudly confessed his intent to kill the Empress. He was banished to Siberia. 2. The Lover. Surrounded by nobles whom she could not trust and harassed by intrigues that disordered administration, Catherine invented a new form of rule by making her successive lovers the executives of the government. Each of her lovers was, during his ascendancy, her prime minister. She added her person to the emoluments of the office, but she exacted competent service in return. Of all places in the government, wrote Masson, one of Catherine's many French enemies, there was not one of which the duties were so scrupulously fulfilled. Nor perhaps was there any post in which the Empress displayed more choice and discernment. I believe no instance occurred of its having been filled by a person incapable of it. It would be a mistake to think of Catherine as a debauchee. She observed all the external amenities, never indulged in risque conversation, never allowed it in her presence. To most of her lovers she gave a faithful, to some a tender attachment. Her letters to Potemkin are almost girlishly devoted, and the death of Lanskoy afflicted her with a desolating grief. She approached with both art and science the task of choosing a new favorite. She watched for men who combined political with physical capacity. She invited a prospect to dinner, sampled his manners and mind. If he passed this scrutiny, she had him examined by the court physician. If he survived this test, she appointed him her aide-de-camp, gave him a succulent salary, and admitted him to her bed. Being quite devoid of religious belief, she allowed no Christian ethic to interfere with her unique manner of choosing ministers. She explained to Nikolai Saltykov, "I am serving the Empire and educating competent youths." The treasury paid heavily for these favorites, though probably much less than France paid for the mistresses and concubines of Louis XV. Castera reckoned that the 5 Orloffs received 17 million rubles, Potemkin 50 million, Lanskoy 7,260,000. Some of this outlay came back to Russia in effective service. Potemkin, the most pampered of her lovers, added lucrative territory to the empire. But why did she change her paramours so often, taking 21 in 40 years? Because some failed in one or the other of their double duties. Some died, some proved unfaithful, some were needed in distant posts. One, Rimsky-Korsakov, she surprised in her own apartments in the arms of her maid of honor. Catherine merely dismissed him. Another, Mamonov, left her for a younger mate. The Empress resigned him without revenge. It is a very remarkable feature in the character of Catherine, said Masson, that none of her favorites incurred her hatred or her vengeance, though several of them offended her, and their quitting their office did not depend upon herself. No one of them was ever seen to be punished. In this respect, Catherine appears superior to all other women. After the accession, Grigory Orloff retained his ascendancy for 10 years. Catherine amorously extolled him. Count Grigory has the mind of an eagle. I have never met a man who has a finer grasp of any matter that he undertakes or even that is suggested to him. His honesty is proof against any assault. It is a pity that education has had no chance to improve his qualities and talents, which are indeed supreme, but which his haphazard life has allowed to lie fallow. This one, she wrote elsewhere, would have remained, her lover and favorite, forever, had he not been the first to tire. Grigory labored for the emancipation of the serfs, proposed the liberation of Christians from the Ottoman yoke, served capably during the wars, offended the court by pride and insolence, and played truant from Catherine's arms. He was banished in 1772 to wealth and comfort on his estates. His brother Alexei became Grand Admiral, led the Russian fleet to victory over the Turks, remained in favor throughout the reign, and lived to lead his regiments against Napoleon. Grigory was succeeded as favorite by an obscure Adonis, Alexis Vasilchik. whom a court faction foisted upon Catherine to divert her mind from the banished Orloff, but she found him politically and otherwise inept, and replaced him in 1774 with Grigory Alexandrovich Potemkin. He was an officer in the Horse Guards, whose uniform she had donned in 1762 to lead them against Peter. Noticing that her sword lacked the tassel proudly worn by the guards, Potemkin tore his from the hilt, rode boldly out of the ranks, and presented the decoration to her. She accepted it, forgave his audacity, admired his handsome face and muscular frame. His father, a retired colonel in the lesser nobility, had destined him for the priesthood. Potemkin received considerable education in history, classics, and theology, and distinguished himself at the University of Moscow. But he found army life more suitable than a seminary to his wild and imaginative temperament. Of course he was hypnotized by Catherine's union of beauty and power. "When she enters an unlit room," he said, "she lights it up." In the War of 1768 he led his cavalry regiment with such reckless courage that Catherine sent him a personal commendation. Back in St. Petersburg he fretted with jealousy of the Orloffs and Vasilchik. He quarreled with the Orloffs, and in a brawl with them he lost an eye. To get the Empress out of his mind, or to get himself into hers, he left the court, isolated himself in a suburb, studied theology, let his hair and beard grow, and declared that he would become a monk. Catherine took pity on him, sent him word that she had a high regard for him, and invited him to return. He cut his beard, trimmed his hair, donned his military uniform, appeared at court, and thrilled to imperial smiles. When Catherine found Vasilchik inadequate, she opened her arms to Potemkin, then 24, at the peak of his masculine vigor and dashing charm. Soon she was as infatuated with him as he with her. She showered favors, roubles, land, serfs upon him, and when he was absent she set him billets doux, quite innocent of majesty. How odd it is! Everything I used to laugh at has now happened to me, for my love for you has made me blind. Sentiments that I thought idiotic, exaggerated, and scarcely natural I am now experiencing myself. I can't keep my silly eyes off you. We can meet only during the next 3 days, for then comes the first week of Lent, which is reserved for prayers and fasting, and it would be a great sin to meet. The mere thought of this separation makes me cry. He proposed marriage to her. Some historians believe they were secretly wed. In several letters she calls him my beloved husband, and speaks of herself as your wife, though we must never conclude to reality from words. He seems to have tired of her, perhaps because of her unchecked fondness. The call of adventure proved stronger than the invitation to assault a citadel already won. His influence over her remained so great that most of the favorites who succeeded him did so only after his approval had been secured. It was so with Pyotr Zavadovsky, who basked in her boudoir from 1776 to 1777, with Simon Zorich, 1777 to 78, and Ivan Rimsky-Korsakov, 1778 to 80. Not until she took Alexis Lanskoy, in 1780, did she have again an affair of the heart. He was not only handsome and accomplished, he was a man of poetic sensibility and humane beneficence, an intelligent friend to letters and arts. Everybody seemed to share the sovereign's predilection for him. Suddenly he was seized with unbearable pain in the bowels. The court suspected Potemkin of having poisoned him. Despite all medical aid and Catherine's devoted care, he died, breathing his last breath in her arms. She passed 3 days in seclusion and grief. We hear the woman behind the ruler, the heart behind history, in her letter of July 2nd, 1784. I thought I should die of irreparable loss. I had hoped that he would be the support of my old age. He was attentive, he learned much, he had acquired all my tastes. He was a young man whom I was bringing up, and who was grateful, kind, and good. Lanskoy is no more, and my room, so pleasant before, has become an empty den in which I can just drag myself about like a shadow. I cannot look upon a human face without my voice choking. I cannot sleep or eat. I know not what will become of me. For a year she denied herself a lover. Then she yielded to Alexis Ermolov, from 1785 to 86. who so displeased Potemkin that he was quickly replaced by Alexis Mamonov. Alexis soon tired of his 57-year-old mistress. He asked permission to marry Princess Sherbatov. Catherine gave the couple a court marriage and sent them off loaded with presents in 1789. The last on the list was Platon Zubov, from 1789 to 96, a lieutenant in the Horse Guards, muscular and mannerly. Catherine was grateful for his services. She took upon herself the care of his education, and ended by treating him as a son. He stayed with her till her death. 3. The Philosopher. Between love and war, statesmanship and diplomacy, this astonishing woman found time for philosophy. We get a measure of the high repute won by the French philosophe when we see the two ablest rulers of the 18th century proud to correspond with them and competing for their praise. Long before her accession, Catherine had relished the style, wit, and irreverencies of Voltaire, and had dreamed of becoming the enlightened despot of his dreams. She must have liked Diderot, too, for in September 1762 she offered to print the Encyclopédie in St. Petersburg, if the French government continued to outlaw it. Only one letter survives of those that she wrote to Voltaire before 1765. It replied to some lines that he had sent her in October 1763. For the first time I regret that I am not a poet, and that I must answer your verses in prose. But I may tell you that since 1746 I have been under the greatest obligations to you. Before that period I read nothing but romances, but by chance your works fell into my hands, and ever since then I have never ceased to read them, and have had no desire for books less well written than yours or less instructive. So I return continually to the creator of my taste as to my deepest amusement. Assuredly, monsieur, if I have any knowledge, I owe it to you. I am now reading the Essai sur l'Histoire Générale, and I should like to learn every page of it by heart. Throughout her life, or till their deaths, Catherine corresponded with Voltaire, Diderot, d'Alembert, Madame Geoffrin, Grimm, and many more French notables. She contributed to the funds Voltaire raised for the Calas and the Servins. We have seen how she ordered large shipments of watches from Ferney, and of stockings knitted by Voltaire's workers, sometimes, if we may believe the old fox, by Voltaire himself. It was a feather in his skull-cap that crowned heads should so honor him, and he repaid Catherine by becoming her press-agent in France. He exonerated her from complicity in the death of Peter III. I know, he wrote, that Catherine is reproached with some bagatelle about her husband, but these are family matters in which I do not mix. He pleaded with his friends to support him in supporting Catherine, so to d'Argental. I have another favour to ask of you. It is for my Catherine. We must establish her reputation in Paris among worthy people. I have strong reasons for believing that Messieurs the Dukes of Praslin and Choiseul do not regard her as the most scrupulous woman in the world. Nevertheless, I know that she had no part in the death of that drunkard of hers. Besides, he was the greatest fool that ever occupied a throne. We are under obligations to Catherine for having had the courage to dethrone her husband, for she reigns with wisdom and with glory, and we ought to bless a crowned head who makes religious toleration universal through 135 degrees of longitude. Say, then, much good for Catherine, I pray you. Madame du Deffand thought this exculpation of the Empress quite shameful. Madame de Choiseul and Horace Walpole denounced it. Praslin and Choiseul, who were directing the foreign relations of France, could not be expected to admire an empress who was opposing French influence in Poland and defying it in Turkey. Voltaire himself had occasional doubts. When he learned that Ivan VI had been slain, he admitted sadly that we must moderate a little our enthusiasm for Catherine. But soon he was praising her legislative program, her patronage of the arts, her campaign for religious liberty in Poland. Now, on May 18, 1767, he gave her the title of Semiramis of the North. When she went to war with Turkey, he interrupted his attack upon l'Enfant, the Catholic Church, to applaud her crusade to save Christians from Mohammedans. Diderot was equally fascinated by beauty on the throne, and with substantial reasons. When Catherine heard that he was planning to sell his library in order to raise a dowry for his daughter, she instructed her Paris agent to buy it at whatever price Diderot should ask. He asked and received 16,000 livres. Then she requested Diderot to keep the books till his death and to be their custodian for her at a salary of 1,000 livres per year. Moreover, she paid his salary 25 years in advance. Diderot overnight became a rich man and a defender of Catherine. When she invited him to visit her, he could hardly refuse. "Once in a lifetime," he said, "one must see such a woman." Having arranged the finances of his wife and daughter, he set out, aged 60, on June 3, 1773, on the long, rough journey to St. Petersburg. He dallied 2 months in The Hague, sipping fame, proceeded via Dresden and Leipzig, carefully avoiding Berlin and Frederick, about whom he had made some barbed remarks. Twice on the trip he fell violently sick of colic. He reached St. Petersburg on October 9th and was received by the Tsarina on the 10th. "Nobody knows better than she," he reported, "the art of putting everyone at his ease." She invited him to speak frankly, as man to man. He did, and gestured in his accustomed way, driving points home by slapping the imperial thighs. "Your Diderot," Catherine wrote to Madame Geoffrin, "is an extraordinary man. I emerge from interviews with him with my thighs bruised and quite black. I have been obliged to put a table between us to protect myself and my members." For a while he tried, like Voltaire with Frederick, to play the diplomat and turn Russia from alliance with Austria and Prussia to alliance with France. She soon diverted him to topics nearer to his trade. He told her in some detail how Russia could be transformed into utopia. She listened gaily, but remained skeptical. Later she recalled these conversations in a letter to Comte Louis-Philippe de Ségur. "I talked much and frequently with him, but with more curiosity than profit. If I had believed him, everything would have been turned upside down in my kingdom. Legislation, administration, finance, all would have been turned topsy-turvy to make room for impractical theories. Then, speaking openly to him, I said, 'Monsieur Diderot, I have listened with the greatest pleasure to all that your brilliant intellect has inspired. With all your high principles, one would make fine books, but very bad business. You work only upon paper, which endures all things, but I, poor empress as I am, work on the human skin, which is irritable and ticklish to a different degree.' Thereafter he talked only about literature. When she came upon some notes that he had made on the instructions of Her Imperial Majesty for the drawing up of laws, she described them, after his death, as veritable babble, in which one could find neither knowledge of realities nor prudence nor insight. Nevertheless, she enjoyed his vivacious conversation and talked with him almost every day during his long stay. After 5 months of ecstasy in her friendship and discomfort at her court, Diderot turned homeward. Catherine ordered a special carriage built for him, in which he could recline at ease. She asked him what gifts she should send him. He answered none, but he reminded her that she had not yet kept her promise to reimburse him for the expenses of his trip. He calculated these at 1,500 roubles. She gave him 3,000 and a costly ring, and assigned an officer to accompany him to The Hague. On his return to Paris he eulogized her gratefully. Catherine made no approaches to Rousseau, who was painfully antipodal to her in temper and ideas. But she cultivated Melchior Grimm, for she knew that his correspondance littéraire reached influential Europeans. He took the first step by offering, in 1764, to send her his periodical letters. She agreed and paid him 1,500 roubles per year. He first saw her when he went to St. Petersburg in 1773 in the retinue of the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt to attend the marriage of the prince's sister to Grand Duke Paul. Catherine found him much more realistic than Diderot, and very usefully informed on all aspects of that Parisian world which fascinated her with its literature, philosophy, art, women, and salons. She invited him to chat with her almost every day during the winter of 1773–74. About these meetings she wrote to Voltaire, "Monsieur Grimm's conversation is a delight to me, but we have so many things to say to each other that thus far our interviews have been marked by more eagerness than order or sequence. In the ardor of these conversations, she had repeatedly to remind herself that, as she put it, she must return to her gagne-pain, earn her bread, by attending to the business of government. Grimm came back to Paris dripping with enthusiasm for Catherine as the nourishment of my soul, the consolation of my heart, the pride of my mind, the joy of Russia, and the hope of Europe. He visited St. Petersburg again in 1776 and saw her almost daily for a year. She begged him to remain and supervise the reorganization of education in Russia, but he became lonesome for Paris and Madame d'Épinay. Catherine was not jealous. When she learned that Madame d'Épinay was in financial straits, she sent her, with delicate indirectness, enough to meet her wants. From 1777, Grimm served as Catherine's agent in France for art purchases and confidential missions. His friendship for her lasted untroubled till her end. What were the results of this flirtation between autocracy and philosophy? Insofar as she cultivated the philosophe as her press agents in France, the political effect was nil. French policy, and consequently French historians, remained bitterly hostile to a Russia that was balking French aims in Eastern Europe. But her admiration for the heroes of the French Enlightenment was sincere, having begun long before her accession to power. If it had been an affectation, it would not have borne such long confrontations with Diderot and Grimm. Her liaison with French thought helped to Europeanize literate Russia and to modify the Western view of Russia as a colossal brute. Many Russians followed Catherine's lead, corresponded with French writers, and felt the influence of French culture, manners, and art. A growing number of Russians visited Paris, and though many spent their time in sexual adventures, many frequented the salons, the museums, and the court, read French literature and philosophy, and brought back with them ideas that shared in preparing the outburst of Russian literature in the 19th century. 4. The Statesman. We can hardly doubt the good intentions of Catherine in the early years of her reign. In her copy of Fénelon's Télémaque were found these resolutions: Study mankind, learn to use men without surrendering to them unreservedly. Search for true merit, be it at the other end of the world, for usually it is modest and retiring. Do not allow yourself to become the prey of flatterers. Make them understand that you care neither for praise nor for obsequiousness. Have confidence in those who have the courage to contradict you, and who place more value on your reputation than on your favor. Be polite, humane, accessible, compassionate, and liberal-minded. Do not let your grandeur prevent you from condescending with kindness toward the small and putting yourself in their place. See that this kindness, however, does not weaken your authority nor diminish their respect. Reject all artificiality. Do not allow the world to contaminate you to the point of making you lose the ancient principles of honor and virtue. I swear by Providence to stamp these words into my heart. She informed herself assiduously on every relevant subject, and wrote detailed instructions on 1,000 topics from army training and industrial operations to the toilette of her court and the production of operas and plays. Said one of her earliest and least friendly biographers, Ambition extinguished not in Catherine's soul an ardent relish for pleasure, but she knew how to renounce pleasure and to make the transition to employments the most serious and application the most indefatigable to the affairs of government. She assisted at all the deliberations of the council, read the dispatches of her ambassadors, and dictated or indicated the answers to be returned. She entrusted her ministers with only the details of business, and still kept her eye on the execution. The task of governing her vast area was made almost impossible by the number, 10,000, diversity, contradictions, and chaos of existing laws. Hoping to play Justinian to Russia and to consolidate her power, Catherine, on December 14, 1766, summoned to Moscow administrative agents and legal experts from every part of the empire to undertake a thorough revision and codification of Russian law. In preparation for their coming, she personally prepared a nakaz, or instructions, describing the principles upon which the new code should be formed. These reflected her reading of Montesquieu, Beccaria, Blackstone, and Voltaire. She began by declaring that Russia must be thought of as a European state and should have a constitution based upon European principles. This did not, in her understanding, mean a constitutional government subordinating the sovereign to a legislature chosen by the people. The educational level of Russia would not permit even so limited an electoral franchise as existed in Britain. It meant a government in which the ruler, though ultimately the sole source of law, ruled in obedience to law. Catherine upheld the feudal system, that is, the system of mutual loyalty and services between peasant and vassal, vassal and liege lord, lord and sovereign, as indispensable to economic, political, and military order in the Russia of 1766, a land of communities almost isolated from one another and from the center of government by difficulties of communication and transport. But she urged that the rights of masters over their serfs should be defined and limited by law, that serfs should be allowed to own property, and that the trial and punishment of serfs should be transferred from the feudal lord to a public magistrate, responsible to a provincial court, responsible to the sovereign. All trials should be open, torture should not be used, capital punishment should be abolished in law as well as in fact. Religious worship should be free. Amongst so many different creeds, the most injurious error would be intolerance. The nakaz, before being printed, was submitted by her to her advisers. They warned her that any sudden change from existing custom would plunge Russia into disorder, and she allowed them to modify her proposals, especially those for the gradual emancipation of the serfs. Even as so Baudelarized, the instructions, published in Holland in 1767, stirred the European intelligentsia to enthusiastic praise. The Empress sent a copy direct to Voltaire, who made his usual obeisance. "Madam, last night I received one of the guarantees of your immortality, your code in a German translation. Today I have begun to translate it into French. It will appear in Chinese, in every tongue. It will be a gospel for all mankind." And he added in later letters, "Legislators have the first place in the temple of glory. Conquerors come behind them. I regard the instructions as the finest monument of the century." The French government forbade the sale of the instructions in France. The modified nakaz was presented to the Committee for Drafting a New Code, which met on August 10, 1767. It was composed of 564 members elected by various groups, 161 from the nobility, 208 from the towns, 79 from the free peasantry, 54 from the Cossacks, 34 from non-Russian tribes, Christian or not, and 28 from the government. The clergy was not represented as a class, and the serfs were not represented at all. In some ways the committee corresponded to the States General that was to meet in Paris in 1789. And as in that more famous assembly, the delegates brought to the government lists of grievances and proposals for reform from their constituents. These documents were transmitted to the Empress, and they offered her and her aides a valuable survey of the condition of the realm. The committee was empowered not to pass laws, but to advise the sovereign on the state and needs of each class or district, and to offer suggestions for legislation. The delegates were guaranteed freedom of speech and inviolability of person. Some of them proposed the emancipation of all serfs, some asked that the right to own serfs be more widely extended. In December 1767 the committee recessed. In February 1768 it moved to St. Petersburg. Altogether it held 203 sessions. On December 18, 1768, it was adjourned sine die because the outbreak of war with Turkey called many delegates to the front. The task of drafting proposed legislation was deputed to subcommittees, some of which continued to meet till 1775, but no code of laws was formulated. Catherine was not altogether displeased with this inconclusive result. "The committee," she said, "has given me light and knowledge for all the empire. I know now what is necessary, and with what I should occupy myself. It has elaborated all parts of the law, and has distributed the affairs under heads. I should have done more had it not been for the war with Turkey, but a unity hitherto unknown in the principles and methods of discussion has been introduced. Meanwhile, she had shown the nobles on how broad a base her power rested. The committee, before adjourning, proposed to confer upon her the appellation Great. She refused, but consented to be called Mother of the Country. Two of Catherine's recommendations became law, the abolition of torture and the establishment of religious toleration. This was widely extended. It allowed the Roman Catholic Church to compete with the Greek Orthodox. It protected the Jesuits even after the dissolution of their order by Pope Clement XIV in 1773. It permitted the Volga Tatars to rebuild their mosques. Catherine admitted the Jews into Russia, but she subjected them to special taxes and, possibly for their safety, confined them to specific areas. She left the Raskolniki, religious dissenters, free to practice their rites unhindered. "We have indeed," she wrote to Voltaire, "fanatics who, as they are no longer persecuted by others, burn themselves. But if those of other countries did the same, no great harm would result." The philosophes were especially pleased by Catherine's subordination of the Russian Church to the state. Some of them complained that she still attended religious services. So did Voltaire. The older of them recognized that her attendance was indispensable to retaining the allegiance of the people. By a decree of February 26, 1764, she turned into state property all the lands of the Church. The salaries of the Orthodox clergy were henceforth paid by the state, so ensuring their support of the government. Many monasteries and nunneries were closed. Those that remained were forbidden to accept more than a prescribed number of novices, and the legal age for taking vows was raised. The surplus revenues from ecclesiastical institutions were applied to the foundation of schools, asylums, and hospitals. Both the clergy and the nobility opposed the extension of popular education, fearing that the spread of knowledge among the masses would lead to heresy, unbelief, and factionalism, and would imperil social order. Here, as elsewhere, Catherine began with liberal aspirations. She appealed to Grimm. "Listen a moment, my philosophical friends. You would be charming, adorable, if you would have the charity to map out a plan for young people from ABC to university. I, who have not studied and lived in Paris, have neither knowledge nor insight in the matter. I am very much concerned about an idea for a university and its management, a gymnasium, or secondary school, and an elementary school. Until you accede to my request, I shall hunt through the encyclopédie. Oh, I shall be certain to draw out what I want." Meanwhile, she was moved by the pedagogical enthusiasm of Ivan Betsky, who had travelled in Sweden, Germany, Holland, Italy, and France, had frequented the salon of Madame Geoffrin, had studied the encyclopédie, and had met Rousseau. In 1763 she organized at Moscow a school for foundlings, which by 1796 had graduated 40,000 students. In 1764 a school for boys was opened in St. Petersburg, and in 1765 a school for girls. In 1764 the Smolny Monastery was transformed into the Smolny Institute for Girls of the Nobility, an echo of Madame de Maintenon's Saint-Cyr. Catherine was the first Russian ruler to do anything for the education of women. Baffled by the dearth of qualified teachers, she sent Russian students to study pedagogy in England, Germany, Austria, and Italy. A teachers' college was founded in 1786. She admired Joseph II's reforms of education in Austria and asked him to lend her someone familiar with his procedure. He sent her Theodor Yankovich, who drew up for her a plan which she promulgated as a Statute of Popular Schools on August 5, 1786. An elementary school was established in the chief town of each county, and a high school in each of the principal cities of 26 provinces. These schools were open to all children of any class. Corporal punishment was not allowed in them. Teachers and textbooks were provided by the state. The project was largely frustrated by the reluctance of the parents to send their children to school rather than use them for labor at home. In the 10 years between their foundation and Catherine's death, the popular schools grew slowly from 40 to 316, the teachers from 136 to 744, the pupils from 4,398 to 17,341. In 1796, Russia was still far behind the West in public instruction. Higher education was scantily provided by the University of Moscow and by special academies. The School of Commerce was founded in 1772, an Academy of Mines in 1773. The old Academy of Sciences was enlarged and was provided with ample funds. In 1783, on urging by Princess Dashkova, and under her presidency, a Russian academy was organized for the improvement of the language, the encouragement of literature, and the study of history. It issued translations, published periodicals, and compiled a dictionary which appeared in 6 installments between 1789 and 1799. Appalled by the high death rate in Russia and the primitive character of public sanitation and personal hygiene, Catherine brought in foreign physicians, established a college of pharmacy at Moscow, and provided funds for the production of surgical instruments. She opened in Moscow 3 new hospitals, a foundling asylum and an insane asylum, and in St. Petersburg 3 new hospitals, including a secret hospital for venereal diseases. In 1768 she introduced into Russia inoculation for smallpox and quieted public fears by serving, aged 40, as the second Russian subject of the treatment. Soon Catherine reported to Voltaire that more people had been inoculated here in 1 month than in Vienna in a year. In 1772 Naples had its first inoculation, and in 1774 Louis XV, uninoculated, died of smallpox. 5. The Economist. One of Catherine's basic measures in 1765 provided for a survey of all Russian land. The operation met with much resistance from landlords. By the end of the reign it had covered 20 out of 50 provinces, but it was not completed till the middle of the 19th century. As it proceeded, the Empress realized with discouraging clarity how the economy of Russia rested upon the organization of agriculture by a feudal system of lords and serfs. In 1766 she offered a prize of 1,000 ducats for the best essay on the emancipation of the serfs. The winner was Béardet de l'Abbé of Aix-la-Chapelle, who argued that the whole universe demands of sovereigns that they should emancipate the peasants, and predicted that agricultural production would be immensely increased by making the farmers the owners of the land they cultivate. The noble landowners, however, warned Catherine that unless the peasant was bound to the land and his landlord, he would migrate to the towns, or, more irresponsibly, from village to village, creating chaos, disrupting production, and interfering with the conscription of sturdy peasant sons for the army or the fleet. The puzzled Tsarina proceeded cautiously, for the nobles had the money and the arms to overthrow her, and in such an attempt they could rely upon the support of the clergy, resenting the loss of their lands and their serfs. She feared the disorder that might come from a wholesale movement of liberated peasants to towns unprepared to house or feed or employ them. She made moves toward emancipation. She renewed the Edict of Peter III forbidding the purchase of serfs for factory labor, and she required employers to pay their workers in cash and to maintain conditions of work as determined by the officials of the town or the mir. Even so, the status of industrial serfs remained one of heartless and stupefying slavery. Catherine forbade serfdom in the towns that she founded, and on their payment of a small fee she freed the serfs on lands taken over from the church. These improvements, however, were outweighed by her repeated grants of state lands to men who had served her well as generals, statesmen, or lovers. In this way over 800,000 free peasants became serfs. The proportion of serfs in the rural population rose from 52.4% at the outset of the reign to 55.5% at its close, and the number of serfs rose from 7,600,000 to 20 million. By her Letters of Grace to the Nobility in 1785, Catherine completed her surrender to the nobles. She reaffirmed their exemption from the poll tax, corporal punishment, and military service, and their right to be tried only by their peers, to mine their lands, to own industrial enterprises, and to travel abroad at will. She forbade the landlords to be tyrannical or cruel, but she nullified this prohibition by forbidding the serfs to send her their complaints. The peasants, so silenced, resorted to flight, rebellion, or assassination. Between 1760 and 1769, 30 landlords were killed by their peasants. Between 1762 and 1773, there were 40 peasant revolts. These were quickly suppressed, until a rebel leader arose who knew how to turn resentment into organization and peasant arms into victories. Emelian Pugachev was a Don Cossack who had fought in Russian ranks against the Prussians and the Turks. He asked for discharge, was refused, deserted, was captured, deserted again, and accepted the life of an outlaw. In November 1772, encouraged by discontented monks, he proclaimed that he was Peter III, who had miraculously survived all attempts to kill him. He attracted peasants and brigands to his standard, until he felt strong enough to declare open rebellion against the usurper Catherine, this in September 1773. Cossacks of the Urals, the Volga, and the Don, thousands of men who had been condemned to forced labor in the mines and smelters of the Urals, hundreds of old believers eager to overthrow the Orthodox Church, local Tatar, Kyrgyz, and Bashkir tribes who had not forgiven Elizabeth's dragooning of them into Christianity, serfs who had fled from their masters, and prisoners who had escaped from jail. These flocked to Pugachev's standard until he had 20,000 men under his command. They moved triumphantly from town to town, defeated the forces sent against them by local governors, captured important cities like Kazan and Saratov. They conscripted supplies, killed landlords, forced reluctant peasants to join them, and marched up the Volga basin toward Moscow. Pugachev announced that there he would place not himself but Grand Duke Paul on the throne. But probably with grim humor, he called his peasant wife Queen, and named his chief lieutenants after Catherines: Count Orlov, Count Panin, Count Vorontsov. Catherine at first made fun of le Marquis Pugachev, but when she learned that the rebels had taken Kazan, she sent a substantial force under General Pyotr Ivanovich Panin to suppress the rebellion. The nobles, seeing the whole feudal structure endangered, came to her aid. Soon General Alexander Vasilievich Suvorov joined Panin with cavalry freed by peace with the Turks. The insurgents were thrown into disorder by their encounter with disciplined troops under imperial officers. They retreated from one position to another, exhausted their provisions, and began to starve. Some of their leaders, hoping to earn bread and pardon, made Pugachev their prisoner and delivered him to the victors. He was brought to Moscow in an iron cage, was tried in the Kremlin, was beheaded and then quartered, and his head was exhibited on a pole in 4 sections of the city pour décourager les autres. 5 of his captains were executed, others were knouted this side of death, and were sent to Siberia. One result of the revolt was to strengthen the alliance of the Empress with the nobility. In some measure she challenged the nobility by favoring the growth of a business class. Convinced by the arguments of the physiocrats, she established free trade in agricultural products in 1762, later in everything. She put an end in 1775 to government-sanctioned monopolies by ruling that any man should be free to undertake and operate an industrial enterprise. The growth of a middle class was retarded by the predominance of cottage and manorial industry and the participation of nobles in industrial and commercial ventures. Factories multiplied from 984 to 3,161 during Catherine's reign, but these were mostly small shops employing only a few workers. Urban population increased from 328,000 in 1724 to 1,300,000 in 1796. Still less than 4% of the population. The busy empress, with only grudging support from her noble entourage, did what she could to promote commerce. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Rousseau and Revolution by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued. Cassette 5, Side 2. The busy empress, with only grudging support from her noble entourage, did what she could to promote commerce. Roads were terrible, but rivers were many, and canals bound them into a beneficent web. Under Catherine, a canal was begun between the Volga and the Neva to join the Baltic with the Caspian Sea, and she planned another to join the Caspian and Black Seas. By negotiation or by war she secured the unhindered passage of Russian commerce into the Black Sea and thence into the Mediterranean. She prodded her diplomats to arrange trade treaties with England in 1766, Poland in 1775, Denmark in 1782, Turkey in 1783, Austria in 1785, and France in 1787. Foreign commerce grew from 21 million rubles in 1762 to 96 million rubles in 1796. In such figures we must allow for the currency inflation with which governments pay for their wars. To finance her campaigns against Turkey, Catherine borrowed, at home and abroad, 130 million rubles. She issued paper money far beyond any gold collateral. During her reign the ruble lost 32% of its value. In the same period, despite a rise of revenues from 17 million to 78 million rubles, the national debt rose to 215 million. Most of this was due to the wars that broke the power of Turkey and carried the borders of Russia to the Black Sea. 6. The Warrior. Like any philosopher, Catherine had begun with pacific aims. She announced that the internal problems of the empire would absorb her attention, and that she would, if unmolested, avoid all conflict with foreign powers. She confirmed Peter III's peace with Prussia and ended his war with Denmark. She rejected in 1762 the temptation to conquer Kurland or to interfere in Poland. "I have people enough to make happy," she said, "and that little corner of the earth will add nothing to my comfort." She reduced the army, neglected the arsenals, and sought to negotiate with Turkey a treaty of perpetual peace. But the more she studied the map, the more fault she found with the boundaries of Russia. On the east, the empire was well protected by the Urals, the Caspian Sea, and the weakness of China. On the north it was protected by ice, but on the west Sweden held part of Finland, from which at any moment an attack might be expected from a nation still resenting its losses to Peter the Great. And Poland and Prussia barred the way into Europe and Europeanization. On the south, the Tatars, under a Moslem and Turkish-controlled Khan, barred the way to the Black Sea. What abortions of history had given Russia such geography, such anomalous boundaries? Old General Munich, new General Grigory Orlov, whispered to her how much more rational it would be if the Black Sea were the southern boundary, and how sweet it would be if Russia could take Constantinople and control the Bosporus. Nikita Panin, her foreign minister from 1763 to 1780, pondered ways of promoting Russia's influence in Poland and preventing that defenseless land from falling under Prussian domination. Catherine was moved by their arguments, and she itched to give her adopted country a place in politics commensurate with its place on the map. Within a year of her accession she sallied forth upon a foreign policy that aimed at nothing less than to make Russia the pivotal power on the continent. "I tell you," she wrote to Count Kaiserling, her ambassador at Warsaw, "that my aim is to be joined in bonds of friendship with all the powers, in armed alliance, so that I may always be able to range myself on the side of the oppressed, and so become the arbiter of Europe." At times she came close to her goal. By taking Russia out of the 7 Years' War, she in effect decided that continent-wide conflict in favor of Frederick. In 1764 she signed with Frederick a treaty that presaged the dismemberment of Poland. She took advantage of Denmark's need of Russian support against Sweden to dominate the foreign policy of the Danes. In 1779 she served as arbiter between Frederick and Joseph at the Peace of Teschen, and became protectress of the German imperial constitution. In 1780 she bound Denmark, Sweden, Prussia, Austria, and Portugal with Russia in a league of armed neutrality to protect neutral shipping in the War of England with the American colonies. Neutral ships were to be free from attack by either combatant unless they carried munitions of war, and a blockade, to be legal and respected, must be real and no mere paper declaration. Long before that second reversal of alliances, the irrepressible conflict had begun for control of the Black Sea. Catherine's first Turkish war originated as a strange byproduct of her invasion of Poland. She had sent troops there to help the non-Catholics in their struggle for equal rights with the Catholic majority. The Catholics moved a papal nuncio to explain to Turkey that now was an opportune time for Turkey to attack Russia. France seconded the suggestion and urged Sweden and the Khan of the Crimea to join in the attack. Voltaire mourned for his endangered empress. "That a nuncio enlists the Turks in this crusade against you," he wrote to her, "is worthy of an Italian farce, Mustafa the worthy ally of the Pope." The situation almost persuaded him to be a Christian. Indeed, in a letter of November 1768 he proposed to Catherine a war against the infidels. "You force the Poles to be tolerant and happy despite the nuncio, and you seem to be having trouble with the Mussulman. If they wage war on you, perhaps Peter the Great's idea of making Constantinople the capital of the Russian Empire may take shape. I think that if ever the Turks are expelled from Europe, it will be by the Russians. It is not enough to humiliate them. They must be sent back forever." Sweden refused to share in the assault upon Russia, but the Crimean Tatars ravaged the newly settled Russian colony of Novaya Serbia in January 1769. A Turkish army of 100,000 men advanced toward Podolia to join the army of the Polish Confederation. Catherine refused to withdraw her forces from Poland. She sent 30,000 men under Alexander Golitsyn and Pyotr Rumiantsev to repulse the Tatars and check the Turks. Told that these were too numerous, she replied, "The Romans did not concern themselves with the number of their enemies. They only asked, 'Where are they?'" The Tatars were driven back. Azov and Taganrog, at the mouth of the Don, were taken. 17,000 Russians defeated 150,000 Turks at Kagul in 1770. Rumiantsev advanced as far as Bucharest, where he was received with joy by the Orthodox population. In 1771, Vasily Mikhailovich Dolgoruki overran the Crimea and put an end to Turkish rule there. Even more spectacular was the exploit of Alexei Orlov, who led a Russian fleet through the English Channel, the Atlantic, and the Mediterranean, defeated the Turkish navy off Chios, and annihilated it at Chimay in July 1770, but the damage to his own ships was too severe to let him follow up his victories. Some other events were less comforting to Catherine. A plague broke out in the Russian army along the Danube and spread back to Moscow, where, in the summer of 1770, it took 1,000 lives a day. She knew that Frederick looked askance at the extension of her realm and power, that Joseph II was disturbed by the advance of Russia to the Austrian frontier in the Balkans, that France was leaving no stone unturned to strengthen her Turkish ally, that England would vigorously oppose Russian control of the Bosporus, and that Sweden was merely awaiting her opportunity. Catherine invited the Turks to a conference. They came, but balked at her insistence on the independence of the Crimea, and in 1773 the war was resumed. In January 1774, Mustafa III died. His successor decided that Turkey had reached a condition of chaos and exhaustion that threatened her existence as a European state. By the Peace of Kuchuk-Kainarji in Romania, July 21, 1774, Turkey recognized the independence of the Crimea, which remained under Tatar rule, ceded Azov, Kerch, Yanakali, and Kilburun, at the mouth of the Dnieper, to Russia, opened the Black Sea, the Bosporus, and the Dardanelles to Russian shipping, paid Russia a war indemnity of 4,500,000 rubles, granted amnesty to Christians involved in insurrections against their Turkish governors, and acknowledged the right of Russia to protect Christians in Turkey. Altogether, this was one of the most advantageous treaties ever made by Russia. Russia was now a Black Sea power. The Crimea and the other Tatar regions in South Russia were left open to early Russian conquest, and the skeptical empress could pose as the defender of the faith. Drunk with success, Catherine dreamed of liberating, that is, conquering, Greece, and crowning her grandson Constantine at Constantinople as head of a new empire. She gladdened Voltaire's aging heart with visions of Olympic Games restored. We will have the ancient Greek tragedies enacted by Grecian players in the theatre of Dionysius at Athens. Then, mindful of armies and treasury exhausted, she added, I must practice moderation and say that peace is better than the finest war in the world. She was now replacing Frederick as the most famous sovereign in Europe. Everyone marveled at her resolute pursuit of her aims and the awesome extension of her power. Joseph II of Austria, who had so long bowed to the genius of Frederick, travelled to Mogilev and thence all the way to St. Petersburg to meet the Tsarina and solicit her alliance. In May 1781 she signed with Joseph a pact for united action in Poland and against Turkey. Meanwhile, Potemkin was making a name for himself in the south. He organized, equipped, and fed a new army of 300,000 men, built a Black Sea fleet with harbors at Sevastopol and Odessa and an arsenal at Kherson, colonized the sparsely settled regions of South Russia, founded towns and villages, established manufactures, and supplied the colonists with cattle, tools, and seed, all with a view to having bases of supplies in a campaign to add the Crimea to Catherine's crown, and perhaps win a crown for himself. The Tatars of the Crimea quarrelled and divided. Potemkin softened their leaders with bribes. When at last he invaded the peninsula in December 1782, he found only negligible resistance, and on April 8, 1783, over Turkey's futile protests, the Crimea was absorbed into the Russian realm. Potemkin was made field marshal, president of the College of War, Prince of Taurus, and Governor-General of the Crimea. The Empress added a pourboire of 100,000 rubles. Potemkin used them on mistresses, liquor, and food. Catherine, too, thought it time for relaxation. She combined pleasure with business by arranging a stately progress over land and water to inspect her conquests and impress their people, and all Europe, with the wealth and splendor of her court. On January 2, 1787, muffled in furs, she left the Winter Palace and began the long journey in a berline, or coach, large enough to contain, besides her now spacious self, her current favourite, Mamanoff, her chief lady-in-waiting, a lapdog, and a small library. She was followed by 14 carriages and 170 sleighs, bearing the ambassadors of Austria, Britain, and France, Cobenzl, Fitzherbert, and the Comte de Ségur, plus the Prince de Ligne and an army of officials and courtiers, musicians and servants. Potemkin had gone some days in advance to prepare the route, to light it by hundreds of torches, and to arrange for each evening's meals and sleeping quarters for all. At major towns the cortege rested for 1 or 2 days, while the Tsarina met the local dignitaries, surveyed conditions, asked questions, distributed censure or reward. Every town on the route, warned and instructed by Potemkin, was on its best behavior, washed and dressed as never before, happy for a day. At Kiev, Potemkin superintended the transfer of the mobile court to 87 vessels which he had equipped and adorned. On these the imperial horde moved down the Dnieper. Along the river, Catherine saw the Potemkin villages which the clever Prince of Taurus had primed and polished for her pleasure, and perhaps to impress the diplomats with the prosperity of Russia. Some of the prosperity had been improvised by Potemkin, some of it was real. That he constructed sham villages along the banks and marshaled the peasantry to create the illusion of progress was the fantastic invention of a Saxon diplomatist. The Prince de Ligne made several excursions ashore to see behind the facades. He reported that while Potemkin had used some legerdemain, he, Ligne, had been impressed by the superb establishments in their infancy, growing manufactures, villages with regular streets lined by trees. Catherine herself was probably not deceived, but she may have concluded, as Ségur did, that even if half the prosperity and neatness of those towns was a passing show, the actuality of Sevastopol, town, forts, and port, built on Crimean shores in 2 years, was enough to merit Potemkin praise. The Prince de Ligne, who had known almost every one of account in Europe, called him the most extraordinary man I have ever met. At Konyov, Stanislas Poniatowski, King of Poland, came to offer his homage to the woman who had given him her love and his throne. Farther down the Dnieper, at Kadakia, Joseph II joined the procession, which thence went overland to Kherson and into the Crimea. There the Empress, the Emperor, and the Governor-General fondled their dreams of driving the Turks from Europe. Catherine of capturing Constantinople, Joseph of absorbing the Balkans, Potemkin of making himself king of Dacia, Romania. England and Prussia advised Sultan Abdul Hamid to strike at the Russians while they were off guard, with their military preparations incomplete. The insolence of the Russian ambassador at Constantinople provided an additional stimulus. The Sultan jailed him, declared a holy war, and demanded the restoration of Crimea as the price of peace. In August 1787, the main Turkish army crossed the Danube and marched into the Ukraine. Potemkin had celebrated too soon. Russia was not yet prepared for the ultimate test. He advised the Empress to surrender the Crimea. She reproved him for his unwanted timidity. She ordered him, Suvorov, and Rumyantsov to marshal all their available forces and go forth to meet the invaders. She herself retreated to St. Petersburg. Suvorov routed the Turks at Kilburun, and Potemkin besieged Ochakov, which commanded the outlets of both the Dniester and the Bug. While jihad and crusade came face to face in South Russia, Sweden decided that now at last the time had come to recapture her lost provinces. Encouraged by England and Prussia, Gustavus III renewed an old alliance with the Turks and demanded of Catherine the return of Finland and Karelia to Sweden, and of the Crimea to Turkey. Of that war we may speak later. It is enough to say here that on July 9, 1789, the Swedish fleet decisively defeated the Russians in the Baltic. The roar of Swedish cannon could be heard from the Winter Palace. Catherine thought of evacuating her capital. Soon, however, her agents persuaded Sweden to peace on August 15, 1790. Now she was free to concentrate forces against the Turks, and Austria joined Russia in war. Potemkin ended the siege of Ochakov by ordering his men to attack at whatever price. The victory cost the Russians 8,000 lives, and the fury of battle ended in indiscriminate massacre on December 17, 1788. Potemkin went on to take Bender. The Austrians captured Belgrade. Suvorov routed the Turks at Rymnik on September 22, 1789. Turkey seemed doomed. The Western powers felt that the situation called for united action against Catherine if the strategic Bosporus was not to fall into her hands and make Russia the master of Europe. Frederick the Great having died in 1786, his successor, Frederick William II, saw with dismay the movement of Russia toward Constantinople and of Austria into the Balkans. Between Russia and Austria so strengthened, Prussia would be at their mercy. On January 31, 1790, he bound his government with the Porte in a pact that committed him to declare war upon both Russia and Austria in the spring, and not to lay down arms till all Turkey's lost territory had been restored. The political tide seemed to be turning against Catherine. Revolt in the Austrian Netherlands and disorder in Hungary weakened Joseph II. He died on February 20, 1790, and his successor signed an armistice with the Turks. England and Prussia again urged Catherine to make peace on the basis of restoring all terrain won in the war. She refused. The capture of Ochakov had cleared Russian access to the Black Sea. She would not surrender that vital gain. Moreover, her generals were moving from victory to victory, culminating in the capture of Izmail on December 22, 1790, by Suvorov and Potemkin. In taking that Turkish stronghold on the Danube, the Russians lost 10,000 men, the Turks 30,000. After that feast of blood, Potemkin, exhausted, relapsed into luxurious indolence and shameless incest with his nieces, and on October 15, 1791, he died on a road near Jassy. Catherine fainted 3 times on the day that she heard of his death. In March 1791, William Pitt the Younger proposed to Parliament that an ultimatum be dispatched to Russia, requiring her to return to Turkey all territory taken in the present conflict, and he prepared to send a British fleet into the Baltic as a promise of war. Catherine made no reply, and Parliament, hearing British merchants mourn the loss of Russian trade, dissuaded Pitt from his enterprise. Turkey, exhausted, gave up the struggle and signed at Jassy on January 9, 1792, a treaty that confirmed Russia's control of the Crimea and the basins of the Dniester and the Bug. Catherine had not reached Constantinople, but she had risen to the zenith of her career as the most powerful ruler in Europe and the most remarkable woman of her century. 7. The woman. Was she a woman or a monster? We have seen that at the beginning of her reign she was physically attractive. By 1780 she had grown stout, but this merely added weight to her majesty. The Princess de Ligne, who was among the first to call her the Great, described her gallantly. She still, in 1780, looked well. One saw that she had been beautiful rather than pretty. It needed no Lavater to read on her forehead, as in a book, genius, justice, courage, depth, equanimity, sweetness, calm, and decision. Her fine bust had been acquired at the expense of her waist, once so terribly thin. But people generally grow fat in Russia. One never noticed that she was short. Castera, writing shortly after her death, pictured her as modestly dressed in a green robe. Her hair, lightly powdered, floated over her shoulders, and was surmounted by a small cap covered with diamonds. In the last years of her life she put on a great deal of rouge, for she still had pretensions not to allow the traces of time to appear on her face. And it is probable that only these pretensions were the cause of her living in the utmost temperance. She was vain, visibly conscious of her accomplishments and her power. Vanity is her idol, Joseph II told Kaunitz. Luck and exaggerated compliments have spoiled her. Frederick the Great thought that if Catherine were corresponding with God, she would claim at least equal rank. Yet she talked with Diderot as man to man, and begged Falconet to omit compliments. She was as amiable, barring a few possible murders and the sanctified slaughters of war, as Charles II of England and Henry IV of France. She daily threw from her windows bread for the thousands of birds that came regularly to her to be fed. In the ending years of her reign she indulged now and then in fits of rage unbefitting omnipotence, but she took care not to give an order or sign a paper in these volcanic moods. Soon she grew ashamed of such outbursts and schooled herself to self-control. As to her courage, Europe discarded all doubt. She was unquestionably and imperturbably sensual, but her amours offend us less than the parco seraph of Louis XV. Like all the rulers of her time, she subordinated morality to politics and suppressed personal feelings when these impeded the aggrandizement of her state. Where there was no such conflict, she had all the tenderness of a woman, loving children, gambling with them, teaching them, making toys for them. On her tours, she was always careful that drivers and servants were properly fed. Among the papers found on her table after her death was an epitaph she had composed for herself. She forgave easily and hated no one. Tolerant, understanding, of a gay disposition, she had a republican spirit and a kind heart. She was not kind to her first son, partly because Paul had been taken from her soon after birth, and had been brought up by Panin and others under Elizabeth's supervision, partly because the conspiracies to unseat her sometimes proposed to make him emperor with a regency, partly because Paul long suspected his mother as Peter's murderer, and also because Paul was always brooding over the theft of his rights to succeed his presumptive father on the throne. But Catherine took to her heart Paul's charming sons, Alexander and Constantine, personally attended to their education, tried to alienate them from their father, and schemed to have Alexander, not Paul, inherit her crown. Paul, happily mated with a second wife, looked with manifest disgust upon the concatenation of paramours that amused his mother and drained the revenues of the state. Mentally, Catherine surpassed all her favorites. She indulged their greed, but rarely allowed them to determine her policy. She absorbed French literature to a point where she could correspond with its leaders as one philosophe to another. Indeed, her letters to Voltaire excelled his in good sense and rivaled them in grace and wit. Her correspondence was almost as voluminous as Voltaire's, though written in the interstices of court intrigues, domestic insurrections, critical diplomacy, and map-remaking wars. Her conversation kept Diderot on his toes and moved Grimm to ecstasy. One must have seen at those moments this singular head, composed of genius and grace, to form an idea of the fire that swayed her, the shafts that she let fly, the sallies that pressed one upon another. Had it only been in my power to take down these conversations literally, the whole world would have possessed a precious and perhaps unique fragment in the history of the human mind. There was, however, a hurried confusion and instability in the torrent of her ideas. She plunged too quickly into projects that she had not thought through, and she was sometimes defeated by the urgency of events and the multiplicity of her tasks. Even so, the result was immense. It seems incredible that in a career of such political and military excitement, Catherine found time to write poems, chronicles, memoirs, plays, opera librettos, magazine articles, fairy tales, a scientific treatise on Siberia, a history of the Roman emperors, and extensive notes on Russian history. In 1769–70 she edited anonymously a satirical journal to which she was the chief contributor. One of her sketches described a religious hypocrite who attended Mass every day, lit candles before holy images, and mumbled prayers intermittently, but cheated tradesmen, maligned neighbors, beat servants, denounced current immorality, and mourned the good old days. Catherine's fairy tale, Prince Clore, told of a youth who went through perilous adventures to find a fabled rose without thorns, only to discover in the end that there was no such rose but virtue. This story became a classic in Russian literature and was translated into many languages. Two of her plays were historical tragedies imitating Shakespeare. Most of them were unpretentious comedies ridiculing charlatans, dupes, misers, mystics, spendthrifts, Cagliostro, Freemasons, religious fanatics. These pieces lacked subtlety, but they pleased the audiences, though Catherine concealed her authorship. On the curtain of the theatre that she built in the Hermitage, she placed an inscription, Ridendo castigat mores. He chastises manners with laughter. This well expressed the aim of her comedies. Oleg, the best of her dramas, was a remarkable succession of scenes from Russian history, enlivened by 700 performers in dances, ballets, and Olympic games. Most of Catherine's literary work was revised by secretaries, for she never mastered Russian spelling or grammar, and she did not take herself too seriously as an authoress. But literature took courage from the imperial example and gave a final and tarnished glory to her reign. 8. Literature. Russia was becoming aware of its intellectual immaturity. A host of authors humbly copied foreign models or translated works that had won fame in France, England, or Germany. Catherine allowed 5,000 roubles from her privy purse to further this exotic flow. She herself translated Marmontel's Belisaire. With Russian enthusiasm for vast enterprises, Rachmaninoff, a landowner in Tambov, translated the works of Voltaire, and Verevkin, director of the College of Kazan, turned into Russian the Encyclopédie of Diderot. Others translated the plays of Shakespeare, the Greek and Latin classics, the Gerusalemme Liberata of Tasso. Gavril Romanovich Derzhavin was the most successful poet of the reign. Born lowly in eastern Orenburg, with Tatar blood in his veins, he served for 10 years in the Preobrazhensky regiment, saw Catherine's ride to power, took part as an officer in suppressing Pugachev's revolt, and worked his way up to a seat in the Senate. Noting that the Empress had used the name Felitza for a benevolent princess in Prince Clore, Derzhavin, in a famous ode in 1782, gave the same name to the godlike queen of the Kirghiz-Kazakh horde, and begged this sultana to teach me how to find the rose without thorns, how to live pleasantly but justly. When the poet apostrophized Felitza as one from whose pen flows bliss to all mortals, he was obviously extolling Catherine. When he reproved himself for sleeping till noon, smoking tobacco, drinking coffee, and making the world tremble with my looks, or indulging in sumptuous feasts at a table sparkling with silver and gold, all the court knew that this was a hit at Potemkin. Derzhavin rose to raptures in praising the Empress Felitza, who creates light from darkness, injures no one, treats small faults forgivingly, lets people speak freely, writes fables for the instruction of her people, and teaches the alphabet to Clore, meaning grandson Alexander. And the poet concluded, "I pray the great prophet that I may touch the dust of your feet, that I may enjoy the sweet stream of your words and your look. I entreat the heavenly powers to extend their sapphire wings and invisibly guard you, that the renown of your deeds may shine in posterity like the stars in the sky." Dejavien protested that he wished no reward for bringing so much honey, but Catherine promoted him, and soon he was so close to her that he could see her faults. He wrote no more lauds. He turned to a higher throne and indited an ode to the deity, congratulating him on being 3 in 1 and on keeping the heavens in such good order. At times he descended to metaphysics and echoed Descartes' proof of God's existence. "Surely I am, hence thou too art." This ode remained for half a century unrivaled in popularity until Pushkin came. Denis Ivanovich von Wiesen startled the capital with 2 lively comedies, The Brigadier and The Miner. The success of the latter was so complete that Potemkin advised the author to die now or never write again. That is, anything further would dim his fame. Wiesen rejected the advice and saw its implied prophecy come true. In his later years he traveled in Western Europe and sent home some excellent letters, one of which contained a proud prediction. "We, the Russians, are beginning. They, the French, are ending." The most interesting figure in the literature of Catherine's reign was Nikolai Ivanovich Novikov. Dismissed from the University of Moscow for laziness and backwardness, he developed into a man of incessant intellectual activity. At the age of 25 in 1769 in St. Petersburg, he edited a magazine, The Drone, impishly so called to counter Sumarokov's periodical, The Industrious Bee. In lively style, Novikov attacked the corruption prevalent in the government. He assailed the Voltairean irreligion of the upper classes as destructive of morals and character. He lauded, by contrast, what he supposed to have been the unquestioning faith and exemplary morals of the Russians before Peter the Great. It is as if the old Russian rulers had foreseen that, through the introduction of arts and sciences, the most precious treasure of the Russians, their morality, would be irretrievably lost. Here, too, Rousseau was at war with Voltaire. Catherine gave The Drone some sour looks, and it ceased publication in 1770. In 1775, Novikov joined the Freemasons, who in Russia were turning to mysticism, pietism, and Rosicrucian fancies, while their brothers in France were playing with revolution. In 1779 he moved to Moscow, took charge of the university press, and published more books in 3 years than had come from that press in 24. Financed by a friend, he acquired additional presses, formed a publishing house, opened bookstores throughout Russia, and scattered broadcast his gospel of religion and reform. He established schools, hospitals, and dispensaries, and model housing for workingmen. When the French Revolution turned Catherine from an enlightened into a frightened despot, she feared that Novikov was subverting the existing order. She directed Platon, the Metropolitan of Moscow, to examine Novikov's ideas. The prelate reported, "I implore the all-merciful God that there may be, not only in the flock entrusted to me by God and you, but throughout the world, such Christians as Novikov." Suspicious, nevertheless, the Empress ordered Novikov's imprisonment in the fortress of Schlüsselburg in 1792. There he remained till Catherine's death. Released by Paul I, he retired to his estate of Tikhvin, and passed his remaining years in works of piety and charity. A worse fate fell to Alexander Nikolaevich Radistchov. Sent by Catherine to the University of Leipzig, he picked up some works of the philosophe and was especially moved by Rousseau's Social Contract and Raynal's exposure of European brutality and colonial exploitation and the slave trade. He returned to St. Petersburg fired with social ideals. Put in charge of the customs house, he learned English to deal with British merchants, took up English literature, and was especially influenced by Sterne's Sentimental Journey. In 1790 he published one of the classics of Russian literature, Journey from St. Petersburg to Moscow. It professed orthodoxy but denounced the impositions of priests upon popular credulity. It accepted monarchy, but justified revolt against a ruler who violated the social contract by overriding the law. It described the dismemberment of families by conscription and the abuse of serfs by masters. At one place, said Radistchov, he had been told of a landlord who had violated 60 peasant maidens. He denounced censorship and pleaded for freedom of the press. He did not advocate revolution, but he asked for a merciful understanding of its advocates. He appealed to the nobles and the government to end serfdom. Let yourselves be softened, you hard-hearted ones. Break the fetters of your brethren, open the dungeons of slavery. The peasant who gives us health and life has a right to control the land which he tills. Strange to say, the book was passed by the censor. But Catherine in 1790 was fearful that her people might imitate the French Revolution. She made note to punish the violator of 60 virgins, but she ordered Radistchov to be tried for treason. Passages were found in his book about the storming of fortresses and the uprising of soldiers against a cruel Tsar. And there were eulogies of the English for resisting an unjust king. The Senate condemned the author to death. The Empress commuted this to 10 years in Siberia. Emperor Paul allowed Radistchov to return from exile in 1796. Alexander I invited him to St. Petersburg in 1801. There, a year later, thinking without reason that he was to be banished again, he killed himself. His fate and that of Novikov are among the many blots on a brilliant reign. 9. Art. Catherine did a little more for art than for literature, for art appealed only to the upper classes and sounded no tocsin of revolt. Popular music, however, was unwittingly revolutionary, for nearly all of it consisted of sad songs, in a minor key and with plaintive accompaniment, telling not only of hearts broken in love, but of lives worn out with toil. The nobles rarely heard those songs, but they enjoyed the Italian operas that were brought to St. Petersburg by Galuppi, Paisiello, Salieri, and Cimarosa, all paid by the state. Catherine herself did not much care for opera. In music, she said, I can recognize no tones but those of my 9 dogs, who in turn share the honor of being in my room, and whose individual voices I can recognize from a distance. She confessed, too, that she had no understanding of art. She did what she could to develop such understanding in Russia. She provided the funds with which Betsky set into actual functioning in 1764 the Academy of Arts that had been organized under Elizabeth in 1757. She bought acknowledged masterpieces abroad and displayed them in her galleries. So she gave 180,000 rubles for the collection of Count von Brühl in Dresden, 40,000 pounds for the collection of Sir Robert Walpole at Houghton Hall, 440,000 francs for Choiseul's collection, and 460,000 for Crozat's. Without knowing it, she made fine bargains, for these gleanings included 1,100 pieces by Raphael, Poussin, Van Dyck, Rembrandt, and other perennials, whose value has grown with the advance of time and the retreat of currency. Through Grimm and Diderot, whose salons she carefully followed, she gave commissions to French artists, Vernet, Chardin, Houdon. She had life-size copies made of Raphael's frescoes in the Vatican and built a special gallery for them in the Hermitage. She gave few commissions to native artists, for to her French taste there was little of lasting worth in the Russian art of her time. However, she provided funds for the education and support of students in the Academy of Arts, and sent several of them to study in Western Europe. From that academy came the history painter Anton Losenko, and the portrait painters Dmitry Levitsky and Vladimir Borovikovsky. After 5 years in Paris and 3 in Rome, Losenko returned to St. Petersburg in 1769 to teach in the academy. He made a stir with Vladimir before Roneda, but perhaps too burdened with academic duties, he failed to produce the masterpieces expected of him, and death took him at 36 in 1773. Catherine employed Levitsky to portray some of the young women who were studying at the Smolny Institute. The result is a testimony to their beauty. His portrait of Catherine concealed her amplitude under flowing robes. She sat also for Madame Vigée-Lebrun, who was one of many French artists whom she invited to give Gallic grace to Russian art. The greatest of her imported artists was Falconet. He came in 1766 and stayed 12 years. Catherine asked him to design and cast in bronze an equestrian statue of Peter the Great. He had brought with him a young woman, Marie-Anne Collot, who modeled the colossal head. Falconet dared the laws of physics by representing the horse as springing into the air with only its hind feet touching terra firma, an immense boulder brought from Carelia to symbolize the massive resistance that Peter had overcome. To secure equilibrium, Falconet showed a brass serpent, symbol of envy, biting the horse's tail. This chef-d'oeuvre kept its poise while St. Petersburg changed into Petrograd and then into Leningrad. Falconet took longer with this work than Catherine had expected. She lost interest in it and neglected the sculptor, who returned to Paris disappointed with her, Russia, and life. In 1758, Nicolas-François Gillet came from France to teach sculpture at the Academy. 3 of his pupils achieved excellence in Catherine's reign: Chubin, Kozlovsky, and Shchedrin. Chubin was commissioned by Potemkin to carve a Catherine II for the rotunda of the Taurida Palace. Experts called it lifeless and cold. So too seems the statue Chubin made of Potemkin. Kozlovsky achieved similar rigidity in his tomb for Marshal Suvorov, and even in his Cupid. Shchedrin's main work was done under Alexander I. To 1812 belongs the Caryatids holding up the celestial sphere. Woman bears the world. Ivan Petrovich Martos specialized in funerary monuments. Cemeteries in St. Petersburg were peopled with his pleurons. He made marble weep. Native sculpture lagged except in imitation of foreign styles. Orthodox churches excluded statuary, and the nobles were content with such artists as they found among their serfs. But architecture flourished under Catherine, for she was resolved to leave her mark upon her capital. Great buildings, she said, declare the greatness of a reign no less eloquently than great actions. You know, she wrote in 1779, that the mania for building is stronger with us than ever, and no earthquake ever demolished as many structures as we have set up. This mania is an infernal thing. It runs away with money, and the more one builds, the more one wants to build. It is a disease like drunkenness. Though she told Falconet, I can't even draw, she had her own mind in art, or a mind influenced by the Roman excavations at Herculaneum and the books of Caylus and Winckelmann. She turned her back upon the ornate Baroque and flowery Rococo that had reigned under Elizabeth, and cast her vote for the chaster neoclassic style. Some contemporaries credited her with providing explicit instructions and preliminary sketches for her architects. Finding no native artists who could realize her conceptions, she called to Western Europe for men who had inherited the classical tradition. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. Finding no native artists who could realize her conceptions, she called to Western Europe for men who had inherited the classical tradition. So came Jean-Baptiste Balin de la Motte, who built for her on the Neva the Palace of the Academy of Arts between 1765 and 1772. A Renaissance facade of coated bricks and classic portico, and within a majestic semicircular stairway leading to a rotunda under a dome. As an adjunct to the Winter Palace, Balin built the famous Hermitage, which Catherine thought of as a refuge from court etiquette, but which became her art gallery and is now one of the principal museums of the world. Catherine described it to Grimm in 1790 as my little retreat, so situated that to go there and back from my room is just 3,000 paces. There I walk about amid a quantity of things that I love and delight in, and those winter walks are what keep me in health. From France, too, came the Scot Charles Cameron, who had studied classic ornament there. Catherine was delighted with the brilliance and delicacy with which he adorned, with silver, lacquer, glass, jasper, agate, and polychrome marble, the private apartment that she reserved for herself, her lovers, and her dogs in the grand palace at Czarkozello. "I have never seen the equal of these newly decorated rooms," she wrote. "During the last 9 weeks I have never tired of contemplating them." Around this palace she had a park designed in the natural and English style, which she described in a letter to Voltaire. "I now madly love the jardin à l'anglaise, the short lines, the curved lines, the gently graded slopes, the pools and lakes. I have a profound aversion to straight lines. In a word, Anglomania dominates my plantomania." For her son Paul and his lovely second wife, Cameron built in Pavlovsk, another suburb of the capital, a palace in Italian villa style. Here the Grand Duke and Maria Feodorovna housed the art collected in their West European tours. From Italy came Antonio Rinaldi, who raised 2 luxurious mansions as gifts from Catherine to Grigori Orlov, the Marble Palace on the Neva, and near Czarkozello, the Gacina Palace, which became the favorite residence of Paul I. And from Italy came Giacomo Quarenghi, who had been fascinated by the Greek temples at Paestum and the masterpieces of Palladio in Vicenza. In 1780 he submitted to Catherine, through Grimm, plans and models for various structures that he hoped to build. Catherine was attracted, and from that date till 1815 Quarenghi raised, in or near St. Petersburg, a profusion of buildings in classic style: the Theatre of the Hermitage, the Smolny Institute, which he added to the Smolny Monastery of Rastrelli, the Bank of the Empire, the Chapel of the Malta Order, the English Palace at Peterhof, and the Alexander Palace at Czarkozello. This was designed for Catherine's grandson, the future Alexander I, who moved into it in 1793, 2 years after its completion. It is one of the masterpieces of 18th-century architecture. But were there no Russian architects fit to spend Catherine's roubles? Yes. Hoping to leave a monument to her memory at Moscow, she commissioned Vasily Bazhenev to design a stone Kremlin to replace the brick Kremlin of Ivan the Great. Bazhenev conceived an immensity that would have dwarfed Versailles. Those who saw the wooden model, which itself cost 60,000 roubles, marveled at its architectural excellence. But the foundations laid for it sank as the soil subsided through the action of the Moscow River, and Catherine withdrew from the enterprise. However, she found funds that enabled Ivan Starov to build, on the left bank of the Neva, the Taurida Palace. This splendor she presented to Potemkin to commemorate his conquest of the Crimea. Whatever the cost of her buildings, Catherine achieved her object. The contemporary Masson wrote, "A Frenchman, after winding along the inhospitable shores of Prussia and traversing the wild and uncultivated plains of Livonia, is struck with astonishment and rapture at finding again, in the midst of a vast desert, a large and magnificent city, in which the society, amusements, arts, and luxuries abound which he had supposed to exist nowhere but in Paris." And the Prince de Ligne, after seeing nearly all Europe, concluded that, in spite of Catherine's shortcomings, her public and private edifices make St. Petersburg the finest city in the world. The flesh and blood of 10 million peasants had been turned into brick and stone. 10. Journey's End. Catherine, like rulers throughout the ages, would have explained that since men must die in any case, why should not genius be employed by statesmen to direct those harassed lives and certain deaths to make the country strong and its cities great? Years of power, the challenges of revolt and war, the fluctuations of victory and defeat, had accustomed her to bear unflinchingly the sufferings of others, and to turn aside from the exploitation of the weak by the strong as beyond her means to cure. Disturbed by a dozen conspiracies to unseat her, and frightened by Pugachev's revolt, She was terrified by the French Revolution. She bore with it complacently when it promised to be only the overthrow of an idle aristocracy and an incompetent government. But when a Paris mob forced Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette to leave Versailles and live in the Tuileries amid an unchained populace, when the Constituent Assembly declared itself supreme and Louis consented to be merely its executive officer, Catherine shuddered at the encouragement so given to those who sought similar action in Russia. She allowed the clergy to forbid the publication of her once beloved Voltaire's works in 1789. She herself soon proscribed all French publications. She had the busts of Voltaire removed from her chambers to a lumber room in 1792. She banished the idealistic Radishchev in 1790, imprisoned the public-spirited Novikov in 1792, and established an inquisitorial censorship over literature and plays. When Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were guillotined in 1793, she broke off all relations with the French government and urged the European monarchies to form a coalition against France. She herself did not join in that coalition. She used it to keep the Western powers busy while she completed her absorption of Poland. "Many of my enterprises are unfinished," she told one of her diplomats. "The courts of Berlin and Vienna must be occupied so as to leave us unfettered." Some vestiges of her early liberalism survived till 1793. In that year, a courtier reported to her that Frédéric César de la Harpe, who had been tutoring her grandsons, was an unregenerate Republican. She sent for him and told him of the report. He answered, "Your Majesty knew, before entrusting me with the education of the Grand Dukes, that I was a Swiss and therefore a Republican." He asked her to examine his pupils and from their conduct judge his work. But she already knew how well he had taught them. "Monsieur," she said, "be a Jacobin, a Republican, or what you please. I believe you are an honest man, and that is enough for me. Stay with my grandchildren, retain my complete confidence, and instruct them with your unwonted zeal." Amid the turmoil, she took her last lover in 1789. Platon Zuboff was 25, she was 61. She wrote to her amant en titre, Potemkin, "I have returned to life like a fly that the cold had benumbed." Her new pupil proposed a three-pronged attack upon Turkey. A Russian army under his 24-year-old brother Valerian was to cross the Caucasus into Persia and shut off all overland trade between Turkey and the East. Another army under Suvorov was to go through the Balkans to besiege Constantinople. And Russia's new Black Sea fleet, led by the Empress herself, was to capture control of the Bosporus. After years of preparation, this epic enterprise was begun in 1796. Durant and Baku were taken, and Catherine looked forward to victories that would complete her program and crown her career. On the morning of November 17th, 1796, she seemed as gay as ever. After breakfast, she retired to her room. As time passed and she did not reappear, her female attendants knocked at the door. Receiving no answer, they entered. They found the Empress stretched out on the floor, the victim of the rupture of an artery in the brain. She was twice bled, and for a moment recovered consciousness, but she could not speak. At 10 o'clock that evening, she died. Her enemies felt that she had not deserved so merciful a death. They never forgave her the contradictions between her liberal professions and her absolutist rule, her intolerance of opposition, her failure to carry out her proposed reform of Russian law, her surrender to the nobility and her extension of serfdom. Families impoverished by high taxes or mourning the loss of sons in her wars did not thank her for her victories. But the people as a whole applauded her for expanding Russia to wider and safer boundaries. She had added 200,000 square miles to Russia's area, had opened new ports to Russia's trade, had raised the population from 19 to 36 million souls. She had been unscrupulous in her diplomacy, perhaps in her absorption of Poland a little more so than most other rulers of that time. Her greatest achievement lay in carrying on the efforts of Peter the Great to bring Russia into Western civilization. Whereas Peter had thought of this chiefly in terms of technology, Catherine thought of it principally in terms of culture. By the force and courage of her personality, she drew the literate classes of Russia out of the Middle Ages into the orbit of modern thought in literature, philosophy, science, and art. She was ahead of her Christian compeers, excepting the unchristian Frederick II, in establishing religious toleration. A French historian compared her favorably with Le Grand Monarque. The generosity of Catherine, the splendor of her reign, the magnificence of her court, her institutions, her monuments, her wars, were precisely to Russia what the age of Louis XIV was to Europe. But considered individually, Catherine was greater than this prince. The French formed the glory of Louis. Catherine formed that of the Russians. She had not, like him, the advantage of reigning over a polished people, nor was she surrounded from infancy by great and accomplished characters. In the estimate of an English historian, Catherine was the only woman ruler who has surpassed England's Elizabeth in ability and equaled her in the enduring significance of her work. She was, said a German historian, every inch a political being, unmatched by any one of her sex in modern history, and yet at the same time a thorough woman and a great lady. We may apply to her the magnanimous principle laid down by Goethe. Her faults were an infection from her time, but her virtues were her own. Chapter 19. The Rape of Poland, 1715 to 1795. 1. Polish Panorama, 1715 to 1764. Geography, race, religion, and politics were the natural enemies of Poland. The country was as large as France, extending in 1715 from the Oder in the west almost to Smolensk and Kiev in the east. But it had no natural boundary, no mountains or broad river on either front to protect it from invasion. It was named from Pola, a plain. It had only one outlet to the sea, at Danzig, and the Vistula that found its exit there was no defense against adjacent Prussia. The nation had no ethnic unity. The Polish majority of its 6,500,000 souls, as of 1715, was in intermittent strife with German, Jewish, Lithuanian, and Russian minorities. Here the Teutons and the Slavs came face to face in spontaneous hostility. There was no religious unity. The Roman Catholic majority ruled and oppressed the dissidents, themselves contentiously divided between Protestants, Greek Orthodox, and Jews. There was no political unity, for the jealously sovereign power lay in a sejm, or diet, composed exclusively of nobles, each of whom had, through the liberum veto, the authority to nullify any proposal of all the rest, and at will bring any session, any elected diet, to an end. The king was chosen by the diet and was subject to conventions signed by him as a condition of his election. He could pursue no long-term policy with any assurance of transmitting his crown or receiving steady support. The nobles demanded such limitless power over legislation because each wished to be completely free in ruling his lands and his serfs. But limitation is the essence of liberty, for as soon as liberty is complete, it dies in anarchy. The history of Poland after Jan Sobieski was a chronicle of anarchy. Nearly all the soil was tilled by serfs in a feudal subjection from which there was no appeal. The master was sometimes kind, but he was always absolute. His serfs not only owed him such part of their produce as he might demand, they were required also to give him gratis 2 or 3 days of work each week on his manor. Fortunately, the well-watered land was fertile, and the peasants had enough to eat, but Cox described them as poorer, humbler, and more miserable than any people we have yet observed on our travels. Their local masters were the lower nobility, or gentry, Schlachter, and these squires in turn were subject to some 100 magnates owning or controlling immense areas. The gentry held most of the executive offices in the state, and theoretically they dominated the sejm. Occasionally Polish politics was a strife of magnates or their families, manipulating Schlachter groups by economic influence or direct bribery. In Poland, the family still retained its primitive priority over the state. The Radzivills, the Potocskis, the Czartoryskis were severally united by a sentiment of family solidarity more intense than any national bond. Here, patriotism was literally reverence for the father, and above all for the oldest father. The family was strong as an institution because it was the unit of economic production and moral discipline. There was no economic individualism scattering the sons over the country. Normally, the son remained on the patrimonial estate, subject to paternal command as long as the father lived. The family flourished through that same unity of authority whose absence weakened the state. All the wealth of the family was under centralized patriarchal control. In many cases it grew from year to year through the reinvested profits of exploitation and exportation, and in several cases it exceeded the wealth of the king. 20 Polish families in the 18th century spent, each of them, over 200,000 livres per year on their households. Powerful families called their homes courts, with retainers, private armies, numerous servants, and semi-royal displays. So Prince Karol Radziwiłł, whose estate was half as large as Ireland, gave in 1789 a feast to 4,000 guests at a cost of 1,000,000 marks. The most famous of Polish families, so well known that it was called the family, was the Czartoryskis. It had held princely rank since the 15th century and was related to the House of Jagiello, which had ruled Poland from 1384 to 1572. Prince Kazimierz Czartoryski, who died in 1741, Vice-Chancellor of Lithuania, married Isabella Morstin, who brought a further infusion of French culture into the family. By her he had 3 children of note. 1. Frederick Michał Czartoryski, who became Grand Chancellor of Lithuania. 2. Alexander Augustus Czartoryski, who became Prince Palatine of Red Russia. And 3. Constantia, who married Stanislas Poniatowski I and bore to him Stanislas Poniatowski II, the most tragic figure in Polish history. It was an added distinction of the Czartoryskis that their liberalism grew with their wealth. They had long been known for their humane treatment of their serfs. "If I had been born a serf," said a contemporary, "I should wish to be the serf of Prince Alexander Augustus Czartoryski." They organized schools for children, supplied them with textbooks, built chapels, hospitals, model cottages. To their estate and mansion in Puławy, near Lublin, they brought teachers and scholars who trained promising youths, from any class, for the service of the state. Politically, the family opposed the liberum veto as making effective government impossible. Against them were ranged many families which felt that the veto was their sole protection against a centralized autocracy. Strongest of these were the Potockis, led by Prince Felix Potocki, who could ride 30 miles in one direction without leaving his land, 3 million acres in the Ukraine. Industry and commerce, which in the 16th century had shared in making Poland great and its towns prosperous, had been retarded by the hostility of the landowners and their obedient diet. Many towns were wholly within the private property of a magnate who, fearing the rise of an independent middle class, favored agriculture against industry. The competition of serf handicrafts on the manors had depressed the artisans of the towns. The ruin of the cities, wrote Antoni Potocki in 1744, is so evident that with the single exception of Warsaw, the first ones in the country can well be compared to dens of robbers. Grass grew in the streets of Lwów. Some city squares had become open fields, and Krakow, formerly one of the great cultural centers of Europe, had declined to a population of 9,000 and its famous university to 600 students. The decay of the towns was due in part to the Catholic reconquest of Poland. Many of the displaced Protestants had been merchants or artisans. Their diminution in all but western Poland, where many Germans remained, left the Polish scene to the landlords, and these were either Roman Catholics or, in the East, Greek Orthodox or Uniates, Catholics using the Eastern ritual but acknowledging the Pope of Rome. The dissidents, Protestants, Greek Orthodox, and Jews, numbering 8% of the population, were excluded from public office and the Diet. All suits against them were tried before completely Catholic courts. Religious hostility reached the point where, in 1724, in predominantly Protestant Torunia, or Torn, the populace, infuriated by the behavior of a Jesuit student, desecrated the host and trampled upon an image of the Virgin. 9 of the raiders were put to death. The Protestants of Poland appealed to Prussia, the Greek Orthodox appealed to Russia. Prussia and Russia offered protection, from which they progressed to invasion and partition. Polish morals resembled the German at table and the French in bed. The peasants were inured to monogamy by care of the soil and their brood, but in the capital it was made difficult by the beauty and the seductive manners of the women, who did not allow their superior education to interfere with their charm. The ladies of Warsaw, we are told, were sexually as lax as those of Paris. Poniatowski assures us that he was a virgin till 22, but he adds that such continence was exceptional in his class. Drunkenness was endemic and made no class distinctions. Among the peasants it gave periodic amnesia from poverty, hardship, or cold. Among the nobles it solaced isolation and ennui, and in all ranks the males looked upon it as not a vice but an accomplishment. Pan Komarchevsky was honored because he could empty a bucket of champagne at one draught without losing his head or his feet. Poniatowski was warned that he would never be popular unless he got drunk twice a week. Hospitality was universal, but it was judged by the amount of food and drink provided for the guests. Sometimes a magnate mortgaged a town to pay for a banquet. The literate Poles colored the scene with their dress. The peasant in summer made shift with shirt and knee-breeches of coarse linen, without stockings or shoes, and in winter he bundled himself up with no care for color and no time for art. But the gentry, numbering some 725,000, wore boots, sword, plumed hat, a colored robe of silk or lace, and around the waist a broad sash of patterned fabrics in rich hues. This proudly national garb had come up from Islam through the contact of the Lithuanians with Turks in the Ukraine. It reflected the occasional alliance of Poland with Turkey against Austria or Russia, and perhaps it expressed an Asiatic element in Polish manners and character. Culturally, Poland, from 1697 to 1763, was retarded by the indifference of its Saxon kings to Slavic literature and art, and by two devastating wars. The Catholic Church was not only the chief patron of the arts, it was also the dispenser of education and the main repository of learning and literature. It carefully quarantined Poland from the movement of science and philosophy in the West, but within its limits it spread and cultivated knowledge. Joseph Zaluski, Bishop of Kiev, gathered 200,000 volumes at Warsaw into one of the greatest libraries of the age. In 1748 he opened it to the public and presented it to the nation. Meanwhile, he himself lived frugally and sacrificed himself in the struggle to preserve Poland's independence. It was he who turned the eager young priest Stanislas Konarski to the study of history and law. In 1731, Konarski issued the first of 4 volumes, Volumina Legum, which codified Polish legislation from Casimir the Great to his own time. These and other researches revealed to Konarski how tragically Poland had fallen from her Renaissance flowering. Convinced that regeneration could come only from the top, he established in Warsaw in 1740 a collegium nobilium, where pedigreed youths could receive an education not only in mathematics and the classic languages and literatures, which the Jesuits taught well, but also in the natural sciences and modern languages. It was an heroic task, for he had neither money nor textbooks, neither teachers nor students. Yet after 15 years of labor he had made his College of Nobles a famous and honored institution, one of the sources of the cultural revival under Poniatowski and of the enlightened Constitution of 1791. He appealed for a reform of the Polish language, seeking to rid it of Latin phrases and flowering rhetoric. The nation protested, still it learned. Konarski crowned his work by publishing, between 1760 and 1763, the most important political treatise of the century in Poland, innocently entitled On the Effective Conduct of Debates, however containing a blast against the liberum veto. Again, there were many protests, but after 1764, no diet was dissolved by the liberum veto. It was with Konarski's aid that Poniatowski began the reform of the Polish constitution. Before that brilliant and fitful resurrection, Poland suffered 67 years of disorder, disgrace, and decline under Saxon kings. 2. The Saxon Kings, 1697 to 1763. Other pages have told how the Polish Diet passed over the son of the great Sobieski to give the crown of Poland to Frederick Augustus, Elector of Saxony, who embraced Catholicism overnight to become Augustus II, the Strong, of Poland, how Charles XII of Sweden replaced him with Stanislas Leszczynski in 1704, and how the defeat of Charles at Poltava in 1709 allowed Augustus to regain his throne. He enjoyed few of the legislative powers of an 18th-century monarch, but all the sexual privileges of royalty. Failing to rule Poland, he turned his love back to Saxony, beautified Dresden, filled himself with beer, and depleted himself with mistresses. He added insult to injury by taking only one of these from the Polish belles. Toward the end of his reign, he planned to partition Poland among Austria, Prussia, and Saxony, but he died on February 1st, 1733, before effecting this deviltry. On his deathbed he said, "My whole life was one ceaseless sin." In morte veritas. In the interregnum that ensued during the assembling of an electoral diet, French emissaries lavished livres to win deputies to the restoration of Leszczynski. Since his deposition, Stanislas had lived in peace and hope in Alsace. In 1725, his daughter Marie had become Queen of France by marrying Louis XV. Now Louis expected his father-in-law, if enthroned, to follow the French policy of aligning Poland with Prussia and Turkey in a cordon around Austria. Feeling that such an alliance would weaken Russia in her inevitable conflicts with Turkey and Prussia, the Russian government dispatched rubles to Warsaw to prevent the election of Leszczynski. The livres outweighed the rubles, and on September 10, 1733, Leszczynski became King Stanislas I of Poland. A minority refused to recognize his election and put themselves under the protection of a Russian army that advanced to the Vistula and proclaimed the Saxon elector as King Augustus III of Poland on October 6th. So began the War of the Polish Succession and the first decisive interference of Russia in Polish affairs. Stanislas looked for a Polish army to defend him. None existed except on paper. He fled to Danzig and appealed to France for aid. The French government was then led by Cardinal Fleury, who had no stomach for a war with distant Russia. He sent a detachment of 2,400 soldiers. The Russians, with 12,000 men, overwhelmed it. Stanislas escaped from Danzig and retired to Lorraine. In January 1736 he signed his abdication. In July, Augustus III was acknowledged king. But he was no more fit than Leszczynski to guide a nation which had chaos built into its constitution. For a time he cooperated with the Czartoryskis in attempts to end the liberum veto. The Potocki repeatedly used the veto to preserve it. Augustus gave up, comforted himself in Dresden, and rarely visited Poland. Corruption continued and flourished. Unable to stop it, the king shared in it, selling offices to the highest bidder. Magnates controlled the courts and the armed forces. They negotiated directly with foreign powers and received subsidies from them. France, Austria, Prussia, Russia maneuvered to see which could profit most from the imminent dissolution of the Polish state. Before and after the death of Augustus III on October 5, 1763, the competition to name and rule his successor ran through every divisive diplomacy to the brink of war. The Potocskis pleaded for a standing army of 100,000 to protect Poland from foreign domination. The Czartoryskis resigned themselves to a Russian protectorate and negotiated with Catherine II. Russia claimed the right to protect the Greek Orthodox minority in Poland and stretched its memory to recall that the eastern Polish provinces had been taken from Russia by St. Vladimir 800 years before. France favored the son of Augustus III to succeed him. If Russia mastered Poland, the whole structure of French foreign policy in the East would collapse. Frederick the Great, who had just concluded 7 years of bitter war against France and Austria, needed the friendship of Catherine, by whose permission he had escaped disaster. He agreed to support her candidate for the Polish crown. Moreover, he signed with her on April 11, 1764, a treaty secretly binding both of them to oppose any changes in the constitution of either Poland or Sweden, lest an increase in the royal power should make one or both of these countries dangerously strong. They proposed to defend chaos in the name of liberty. The Czartoryskis were appeased by Catherine's promise to curtail the liberum veto after stability had been restored, and by her choice of a Czartoryski protégé as her candidate for the throne. On September 7, 1764, by the unanimous vote of a Diet convinced by rubles and a Russian army only 3 miles away, Stanislas Poniatowski was chosen king. 3. Poniatowski. He was born to Stanislas Poniatowski the Elder, governor of Krakow, and to Konstantia Czartoryski, January 17, 1732. "I was brought up very strictly," he told Madame Geoffrin, "by a mother the like of whom you will scarce find anywhere nowadays, while my father only preached to me by his example." At the age of 16 he began extensive travels. In 1753 he captivated Madame Geoffrin, her salon, and nearly all Paris by his figure, his manners, and his youth. A few years later, following a fashion of the time, he composed a self-portrait that accorded fairly with the facts. "I should be content with my figure if only I were an inch taller, and my nose less hooked, and my mouth a little smaller. With these reservations I believe that my face is noble and expressive, my figure not without distinction. My short-sightedness often makes me look awkward, but only for an instant. Indeed, I am rather apt to offend by the opposite extreme, too haughty a demeanor. An excellent education enables me to conceal my mental and bodily defects, so that many people perhaps expect more from me than I can readily give. I have wit enough to take part in any conversation, but not enough to converse long and frequently. However, my natural sympathy and amiability often come to my assistance. I have a natural penchant toward art. My indolence prevents me from going as far as I should like to go in the arts and sciences. I work either overmuch or not at all. I can judge very well of affairs, but I am very much in need of good counsel to carry out any plan of my own. I am very impressionable, but far more affected by sorrow than by joy. I am the first to be depressed. When I love too passionately. I am not vindictive. Though in the first moment of irritation I may long to avenge myself upon my enemies, I am never able to carry out my desire. Compassion always comes between. To see and express himself so well suggests that Poniatowski was born to think and write rather than to plan and do. He had met Montesquieu and read Voltaire. He had acquired the intellectual polish and subtlety of French society, along with a degree of that sensibility which was finding expression in Rousseau. He was extremely sensitive to women and felt that what they gave him in body and soul was beyond price. Rumor said that in Paris he was arrested for debt and was released after an hour's imprisonment upon payment of 100,000 livres by Madame Geoffrin. After 5 months in Paris, and having learned English, he went to England, attended some sessions of Parliament, and aspired to remold the Polish situation in the image of England as interpreted by Montesquieu. Back from his travels in 1754, he was appointed High Steward of Lithuania. A year later he accompanied Sir Charles Hanbury-Williams to Russia, with results already noted. He returned home in 1756, but went to St. Petersburg in 1757 as Polish ambassador. He shared in the intrigue against Elizabeth in 1758 and was forced to leave Russia at short notice. Catherine mourned his departure, but when she supported him for the throne of Poland it was not because she still loved him, but because, she said, he had less right than any other candidate and should therefore be all the more grateful. As for himself, he never quite recovered from that exciting liaison. He remembered Catherine before she had been hardened by power, and that fascination survived even when she made him her tool in the subjection of his people. 2 days after his election he sent the news to Madame Geoffrin. "My dear Mamma, it seems to me that I have greater pleasure in calling you by that name since the day before yesterday." His own mother was now dead. In all our history there has never been an election so tranquil and so unanimous. All the principal ladies of the kingdom were present on the field of election amid the squadrons of the nobility. I had the satisfaction of being proclaimed by the voices of all the women as well as by those of all the men. Why were you not there? You would have named your son. We have seen how Mamma braved the roads of Europe to visit her son in his palace at Warsaw in 1766. Having no realistic conception of the gap between French and Polish civilization, she longed to have him pull Poland up a century in a year. Her advice became troublesome and strained Poniatowski's filial devotion. He was relieved when she left, though he soothed her with compliments and a picture of himself set in diamonds. She kept the picture and sent back the diamonds. Once away, her love for him returned to full fervor, and she wrote to him from Vienna, affirming for him an affection which is a necessity of my life. Stanislas did his best. He gave himself dutifully, in these first years, to the chores of government. He attended daily the deliberations of his ministers and worked till late at night on problems which he undertook in conscientious detail. He succeeded in good measure in training a civil service corps of unusual competence and startling integrity. He made himself easily accessible and charmed all by his amiability, not all by his enthusiasm for reform. But his energy was diluted by a sense of his dependence upon Catherine, even upon the Russian troops that she had left in Poland as a guarantee of his security and obedience. Her ambassador, Count Otto von Stackelberg, watched over him lest he forget his Russian strings. He was surrounded by enemies far and near. The Polish nobility was divided into two factions. One, led by the Potockis, agitated for independence before reform and wished to check the royal power by keeping the aristocracy strong. The other, under the Czartoryskis, asked for reform first, arguing that in its present disorder Poland was too weak to throw off the Russian protectorate. The Czartoryskis were hesitant in the support of Poniatowski, for they deplored his extravagances and his mistresses. The Diet allowed him $2,200,000 per year, and raised this, by 1786, to 6,143,000 gulden, 1/3 of the government's revenue. He spent more than this allowance, having borrowed from banks at home and abroad. Twice the state paid his debts. Yet in 1790 he still owed 11,500,000 gulden. Like Catherine, he aspired to make his reign memorable for fine buildings. He divided himself and his retinue between two costly palaces. He gave expensive entertainments and lavished gifts upon artists, writers, and women. His attractiveness was costly. 32 at his accession, handsome, cultured, generous, and unmarried, he gathered about him a swarm of belles eager for his hand and his purse. Several who could not marry him were glad to share his bed, and some Parisian actresses joined in amusing the king. The Czartoryskis protested. He confessed his sins and continued them. Finally, one mistress, Pani Grabowska, led him to the altar in a secret marriage. Thereafter his sexual life was under strict surveillance, and he could give more attention to government literature and the arts. He took a personal interest in the works and the lives of the artists and authors of the time. Like Catherine, he collected pictures, statuary, and books, built a gallery and a library, and gave prominence in the latter to a statue of Voltaire. He found work for native artists and brought in others from France, Italy, and Germany. Piranesi and Canova could not come, but they executed works for him in Italy. He transformed half the royal palace into a school of art and provided funds to enable promising young artists to study abroad. He established near Warsaw a porcelain industry whose products ranked with those of Meissen and Sèvres. He inspired well-to-do Poles, Adam Czartoryski, Elizabeth Lubomirska, Helen Radziwiłł, and others, to collect art, to commission artists, and, in building and decorating their palaces, to replace the Rococo of the Saxon period with variations of the neoclassical style. He himself favored a mixture of Baroque and classical. In this style, Domenico Merlini designed the Lazienki Palace on the outskirts of Warsaw. Meanwhile, foreign painters were training a new generation of Polish artists who came to maturity after Polish liberty had disappeared. The first moves toward that catastrophe were the obstacles placed by Frederick the Great in the path of Poland's self-reform. Thus far, as of 1767, Catherine seems to have had no intention to dismember a Poland so obviously subject to Russian influence. Partition would enlarge Prussia into a much more formidable barrier than Slavic Poland could be to Russian participation in the affairs and culture of Western Europe. She was content to demand the admission of the dissidents to full civil rights. But Frederick wanted more. He could never reconcile himself to the fact that West Prussia, predominantly German and Protestant, was subject to Polish and Catholic rule. Hence, some partition of Poland was with him an unforgettable objective. Any strengthening of Poland, political or military, would hinder his aims. Therefore, his agents supported the liberum veto, opposed the formation of a Polish national army, and welcomed the quarrels of Catholics and dissidents as offering a ground for invasion. The intolerance of the Roman Catholic hierarchy cooperated with Frederick's schemes. It resisted every attempt to admit the dissidents to civil rights. In White Russia, which was then a part of Poland and included Minsk, the Roman Catholic authorities took 200 churches from their Greek Orthodox congregations and gave them to the Uniates. The Orthodox communities were forbidden to repair their old churches and to build new ones. In many cases, children were separated from their parents to be brought up in the Roman obedience. Orthodox priests were ill-treated, and some were put to death. Poniatowski, child of the philosophe, favored toleration, but he knew that the Diet would fight, with force if necessary, any move to admit non-Roman Catholics to its membership. And he felt that such proposals should be deferred until some modification of the liberum veto could strengthen his hand. Frederick and Catherine replied that they were asking no more of Poland than they themselves were granting to their own religious minorities. To the Diet that met in October and November 1766, Prussia, Russia, Denmark, and Great Britain presented a petition that their co-religionists in Poland should receive full civil rights. Aroused by the eloquence of Bishop Kajetan Soltik of Krakow, the deputies rose to their feet in anger and demanded not only the rejection of the petition, but the prosecution of its Polish supporters as traitors to Poland and God. A member who tried to defend the petition narrowly escaped death. Poniatowski sought to quiet the assembly by issuing, in November 1766, a pamphlet called Considerations of a Good Citizen, calling upon all Poles for national unity and warning them that a divided nation invited conquest. At the same time, he begged the Polish ambassador at St. Petersburg to detach Russia from the petitioning powers. "If this petition be persisted in," he wrote, "I can see nothing but a St. Bartholomew's Eve massacre for the dissidents and a harvest of ravaillacs," meaning assassins, "for myself. The Empress would make of my royal mantle a robe of Nessus. I shall have to choose between renouncing her friendship and being an enemy to my country." Catherine answered through Nikolai Repnin, her ambassador at Warsaw, "I cannot conceive how the king can fancy himself a traitor to his country by simply supporting the demands of equity." She was too far from Poland in space and education to feel the consuming heat of Polish passion and pride. When a group of Protestant nobles formed a confederacy at Torn, and a Czartoryski faction formed a confederacy at Radom, Catherine bade Repnin offer them the protection of Russia. Under this pretext, he brought 80,000 Russian troops to the Polish border, and some of them into Warsaw itself. The Diet reconvened in October 1767. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.